That was the flag of Saudi Arabia, and the reason why you see that is because we're in Saudi Arabia. My name is Callum Helliwell, and I am here to present to you 9 fantastic races here from King Khalid Racecourse, where we will be looking at some fantastic racing from the city of Taif. Very much looking forward to how things are going here. We've only just landed, and we're very excited to get stuck into all the action here at King Khalid Racecourse. 9 races, like I mentioned, to look forward to, but I will not be doing it all alone. I have a man to my right who knows everything about all things racing, and he's also got good looks and charm to go with it as well. It's Tom Collins. How are you doing, Tom?
Good afternoon, Callum. Yeah, no one said good looks and charm about me before, but yeah, hopefully we've got the knowledge. Hopefully we can find a few winners. I'm really looking forward to the racing here. Look, lovely picturesque background. We've got the mountains. It's very much like Santa Anita if you like your US racing.
Well, let's talk about that beautiful background where we are. I must admit, I have never been to Taif before, but as soon as we arrived, we were completely and utterly captivated by just how beautiful this racecourse setting is. Behind me, we've got the mountains. To our left, we've got more mountains. We're in the most cool area of Saudi Arabia at the moment. It's a fantastic spot to be in because we're not getting the heat that you get at Riyadh. We landed in Riyadh in the early hours, or late a few nights ago, and it was baking, wasn't it, Tom? Could barely get one foot in front of the other. We get down to Taif, it's much cooler, it's much easier. Tom, you are still struggling, am I right?
Yes, 36 degrees here. As you can see, I do not do well in heat, but we're soldiering through. The weather's going to get cooler throughout the rest of the afternoon. We've got 9 races coming up. By the end of the card, it'll be dark, the weather will be nice and cool. But yeah, the horses are used to this, and we're really looking forward to the action.
The horses are certainly more used to it than we are, but we've got the races to look forward to, so I'll give you a few of our headliners here at Taif. The first horse we have to look at is I Am Magic. He runs in race 5. This is him finishing 3rd on the 29th of July. Connections will be hoping he can go 2 places better today in the noseband and those blue and white colours. Following on from that, we've got Alfasa. She runs in the following race 6. This is her 3 starts ago. She was winning at Riyadh. Connections will be hoping that she can find this Riyadh form and bring it to Taif, where she's facing a much weaker field on paper. The final horse I want to show you is Dream Biz. She's another filly that goes today. She runs in our wide open finale. This is her finishing 2nd last time in the red colours. She'd have a massive chance today in an absolutely difficult, tricky contest to wrap up the card here at King Khalid Racecourse. Shamila is with us now as well. She's going to be down in the parade ring, and she's going to give us all the information from the paddock, try and get some connections, some jockeys, some trainers, and hopefully give us an insight before and after each of our races. Shamila, how are you doing?
Yeah, thanks very much, guys. I'd like to say that it's nice to finally have you here, but the clouds have come in, and I think you've brought them from the UK, and it's going to start raining in a second. But a horse that I'm really looking forward to seeing today is in race number 9, Bugatti. She's really getting into gear this season. She was 3rd last time out, really seems to suit 10 furlongs, and she's due a winner.
Fantastic, that's great to hear. Now, are there any jockeys, you've been here for a while, Shamila, are there any jockeys we should be keeping an eye on going forward? Anyone that we should really be looking at saying, this is someone I should be following?
Keep your eye on Naif Al-Anazi. He's got so many winners already this season. All the trainers think he's bound to be champion jockey, but of course, you can't forget the South Americans, Wigberto Ramos and Luis Morales.
Fantastic. Plenty of jockeys from all over the world taking part here at Saudi Arabia. We have to keep mentioning it is a really professional outfit that we're seeing here. And these are just some of the races we've got to look forward to. We open with a local bred handicap. We've also got a little bit of an Arabian maiden coming up. There's a maiden as well later on in the card. The one I'm really looking forward to, 6:15. That's 4:15 UK time, which is horses that have won between 1 and 3 races. That's a wide open contest, Tom, isn't it?
Yeah, lots of Brits in that lineup. Look out for the horses that you might have recognised on the UK shores if you're watching this from UK. And also what we should touch on here, the metres at the end. We're used to seeing furlongs, half furlongs in the UK. 1,600 metres is a mile, 200 metres per furlong.
Now, there's only one more person we need to introduce you to, and that is a man in the sky. I like to call him the voice from above. It's Gareth Topham. How are you doing, Gareth? Are you doing well?
I'm very well, thank you, Callum. Good afternoon to you, Tom, Shamila, and everyone. Yeah, looking forward to, as you say, 9 races that we have on the way over the course of the next few hours. And here are the details for our opening contest, due off shortly. It's a locally bred horses handicap event, and we'll now take you through the runners and riders. Number 1 is Najm Al Wasil, the mount of Louis Morales. Number 2, Adolf, partnered by Jimmy Carrion. Number 3, Doctory, the mount of Rayan Al Tosh, with number 4, Hawawaya, going to be partnered by Mohammed Al Sharima. Number 5 on the card is Wissam Al Shajar, the mount of Rahid Al Fayroz. Number 6 is Shebra, who ran here last week, Alexis Mourinho taking the ride. Number 7, Zarat Teshreen, Ayad Al Tirisi on board. Number 8, Najmat Al Shaib, will be partnered by Adel Al Faradi. Number 9 is Al Makam Al Rafieh, with Mohammed Al Bubail on board. Horse number 10 is Safahar, the mount of Abdullah Al Fayrouz. Number 11, Tawi, with Thurb Altimiyat taking the ride. Moving on to number 12, Marbobat Allah, Nawaf Al Mudiani will be on board. Horse number 13, Sapta, with Eddie Castro taking the ride. And number 14, URE, is going to be ridden by Mohammed Aldaham. We have 14 runners. That's a full field for our opening contest. Runners are very shortly going to be making their way into the paddock.
Now, we're going to play a game which is what is going to come first, the horses in the paddock or the rain that Tom and I have brought with us. I can't believe I'm saying this, but we've got rain here in Taif, little spots of rain. Is it Taif or is it Plumpton, Tom? Where are we?
Yeah, it certainly feels like Plumpton on a Monday, I'll tell you that. The downpour is going to start coming. We're not undercover. This could all go to pot, but no. Look, somehow it's still 36 degrees. The weather's still hot, and look, the horses are now in the paddock.
They're in the pre-parade ring at the moment, just coming through now. You'll notice here, which I think is a brilliant little idea from those racing in Saudi, that the grooms will all carry the colours of the jockey, so it's very easy to spot who your selection will be, and they are all going to be all over, and they're going to come into the parade ring in race order, as I should say. Tom, just a couple to look forward to in this. I first want to talk about Najm Al Wasil, a horse that we will have an insert for as well, but I just want to discuss him as a horse himself. Top weight here today. 2 wins from Korea. Probably one of the few horses that's got a lot of racing experience to his name and can kind of bring that experience to the fore.
Yeah, exactly. So this first race is for horses rated between 0 to 75. Najm Al Wasil is rated 75. He just gets into the race at the top of the boundary. He's won 2 times from 34 starts. Was last seen just 3 meetings ago at Taif last week, finishing 8th. You know, he's ridden by Louis Morales, trained by Gaith El Gaith, one of the leading trainers here. He's got to be a player.
We're definitely going to talk about leading trainers, leading jockeys, leading owners later on in the card. But another one I want to talk about is Adhaf. It's another runner. It's owned by King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons, and we know they are just ones to follow here at Taif.
Yeah, if you're just watching Saudi racing for the first time, especially from Taif, King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons, these owners, white silks, red on the sleeves and a green cap, look out for those. So far in the Trainer Championship this year, King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons have won 21 races. They're top of the table. Second has just 7 wins. They're dominating the standings at the moment and will surely see those colours in the winners' enclosure today.
And I think when we look at a horse like Adhaf, it's very lightly raced. 7 runs, 1 win, compared to some of the other horses in the field. You've got horses who have had over 40 runs running here today. Do you think there's going to be some room for improvement there with Adhaf?
Yeah, I mean, we need to see room for improvement because he's only run twice this year. He ran at meeting 11 and meeting 19. He's finished 17th and 13th respectively. So he needs to improve to feature today. But it's probably not the best 0 to 75 handicap you'll see. And these owners, you just can never write them off.
Absolutely. Another one I just have to mention, Najmat Al Shaib, was number 8 on your race card. An interesting runner as well. When you just look at again, another one of those unexposed runners, had 3 runs this season. And as you can see, Najm Al Wasil, the top-rated horse, is in front of us now. Really lovely looking animal, Tom. Followed in by Adhaf, we've already mentioned him. Much smaller build as well. Who's number 3 there, Tom?
Yeah, number 3 is Doctory. He's a son of Highlander. He's got good connections. He's only won 1 from 10 starts. But last time out, he finished 11th on meeting 26. He will need to improve from that to feature today. I don't know. I think there are more likely winners, Callum.
Another horse that comes in with a little bit of experience is Hawea, would be number 4 on your race card. That's 4 wins from 18 runs. You see Doctory on screen now with those big green blinkers on. You won't be able to miss Doctory.
No.
Even if he might not stand much of a chance today, you certainly will know where he's been with those big bright blinkers on. And there is 4 Hawea in front of us. Going to break from stall 1. We'll discuss the draws early on today as well, because these big field races, stall 1 doesn't always mean the best place to be.
No, people think that stall 1 next to the rail, you know, you get the easiest line through the race, you're covering the least amount of ground, but lots of horses congregate across. If you're drawn wider, it tends to be an advantage. And number 4, Hawea, is a daughter of Sleeping Indian, a US sire. We'll get onto sires later on.
Wissem Al Jahad. This is one that we really like, isn't it? This is a horse that we quite fancy. And as you can see, very different build. These are not like your UK turf horses. Just look at the movement. They've got these really stiff, upright movements, but nothing to be concerned about. These are dirt-bred animals. 6, Shabir.
Yeah, yellow socks, you're not going to miss number 6. Only had 10 starts in his career so far. He's a one-time winner. Just run once this season, back in meeting 25. He finished 6th. Creditable effort, but we need to come on.
Following on is number 7, Zarat Tashreen, a horse that we do have some video form for, which we will show you before we jump off. An interesting runner, ran with plenty of credit last time out in an absolute blanket finish.
Yeah, 3-time winner from 22 starts, a leading player in this race, and he will be my selection for the most likely winner. Finished 4th last time, as you touched on. Prior to that, bit of a disappointing effort when he finished 17th, but before that, finished 4th in meeting 7. A repeat of that effort should be good enough.
Number 8 is Najmat Al Shaib. I really like Najmat Al Shaib. I love how big and strong and powerful this son of Al Shaib is in the parade ring. He's walking around like he really owns the place, has done nothing to disappoint. Really nice performance. But that's enough from Tom and I. Shamila, has anything caught your eye in the parade ring?
Well, the bell has just gone for the jockeys to mount, but we'll grab a quick word with Luis Morales, who's on the highest rated horse in the race.
Well, thank you. Hopefully, I have the energy at the end to catch them, because he has not too much speed, and the race looks like in 6 furlongs they're gonna be fast. So hopefully they go fast, so I can catch them.
And do you have any more chances today?
Yes, I think so. I have like 7 rides, so hopefully, inshallah, I can win 1 or 2, or I don't know.
Thanks, Louis. Good luck.
You're welcome.
As you can hear them, with Louis just describing that, I think it's crucial to mention that he comes out of stall 7, so he's not going to be fighting up with that early pace. He's going to be much more content to sit back and let them fall into his lap. They start hard here in Saudi Arabian racing.
Yeah, if you're used to US racing or UK racing, you know, they're completely different disciplines. US racing, this is very similar. You get horses going out from the start, looking to win their race in the first furlong or 2, try to get in that early position. We've seen the kickback here in a couple of meetings be quite big and heavy. There's been a lot of harrowing. I don't think there's going to be a mad amount of kickback today. So if you're on a deep closer like Najm Al Wasil, maybe you have a chance to run down the leaders, but you will need them to go quick.
Couple of those later down in the field. Unlucky for some, number 13, Scepter, with Eddie Castro in the saddle. One of the jockeys we really have to keep an eye on here today.
Yeah, he's a jockey I've grown up with. He's ridden over 2,500 winners in the US. He's only 38. I thought he was a lot older, but he's over here plying his trade now in Saudi Arabia. This is the only run on the card for South African trainer Jeff Woodruff, 5-time champion in his native South Africa. Be interesting to see how Scepter runs.
I think it's great to talk about Jeff Woodruff coming here. We've got 3 meetings in a row. Do not be surprised to see the likes of Jeff Woodruff, Jimmy Jerkins coming over here as well, with more and more runners as the week goes on. As we look at number 14, Uari, who's the last on our card, certainly not without a chance with 1 win from 10 runs. So if we just have a look at some video form, we're going to see Zarat Tashreen and Wissam Al Shajar running together here last time out. They finished 4th and 5th respectively. You could just see, if this is your first time watching any Saudi Arabian racing, it really is a blanket finish. Wissam Al Shajar will make lots of late progress, and Zarat Tashreen sticks on quite nicely. What did you make of this, Tom?
Yeah, lovely graphics here. You can see just what horses we're talking about. Zarat Tashreen in the blue and red. He was up with the pace early on. They went super hard, and he actually did really well to continue and finish 4th. Just gets nabbed right late on. I think he's the horse they take out of that race, despite the fact that Wissam Al Shajar was the horse making ground late. I think Zarat Tashreen is the better performance.
Stuck on really nicely on that occasion, and hopefully he can stick on today. But I must admit, I was really impressed with what Luis Morales said when we talk about a horse that's going to let them fall into his lap. He needs to rely on them to go absolutely out the gates like rockets for that to happen, because this is only 6 furlongs.
Yeah, there's only 14 races here, so 14 runners in this race. They're not going to go super hard because there's not going to be a massive challenge on for the pace. There will be a contested pace likely because there usually is in Saudi Arabian racing. You need a real contested pace on a deep closer. It's hard to make up ground here. I'd want to be in the first 5 or 6 in every race today.
One thing we do have to mention here is the horses go into stalls in number order in every other race except handicaps. So you'll notice we'll talk about the draw in this race here with number 1 coming out of 7, number 6 coming out of 9. That's because they're not going to go in draw order. In some of the maidens and other contests that we'll see throughout the day in both Arabian and thoroughbred racing, they will all go in number order. So it's crucial to see. And I think it will be very important to watch today. Watch the horses drawn wide. Just because you're drawn out in the car park here and you're only going over 6 furlongs doesn't mean you're without a chance. It's very much like greyhound racing on the inside with the amount of hustle and bustle that goes to get to the rail. So those on the outside have a little bit of an easier passage to get across and have a chance to really make an impact later on in the race.
Yeah, not only do horses congregate from the wide draws, shuffle across, and therefore if you miss the break from an inside gate, you kind of have to take back or you have to go fully forward. Otherwise, there's going to be a lot of scrimmaging, maybe interference. But round here, as we've already touched on, like with UK tracks, the inside can run deeper. You don't really want to be against the rail at any point in the race. So even if you're drawn 1, you're probably going to look to move out at some stage. Therefore, unless you're on a forward-going type, you want to be somehow in position to move out with no horses on your outside. Otherwise, it can become difficult to get a clear run.
I think it's crucial we also talk about harrowing. We mentioned it earlier on in passing. We've got a little bit of time while they circle up to load. I think it's crucial to talk about the harrowing that goes on. We were here yesterday. We saw a little bit of track work. We got to get to know our surroundings. It was a lovely day yesterday. One thing we did notice was the middle of the course was getting double harrowed every time. Tom, talk to me a little bit about why that's so important when it comes to a race.
Yeah, it looks like the middle of the course is where you want to be, down the centre rather than the inside, because it rides a little bit deeper. They haven't harrowed it as much, and as we can see here, the dirt is a little bit higher on the track. When there's more kickback on the inside, you don't want to be there. It's slower dirt, basically. The outside also looks a little bit deeper than the middle of the track, which is interesting because, you tend to see, especially in the US, lots of horses go down the Golden Highway down the middle in the finishing straight. But I kind of want to be between 3 and 5 horse widths off the rail. I think that's the golden passage today.
Do you think we could see something like an Epsom where they come off the bend and actually all try and congregate towards the middle of the course and completely leave the inside rail wide open?
It would be interesting. However, we have to bear in mind that this is very much like US racing. Jockeys are desperate to keep a clear passage. They don't ride like UK jockeys in a whole huddle and then try to side them through and find a gap. They're very much pull the horse out to the outside, make sure the horse has a clear run. So I don't know. I don't think there's going to be a huge amount of scrimmaging. I think it's going to be spread across the whole track. Look for the clear run and the best horse will win.
Is that also to do with the stewarding we've got here? This is Saudi Arabian racing. A lot of people watching may be watching for the first time. It is very professionally stewarded here, isn't it? There are going to be whip penalties if you go over the limit. There are also going to be penalties for improper riding, dangerous riding. You will see the same penalties that you see in other racing jurisdictions across the world because we've got such a wide range of nationalities in the stewards room.
Yeah, exactly that. Don't expect lots of interference and, below par riding. These jockeys are professionals. They ride all the time. I'd expect nice clean racing today, Callum.
Clean racing, hopefully on the bill. And Gareth, you're going to take us through it and hopefully give us a good winner to start.
You're not asking too much there, Callum. Goodness me. I'll guide you through. I'll leave the tips to the experts, that's for sure. One thing that I have found of note here at previous meetings here at Taif is that if you're looking to identify certain horses as well, have a little look at the number of the number cloths, the colour of each of the number cloths. I won't go through them one by one, but you'll see there that number 6 has got a black number cloth, number 12 is light green, number 1 is in red. That's the same for each race as well. So if you're just struggling a little bit with the silks, which are obviously quite different to particularly how they are over in the UK, the number cloths is another thing to just help identify one horse from another. Our opening contest of the day is nearly ready to get underway here. The flags are raised and all of the runners are in the stalls and they're quickly out of them as well. They're off and racing for this 0 to 75 handicap, and Sapta in light blue colours is away well. Also racing handily is Zara Zarat Teshreen up towards the outside, and they're being followed through down along the inner by Hawawaya, who's also showing good early speed. Another racing prominently as they make the left-handed turn is Al Makam Arafie. They're being chased 2 lengths back by URE, and with that one, Doctory a little wider out. Ardaf is racing next with Najm Al Wasil over towards the inside of Najmat Al Shaib. The others all with plenty to do. Making the left-handed run back towards the entrance to the home straight, less than 600 metres to travel, and it is Hawawaya, the white cap, showing in front over Sapta in second. Straightening up in third is Zarat Teshreen, and then a little wider out on the course is Tawi. That one up into fourth position. A further 2.5 lengths back off those is Al Kamam Arafie, but making the journey inside the final 300 and kicking for home, it is Hawawaya opening up here in the hands of Mohammed Al Sharima. Has gone the best part of 6 or 7 lengths ahead in the twinkling of an eye, and the opening race at Taif today is over and done with. It is Hawawaya well clear of Zarat Teshreen in second place. The race will be on for the places. Hawawaya comes home a clear-cut winner of the first. Back in second position is Zarat Teshreen. It was quite close for the minors in behind. We'll leave that to the judge, but Hawawaya it is who comes home in front in our opening contest and has won by a wide margin. And as you can see in the closing stages here, was just ridden out at hands and heels on the run to the line by Mohammed Al Sharimar, and has won this by a pretty long way. We do see quite a few wide margin winners over here at Taif, and well, this opening winner, Hawawaya, no exception. We're hearing that the distance between the first and second was 7.5 lengths. 7.5 lengths Hawawaya has won with. We'll see him cross the line. He gets the better of Zarat Teshreen, who ran well, was prominent all the way. That one back in second. And Al Makam Arafie has crossed the line in third. The result of our opening contest at Taif, it's 4-7-9.
And here is your race winner, number 4, Hawawaya, who won our opener by what I can only describe as a country mile, Tom.
Yeah, 7.5 length winner. She went out from the outset. She's by Sleeping Indian, a US sire. And, you know, when you're bred by a US sire, you're bred with speed. This horse showed speed from the outset. She's won 4 times from 18 coming into today, make that 5 from 19. Good performance. But yet again, Callum, we've seen the speed hold up. It'll be interesting to see how that happens for the rest of the card today.
Your selection, or the horse that you were really keen on, Zarat Teshreen, ran a really nice race, really positive. Always up there from the early paces, about 4 wide, just like you suggested, but just couldn't lay a glove on that winner.
Yeah, just not in the same gear, unfortunately, as Hawawaya today. But Zarat Teshreen ran very well. She's a 5-year-old filly. She probably won't get too many more chances. But, you know, she was there or thereabouts. She was just not in the same league.
And I think if you look at Al-Kim Al-Arif, is a real bit of a surprise there in third. Came again, the race fell apart in behind. The winner's kicked so far clear that the horse that's come in third has come from a little bit middle to back and just kind of picked up the loose pieces. One to watch maybe next time in a similarly run race over this trip.
Absolutely. A daughter of Spates Star only had 5 starts before today, so 6 starts unexposed compared to most of these horses in this race. Maybe one for the tracker.
Absolutely, and you just see winning connections coming in here. It's fantastic. One thing about Saudi Arabian racing, no gambling on course, no gambling overseas either, but that doesn't take away from the fact that connections are always over the moon. Plenty of shouting when a horse is coming clear in the straight, and you can just see connections sums up all round. And 19,000 Real to the winner, which is not a bad paycheck to take home after the first race of the day, Tom.
No, absolutely. That equates to around £4,000. You know, that's what you generally get for a decent handicap over in the UK right now. So a good prize money. The prize money increases with the better races throughout the rest of the afternoon.
And throughout the rest of the week. I think we're going to get to the Saturday and we're going to see some really strong prize money and some really quite exciting races. Smiles all round from the jockey as well. And we're really happy to see this. And just look at it, they're all going to be drawn right towards the winning podium here. It's a proper setup here at Taif. And hopefully, Shamila will be able to grab a word with some of the connections. But if not, we will happily talk you through the race as well. And just see the jockey getting weighed in as well, number 4. Just make sure that weighed in all correct. We're all keeping smiley faces. You'll see if he's really upset, if he suddenly realised that he's weighed in incorrectly. But Hawea, lovely looking animal as well.
Yeah, very lovely looking. And you know what I like? I really like the fact that the grooms have the colours of the horse. We could have that over in the UK, over in the US. I think that would be a great initiative.
Just makes everyone feel a little bit more involved, doesn't it, I feel?
Absolutely.
It just makes you feel part of the team and part of the whole experience. And we can just see, coming home here, you can see how far clear Hawea is compared to the rivals in this race. And I was quite impressed. And I think it wouldn't be surprised to see this horse win again, considering that she's only had a few starts and it's not really, don't feel like we've really reached the peak of the powers of this one.
Absolutely. When a horse has this much speed over in Saudi Arabia, they can utilise that and win plenty of races. She was against the inside. I wasn't anticipating winners there, but you know, it's not the first time I've been wrong, Callum. We've got 8 more races today. She does come one horse with us, so I'll take a little bit of a positive from that.
You've got 8 more races to be correct. That's what we're saying. So we started slowly, but we've got 8 more races to get it together and be correct.
Yeah, I started with a second, Callum. Not the first time that's happened either.
Don't worry, it can only get better or it could get an awful lot worse. You can just see Hawea coming off the bend here looking really, really impressive. I love just the way, you know when a jockey's confident, and we said if we were watching the race and she's kicked for home, we've gone, she's won this. She's not coming back to her rivals here today. Everything else flat to the boards. Took with the second, a winner early for Connections, and hopefully they can have another winner today because most of the jockeys here have got more than one ride.
Yes, most of the jockeys are featured throughout. We've got the leading riders at, so far in this Jockeys Championship, the likes of Adel Al-Faradi, Camilo Ospina, Wigberto Ramos, Naif Alanazi. They're the guys to look out for. They're not on the board just yet though, Callum.
They're not on the board just yet, but it wouldn't be a surprise to see Naif Alanazi come out with a big winner as well today because he has been in rocket form over the last few weeks. I have noticed about this race early on is the fact that there wasn't so much scrimmaging as we thought there would be coming out the gates. It seems to be much more sensible. We've watched races where they've been really quite packed in, pinned in, plenty of interference going on. But here they seem to come out quite leisurely, and it was 6 furlongs, which surprised me.
Yeah, there were 4 or 5 horses that broke really well in the field, and in behind they kind of filtered into their slots. You know, there wasn't a huge scrummage for the lead. There wasn't a huge fight for the early advantage. Everyone was happy with where they were in the early part of the race, but it just so happened the pace held up and those out the back never got involved. This is the race, and we'll give you a whole rerun of everything, and we'll take you from where we jump. So the horse that we're looking for is Hawea coming right out of the inside stall here.
Broke beautifully.
Well. Yeah.
Beautiful break. Look at that, straight from the inside, didn't peck. The horse just on the outside in stall 2 missed it. That allowed Hawea plenty of space out in front.
It's really interesting to see this because we were talking earlier about the collisions and how much bumping there would be for Hawea, but a jockey has just hit the lids, gone and got into a nice settled rhythm. Plenty of other speed horses coming towards the outside, but you can just see she's got that prime position and she's not gone at a breakneck speed. The winning time was what, 1:18.10? I think it was the winning time. So they've not gone crazy fast. And you can just see they've settled into this nice rhythm here. And this is where the break has come on here. She started to separate herself from the rest of the field, and you can already see the jockey beginning to wind up.
Yeah, exactly. We're just getting the sectionals at the top there after 1.5 furlongs. This horse just dominated from the outset. The time wasn't overly quick, 1:18.1. The track record over this distance is 1:11.4. That was only set a few days ago. So, you know, the time was pretty slow, but it was only a 0-75 handicap. And Hawea didn't really have to be asked for maximum effort because the race was won by the top of the straight.
Just talk about the horse in second. Zarat Teshran, your selection, actually run a very good race, hasn't she? She's done well enough and come far enough away from the field that you go take out the winner. That's street sense, different league, but Zarat Teshran will win a race in time.
Yeah, she was 2 lengths ahead of the third. She beat the fourth comprehensively, and the rest of the field never got near her. You know, she just wasn't in the same league as Hawaii, who won by 7.5 today. She is an exposed horse. She's had 23 starts, Zaret Teshreen, but she was the solid option in the race. You know, sometimes you have to go for that play, and you just get an unexposed type like Hawaii that just proves much better.
Yes, I think, you're absolutely right there, Tom. And I think we're going to see Hawaii win again. And hopefully we'll see her here at Taif and then maybe as well at Riyadh. And we'll hopefully see her get some wins on the board all over the place. One of the topics I'd like to bring up that we're doing is we're broadcasting live on YouTube. So if you do have a topic for Tom, a Tom's topic that you want Tom to discuss, myself to get involved in, please get in touch with us on the YouTube. Comment, subscribe, get involved, turn on your bell notifications. I remember that from all the YouTube videos I watch at home. Turn on notifications. Make sure you know when we're going live, because we're doing this Thursday, Friday, Saturday for a long way through the period, and then we're going to take a little break, and then we're going to go to Riyadh. But the first topic we're going to discuss is owners, trainers, and jockeys. Tom, talk to me about the jockeys we've got here at Taif and who set the world alight early on.
Yeah, so some of these jockeys you might not know, you know, the likes of Adel Al-Faradi, who's currently top of the Jockey Championship with 17 wins. You've got Camilo Ospina, who rides for King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons, the ownership, who are the leading owners right now with 21 wins. With Berto Ramos, he's famous for winning the Saudi Cup back in 2022 on Emblem Road. He's a Panamanian rider, but he's been here for 25 years. He knows Taif like the back of his hand. And then Naif Al-Anazi, the local hero. He'll be in the winners' enclosure plenty of times. But let's not forget Patsy Cosgrave. We've seen him recently ride for George Bowie over in UK. Loads of success for Godolphin over in Dubai as well. And now he's based in Saudi Arabia.
That move from Dubai to the UK to Saudi for Pat was quite an interesting one. I remember we were all working in the UK when he came over, and a lot of people thought it was just a whistle-stop for him, really. We'd ride a couple of horses, do a little bit, and then move over to Dubai, go back to Dubai in the winter, where he'd ride plenty more winners, like he's done multiple group-winning rider. Surprised me, because he came to the UK and hit the ground running, linked up with George Bowie, and the two of them formed an almighty partnership. I think we spoke about the horse Concorde, which he's probably most famous for getting suspension for pulling up too early, but I think they built up such a great combination and probably surprised a lot more people than just ourselves.
Yeah, numerous Group 1 winning rider. George Bowie has arguably one of the best strings so far at the moment this season in the UK. And the fact that Pat Cosgrave's decided to come out here and ride for Prince Saud bin Salman rather than sticking with George Bowie, all of the string and horses he gets over on those shores is definitely a sign of intent. He's got 2 rides today, both have chances. I certainly wouldn't be surprised if Pat rode a winner.
I think with Pat as well, you know he's ridden overseas before. And I think we see a lot of young jockeys from the UK come overseas for the winter and get a little bit blown away by it all. I remember being really keen to watch Harry Davies ride in Bahrain last winter. I just didn't quite get the lay of the land, but Pat's done this plenty of times before. I was lucky enough to work with Seb Sanders back at Sky Sports, and he always said to me, riding in Japan was one of the toughest things he ever did. But he ended up being able to speak Japanese, being able to communicate with owners, trainers and jockeys, and there's so many other intricate elements into being a professional jockey overseas rather than just get on horse, ride horse, get off horse, go to the bar. Very, very different. Very different here and very different all over the world. And I think someone like Pat Cosgrave, this will be no change for him. He's ridden in the Middle East plenty of times. He'll be comfortable here, and hopefully he can get a few winners for connections.
Yeah, absolutely. As we've touched on there, he rides for Godolphin a fair bit over at Maiden, over at Abu Dhabi. He knows the Middle East and rides plenty of winners in this climate, so it's definitely not much of a change for him. I'm sure he's going to ride lots of winners. You know, he's an experienced rider, one of the best in the game. I just think he'll be right at the top of the championship by the end.
Naif Al-Anazi, you've mentioned him as a local sort of hero, sort of the man we all want to follow. Talk to us about what he did previously before this season.
Yeah, so he finished 4th last season in the Jockey Championship. There was also a separate Jockey Championship over at Riyadh, a one-day event, and he shared the title then. He's one of the leading riders in this colony. He's right now he's 4th, same position as last year, but he's only 2 behind Adel Al-Faradi. He's a local champ, as we've already touched on. He's the guy everyone's rooting for on track, and I'm sure that Naif will ride a fair few winners, much like Pat.
And he speaks English, which is one of the major bonuses of working with him. Adel Al-Faradi does not speak so much English, but he does all his talking on the track. He has hit the ground running this season. He's certainly someone that if you're seeing it on your race cars, he is the one to keep an eye on. He's got 17 wins so far. Don't be surprised to get him break 20 by the end of this week.
Yeah, he also won the title back in 2018, 2019, 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022 to 2023. This is a guy who knows how to win, and that counts for a lot in this game.
I think connections as well. When you're joined up with a powerful string, you can kind of have the pick of the runners that you want. He's a local boy. He's here all year. He can build those connections and really take that legacy that he's built over time and take it further. One I also want to mention, we've already mentioned him already, but Lou Morales, probably one of those jockeys I really wanted to just kind of really follow when I came over here. His first name that I saw when I was looking at the race card, so I know who that is. I know what he's done in the US, and I think you, as a US expert, would know far more.
Yeah, and he's actually made plenty of inroads since he's moved to Saudi Arabia as well. He's been here for 5 years. He's finished in the top 10 in the Jockey Championship each time. He's not in the top 10 at the moment, but I'm sure he's going to leapfrog up the standings. We've already heard from him today talk about his run in the first. Unfortunately, no luck there, but plenty more chances. I think he said 7 more chances on the card today.
Plenty more chances for him moving forward, but it's time now to go over to Gareth to talk about the runners and riders for our next here at Taif.
Cheers, Callum. Yeah, it's an Arabian horse maiden coming up as race 2, the distance 1,200 metres, and we have a field of 7, just the 7. That's a fairly small field for around here at Taif. Number 1 is Ariam Al-Khaladir, who will be partnered by Azel Al-Zahani. Number 2 is Arzalan, the mount of Abdulaziz Al-Musa. Number 3 is Shamk Al-Khaladir, with Rakan Al-Obaid taking the ride. Number 4 is Avsamoom under Jcsa Al-Shah, with number 5, Bakar Al-Khaladir, Turki Alofi on board. Horse number 6 is Wabel Al-Burak, the mount of Abdullah Alofi, and number 7 is Rad Al-Khaladir, the mount of A Al-Said. 7 runners then, a full field for race 2. We're due off at 4:35, around about 2:35 UK time.
4 of the 7 runners in this race are Al-Khaladir bred horses. That is a Sid O'Brien sort of dominance here in Taif race course. It's fantastic. Talk to me about what this means in the names and what that means.
Yeah, so most people who'll be watching from overshores won't know too much about Arabian races. When you're looking at Arabian races, the Al-Khaladir name in general are the horses you want to be following. There's also an ownership called Al-Khaladir Stables. They are dominant in Arabian races. They're not actually represented, the silks, in this race. You're looking for white with a black chevron and black on sleeves. But later on in our other Arabian race, those silks will be represented by horses never run before. I fully expect that horse to enter the winner's enclosure. But let's stick to race 2 for now.
Sticking to race 2, I think you're absolutely right with horses that are going to feature in a winner's enclosure later on in that maiden race. But for me, race 2 is all about the Al-Khaladir. I think it's crucial to understand they're all born at the same farm. They've all then moved on from that different section and are now all with different trainers. But breeding says a lot in this Arabian racing. It's a fascinating different avenue of the sport that I don't think a lot of fans in the UK or anywhere around the world really focus on unless you're in the Middle East, France, or some other smaller jurisdictions. But certainly in the UK, we're building up to it. And I think this is a great way to kind of understand really the strengths and depths that goes into it, because these horses will be at Riyadh.
Well, you were at Glorious Goodwood the other day over in England, as you touched on off camera, and you were saying that you watched an Arab race there and there wasn't much hype about it. And you saw a performance that you thought was unbelievable on a well-backed horse, ridden by Christophe Soumillon, French rider who we see over in Saudi Arabia and Dubai later in the season. But there wasn't hype in the UK, and I think we need to bring more attention to these Arabian horses, and hopefully this coverage where we get to see Arabian races quite a lot through the cards at Taif and also going ahead to Riyadh, we'll be able to shed some light about Arabian horses and how great they are.
I think you're absolutely right, Tom. That race at Glorious Goodwood was fascinating for me. And there's been a little bit of chat about Christophe coming over. Belgian jockey, based in France, doing all his best work over there. He came all the way over to Glorious Goodwood to ride in this Arabian race. And a lot of people were thinking, what on earth is all the fuss about? This horse came out, and I tell you what, he absolutely cantered all over his rivals. It was fascinating to see. I think it really does open up our Arabian racing and show us really what the main talents are and how the main talents are sourced and found. And these big race jockeys are taking advantage of the big purses that are available to the owners, trainers and connections in these Arabian races. And I think we've only got a field of 7 here. These are not the best Arabian horses you'll ever see. We've got a maiden coming up later in the card with a very exciting runner that Tom's already touched on. But the 7 here, there's certainly ones I'm interested to see. Tom, who's caught your eye in this one early on?
Well, we've got a couple of VTs that we'll show in due course, but there's a horse called Shamk Al-Khaladir. Only had 4 starts, but this horse is a 10-year-old. When do you ever see that? When do you see a 10-year-old only have 4 starts? A chestnut colt, still an entire. Last time he finished 8th, but the time before that, back at meeting 18, he finished 3rd. That kind of form should be good enough to win this race, because as we've already touched on, Arabian races are great to watch, but there's definitely not much quality in this event.
As you can see, horses are making their way through the pre-parade ring and will end up in the parade ring in due course. The horse that we're looking at there, I think, if I can read that correctly, could be number 7, which is Rad Al-Khaladia. So one of the Al-Khaladia named horses. You'll see with these Arabian races, the jockeys often get right behind the withers. It's a really interesting style of riding because you've got to really get underneath them and push them forward. As number 4, you can see is As-Samum, one of the non-Al-Khaladia runners. He's had no wins from 6 starts, with last seen finishing 4th last time out though, so hopefully it's going in the right direction.
Yeah, but again, he's a 9-year-old, only had 6 starts. It's very interesting. You don't see this very often. He's run once this year, as you've touched on, finished 4th back at meeting 22. That's just a few weeks back. As I said, meeting 28, and there's 3 meetings per week. That's how you can work out how long ago it was. Only had 6 starts, could still be improving. Not for me though, Callum.
The first thing you want to see when you look at these horses physically is a really interesting comparison to the thoroughbred. Arabian racing has come on leaps and bounds over recent years. Before, you could see they were completely different. They were like chalk and cheese. It's like looking at zebras compared to horses, completely different animals. Now, they're much closer in time physically. However, there are some key differences. We've recently, in the last race, looked at these dirt-bred horses, big, strong, powerful animals. These are not so type, much lighter frames, much lower to the ground build, a little bit leggier as well in type. You look at the knees, they've got fascinating knees, they're really quite rounded knees and strong built fetlocks. That's because over time they were designed to run in endurance races. So they're totally a completely different type of horse to what you would normally see when you're looking at thoroughbred racing. But that doesn't mean they can't run fast, because if you get behind these, they'll run fast. If you don't, you could finish a long, long, long way back in the field.
Yeah, absolutely. You'll probably see these strung out despite the fact we've got a small field here. Also worth noting that early pace is king in Arabian horse races. You know, if a horse has early speed, can get to the front, there can be a big distance put between that horse and the deep closes in the race. And for Arabian horses, making up ground tends to be very difficult. So early speed is what you're looking for here. And any horse that shows early, maybe gets beat next time, you'd want to follow going forward.
Absolutely, Tom, you're already hitting the nail on the head for anyone looking at selections in the future. One interesting thing for me is you mentioned early speed. They've got stamina to burn.
Yeah.
So even in a race over 1,200 metres, 6 furlongs that we've got today, do not be surprised to see one go in front and just stay there.
Yeah.
Because what they do is they have only 2 gears, slow and fast. And if they get into that fast gear, then it's over. You're watching this horse pull further and further clear and then just stick there. No matter what anyone can do in behind, you can roust your horse along, you can push, 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 but you're never, ever going to bridge that gap because the horse in front has just got that rhythm. What's going to happen now is we'll say all this and something will come from the clouds and absolutely bolt up. But hopefully, you'll see a competitive race nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. We want competitive racing. It's also worth touching on there what you just said about if a horse goes out in front, they're generally hard to reel back in. Now, that's also helped by the fact we've got a front-running bias track here. So not only are you trying to overcome a talent and versatility deficit if you're on a horse out the back, but you're also trying to overcome a pace bias on this track, which rides extremely fast for front runners and hard to make ground. Yeah, after the first furlong, I think we'll know the protagonists already.
I think you're absolutely right, and we discussed protagonists. Look at the silks we've got on show today. I cannot stress this enough, how wonderful it is to see grooms leading up horses in the jockey silks. It just feels right. It feels really good to see, and you can also see with these fancy leader, and there's Shamila giving us a wave. Look at looking wonderful, Shamila. Also with the Arabian coverage as well, because we're both sharing the screen today, which is fantastic. Just bringing 2 worlds closer and closer together, and we're grateful for any opportunities we can get to work alongside SSC today. Horses coming into the parade ring in these beautiful colours. The great thing is, as Gareth mentioned earlier, each of the saddle cloths in a different colour, which I think just helps if you're not so used to these Saudi Arabian colours. It just helps get you a good chance to see where your horse is in the field.
Absolutely, it's an initiative that the US brought in ages ago, and something that we need over in UK as well. Kempton do it occasionally on their Wednesday night cards, but otherwise all the saddlecloths are black and the numbers are hard to see. So for someone who doesn't necessarily know the colours of their horse they're cheering on, or know what the horse looks like, having that coloured saddlecloth, knowing that number 1 is red, number 2 is white, number 3 is blue, is a massive help.
I think you mentioned that. It's fascinating listening to Americans talk about Royal Ascot. when they talk about how hard it is for them to follow what's going on racing because all the saddlecloths are the same colours. A lot of them will look at them and go, how on earth are we meant to see who's riding what? And everyone in Britain's like, oh, that's just normal. But it's totally alien to a lot of the world. We're very individual in that in the UK as the jockeys head out here for our next Arabian race here at Taif at Al Halaid Racecourse. Really looking forward to this contest. And as you can see, only the 7 runners going to post. It will be easy for Gareth this. It'll be a nice little relaxation. I reckon he hasn't even looked at this early on. I think he just sat there, chilled, relaxing, enjoying the weather and going, oh, I've only got 7 to worry about. Not like the 18 we've got coming up later on.
Absolutely. We've got loads of big fields at Taif. If you're tuning in, not just today, but every day throughout this whole meeting, going towards Riyadh, you're just going to get used to seeing 18 runner and 17 runner fields. You know, it's really competitive racing. Over 3,000 horses, you were telling me off air, are based here. You know, these races are oversubscribed, and it's the opposite. I keep touching on UK racing, but it's the opposite. Right now, we have races that are just overfilled. Horses can't get a run, whereas in the UK, we've got races that haven't got enough horses.
I think that's absolutely right, but I think the crucial thing is we have to mention there's only 2 race courses in Saudi Arabia. These horses don't have many options. Later on, we have a 0 to 75 handicap where there's 3 horses rated, isn't it, 65 and 66, cannot get into the race, which I think is crazy. Because if you're in a 0 to 75 and your rate is 66, you should walk into the race. You should be near the top and middle of the market, top and middle of the weights you should be. But unfortunately, because there's only 2 race courses, hopefully we can grow the sport here in Saudi Arabia. We can get more race courses and we can get more of these 3,000 horses that are in training a chance to run as they enter the parading here in the beautiful colours. You can see that's number 2, Arsalan, in front of you. Oh, in fact, I'm wrong there. That's number 1. Oh, I was right. I was right. Our graphics op had a mare there. I was correct. And here is number 1, Aram Al Khalidiyah. Tom, what do we know about this horse?
This horse has run twice so far. There's only a 4-year-old filly. She's against the boys in here, the only filly in this lineup. Both of her efforts have been decent. She finished 4th both times, back at meeting 3 and meeting 4. She has to be a leading player and she's got plenty of early speed.
Number 2 is Arsalan. This is an interesting horse to look at. This is a gelding, 5 years old, chestnut as you can see, and it's followed by number 3, Shamak Al Khalidiyah, the second of the Al Khalidiyah bred horses in this race. White socks on, quite a flashy type. Interested to see how this gets on. 4 runs, no wins. Number 4 is Afsamoom. This is a horse that has run 6 times without a win. It's not winning a lot in the height stakes unless the groom is massively tall. It could be a 6'8" groom and we all look very silly, but in the eye test doesn't look like the tallest of runners.
No, she looks a bit, he looks a bit small, unfortunately, but only had 6 starts, as you've touched on. Finished 4th last time at meeting 22. A very gallant effort. I think he's got a good chance of winning. This is number 5, Baka Al Khalidiyah. We have a VT for this horse in due course. Only run once. Nothing yet this year, though, coming off the long layoff.
Let's talk about the groom, though. That's a beard goal if ever I see one. Yes, my brother, I see you out there looking fresh. Number 6 is Wabel Al Burak. This has run has run 13 times, I should say, without win. You'd be concerned that it's just not going in the right direction, and the last run didn't give you much confidence.
Yeah, finished 9th back at meeting 20. However, the plus for number 6 is that it's ridden by Abdullah Al Laufi, who finished 2nd in the Jockey Championship last year. And here's number 7, Rad Al Khalidiyah. Had 4 starts, 3 of which this season. Was last seen at meeting 18, finishing 8th. Prior to that, meeting 4, finished 3rd. A replica of that effort should see number 7 bang there at the finish.
Now, I want to talk about that 3rd place finish on penultimate start. That, to me, looks like a level of form. That if a horse can repeat a level of form here in one of these arguably weaker Arabian races, will be bang up there. So Rad Al Khalidiyah, certainly for me, would be one for the shortlist. I'm really interested to see Baka Al Khalidiyah only run once. Could be a complete unknown, really. Not in a maiden race, which is quite interesting as well. So let's just take a look at the VT that we've got for this race, which is a fascinating contest. We've got Baka Al Khalidiyah finishing 3rd.
Yeah, this horse ran and showed early speed, bigger field than we've got today with just the 7 runners. Faded close home. This trip should be fine. I don't think 6 furlongs really stretches his stamina. This was over further last time. As I say, much more competitive race this day. A similar kind of performance would put this horse, Baka Al Khalidiyah, right there, but coming off the long layoff, that has to be a worry.
Also remember, that is Riyadh form, not Taif form. So it's arguably to say that Riyadh form could be a little bit stronger than Taif form. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. However, fell into a hole at the end of that race. Really stopped quickly. The other horse we have to look at is Shamak Al-Kaladir, who was seen finishing third as well. This is a really interesting performance. You can just see this is Taif form, comes from well off the pace. As we mentioned earlier, big gap between the field.
Yeah, I think this is the horse to beat. However, after seeing this VT earlier, very one-paced. Also doesn't look like really in love with the game. Flashes the tail quite a bit. You know, it doesn't stop Shamak Al-Kaladir running and trying to finish his race off, but he shows a little bit of attitude. He'll be there, but he's probably not the most trustworthy of conveyances.
And we hit it again, not the most trustworthy. How much are you concerned about just a horse that isn't that interested in running today? Or are we just saying that form, although he was swishing his tail, not looking the most positive partner, I should say, not looking too positive, that form should be enough to see him feature here?
I think he'll be there or thereabouts. It is a slight concern. You know, attitude is a huge thing in this game, and if a horse doesn't have the right mentality, that would put me off cheering home the horse or even selecting the horse as who I think is the most likely winner. But at the same time, you have to read the form. Form tells you everything. When a horse has run well in the past, they tend to run well in the future as well. So Shamak Al-Kaladir would be my selection in the race. But I'm new to Arabian races, Callum, so I'm not going to put lots of confidence behind this one.
Aram Al-Kaladir, for me, the only filly in the race. 2 runs, not disgraced on both starts. Is that one that's floating under the radar a little bit? We've spoken a lot about some of the others, but Aram Al-Kaladir, certainly not a negative in the parade ring.
Yeah, she's only a 4-year-old. That's key here. She's facing lots of older opposition, including a 10-year-old, 2 9-year-olds. She's open to more improvement when most of these are not. Only had 2 starts, 4th both times. She's a good form setter in this race. She's drawn the inside gate. We've already seen 1 horse win from stall 1. Maybe we'll see 2.
Absolutely. Like we've mentioned already, these horses are going to come out in gate number order, which means 1 will come out of 1 and 7 will come out of 7. One thing to mention is the outriders. We've got 3 outriders for a 7-runner race. So if anything does get loose, we're going to catch it pretty quickly.
It's like a happy medium between UK and US, isn't it? UK, we have no outriders. US, every horse has an outrider. Over here, we've got the 3 for 7 runners. You know, take what you've got. And you know, outriders are a huge positive in the sport. Again, back to UK racing, we need this because it gets rid of delays. It allows horses to go down nice and calmly and comfortably as well. You don't get really hyped up runners. So the outriders are always a positive.
I noticed that when we've got these really quick loading processes. The last race, they were in like a flash. We had barely handed over to Gareth, and they had all jumped out already. So that was fascinating. Look at the jockeys with the feet outside the irons. Real horsemanship skill here. This is what you learn when you're at Pony Club when you're younger. Sitting there, wrap your calves around, squeeze with your calves. Do not squeeze with your knees, squeeze with your calves, and get that connection with the horse. And just build up that bridge between you and the animal before you put in the feet in the stirrups and then say go. I think that's one of the main reasons we don't see many delays here at Taif.
Yeah, the jockeys are fantastic, very professional, as are the outriders and the stalls team as well. You don't see too many incidents at the start. You don't waste time. We get races off on time. It's what we want to see, you know, a nice, smooth process.
We've said all of this, and all we know is what's going to happen now. It's going to be carnage getting these into the stalls. But we'll leave this to Gareth. Gareth, it's over to you.
Yeah, thanks, boys. The runners then at the post, and very shortly we'll be heading behind. And yeah, just a smaller field this time of 7, as the guys were saying a few moments ago. The fields generally are quite a bit bigger than this, and we'll see evidence of that as today's card continues. As you'll see, when they're down at the post as well, they tend to just walk around in circles, and usually each race there'll be 1, maybe 2 taken into the centre of that circle. And when that's the case, it's usually due to the horse and rider needing a little bit of assistance, perhaps something along the lines of attack adjustment, for example. And there we are. We can see the numbers of the horses as they begin to now creep towards the starting stalls, with Aram Al-Kaladir, horse number 1, about to head into stall 1. And as we alluded to a few minutes ago, with this race being a maiden contest for all races that are not handicaps, the race card number indicates the stall number as well. So number 1 drawn in 1, number 2 into 2, and so forth. Number 3 is Shamak Al-Kaladir, about to head into stall 3. And as we were saying, the loading up process here unlikely to take too long. Although this is a maiden race, several of these have been on the go for quite some time. We've got a couple of 9-year-olds, we've got a 10-year-old, and between them, they've got plenty of experience, which would indicate that, I suppose, quality-wise, it's not the strongest race, but for one of these 7 today, destiny awaits because they're going to become a race winner. We are just about ready to go. Race 2 for this Arabian horse maiden here at Taif. And they're off and running. It looked to be a pretty good even break as well, with I Am Al Khaladir over towards the inside showing up handily, with on the outside fellow grey Wabel Al Burak racing in second. In third early is Afsam Moom, and then towards the outside is Rad Al Khaladir. Then in the green and white colours, Bakar Al Khaladir racing deeper out as they head left-handed around the home turn. Shamik Al Khaladir now racing in second last place, and Arsalan is a few lengths adrift as I Am Al Khaladir makes the left-handed turn back towards the entrance to the home straight with a 2.5 length advantage, and seemingly goes very well. Wabel Al Burak is giving chase in second. Afsamoom is a further 4 lengths away in third. They've got about 2.5 furlongs left to travel from here. A little look behind there from Azil Al Sahani on the leader. It is I Am Al Khaladir, but beginning to close the gap on the outside is Wabel Al Burak, and back in third Afsamoom is also now to within around about 3 to 4 lengths off the leading pair. So making the run into the home straight and taking up the running now is Wabel Al Burak. Goes on by a couple of lengths. No more from I Am Al Khaladir. The danger is Afsamoom, who now comes to within 1.5 lengths of the leader and is challenging strongly down the outside. They're well into the final furlong here. Wabel Al Burak, the yellow headgear to the far side. Near side is Afsamoom. They're stride for stride going for the line, and Afsamoom is lifted home. Afsamoom gets up to beat Wabel Al Burak into second, and the two of them were clear of Arsalan, who came through into third position. Well, it's a thrilling finish, and Afsamoom, and a strong ride there, has managed to get up to score in the hands of Al Shwar and just nails Wabel Al Burak in the final bound. Both jockeys, both horses going for everything, and it just goes to show you don't necessarily need a terrific race in terms of quality to provide the excitement. It was a real ding-dong tussle between the two. We're about to get the distances through. It was just 1/4 of a length separating the leading pair across the line, and Afsamoom closest to us, getting up to beat Wabel Al Burak into second position. And the two of them pulled well clear. They engaged in that terrific battle. There's the freeze frame, or the slow-mo, if you like, going across the line. 4 beating 6. Just a narrow margin, wasn't it, between them? A much bigger gap back to Arsalan in third. A terrific finish then for our second race of the day, and the order home. It's all the evens, 4-6-2.
And the winner has just come into the winner's enclosure, Afsemoon, who was mightily impressive coming from off the pace there, Tom. They went rocket fast early on, and just completely opposite to what we said. They didn't stay in front, fell away to the back of the field. It was Aram Al-Khaladiya who fell away from the back of the field after setting the early running, and Afsemoon went and won our second race on the card.
Yeah, real good tussle late on between Afsamoom and Wabel Al-Burak. As you've touched on there, Ariam Al-Khaladiya broke from the inside, showed that natural early speed that she has shown in the past when she finished fourth on her prior two starts. But it's her first run for over 4 months. You know, it's a long time for this horse to run. She obviously showed the exertions late on, left these two out in front, and full credit to Ashrar on Afsamoon, because this horse needed to be galvanised and put to the front. He was very strong in the saddle, made it 7th time lucky, a first win for this 9-year-old gelding.
I think the interesting story with the horse's second, Wabel Al-Burak, looked like he was in a position to take the win when the leader fell away. Came there in second, and then you could just see the tank had emptied, and we were waiting. And the winner came, Afsamoon came and took on Arsalan, getting third, which meant it was a 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th for Al-Khaladiya bred horses.
Yeah, I think that's the only time we're going to say this for any Arabian race this whole meeting at Taif. Some of those horses in behind, like Shamk Al-Khaladiya, Bakar Al-Khaladiya, were a little bit disappointing and never really featured. I did like the winner's performance, and I liked Arsalan as well. Never featured in the early part of the race, was right out the back, made some late ground. The time wasn't overly quick. I think in a bigger field next time when they go harder up front, Arsalan might come into play. Just to quickly touch on the time, same trip as the first race. The thoroughbreds ran 118.1. The Arabians ran 128.6, 10 seconds slower.
10 seconds slower, but just as good quality. Certainly the finish of the day we've had so far. But you talk about Arsalan. I was actually speaking to my producer during that race, and we were going, watch out for Arsalan, watch out for Arsalan, and he never quite came home. In fact, Arsalan, we were convinced was going to finish last, but we'll see the race again, and you'll watch where Arsalan finishes and actually make some really impressive late ground. But certainly will be one to watch in a stronger field, in a better race. You see them jump. The favourite, the number one horse, Aram Al-Khaladiya, out like a rocket, Tom.
Yeah, broke really nicely. A little bit of scrimmaging for Arsalan, not too much. Just allowed that horse to get into the stride. There was a bit more scrimmaging for the 5, Bakar Al-Khaladiya, in the green cap there. And that's probably why the 5 horse was right out the back in the early stages, rather than in the prominent position that his rider would have hoped.
Looked like he was hanging there, Bakar Al-Khaladiya, as well. You could just see the jockey running on a really tight left rein, but then it's really loose on the right rein. But it's just hanging out a little bit. It just gets in now. But by that point, you say you've already used a lot of energy. You're going to struggle here. But look at where the third place horse is. A different parish, Tom. It is in a completely different borough altogether. Comes home to stay on for third.
Yeah, Arsalan, the 5-year-old gelding's right out the back. We're talking 15 to 20 lengths behind the leader at this point, who eventually fades, Aryam Al-Khaladiya. The horse in second at this point in the yellow silks with the big yellow blinkers and noseband. Wabel Al-Burak had the dream trip throughout. This jockey, Abdullah Al-Alfi, who, as I've touched on, is a jockey to follow at Taif, he had the prime position. There was no reason why Wabel Al-Burak should have lost this race, apart from the fact that Afsamoon is just the better horse on the day.
I think you've hit the nail on the head there. And watch Afsamoon's jockey here. As we mentioned earlier, look at how high the knees up are in the saddle. Look at how close to the shoulders, the base of the neck the rider is based. They really have to get behind these horses and push. That's one of the main differences. You'll see the tail carriage and slight differences in that between the thoroughbreds. But certainly, just the jockey positioning is really key here and gets up to win with a couple of strides. I think it was a shade cozy.
Yeah, I do too. Khalid Al-Sharar really strong in the saddle. You could see the horse's ears were pricked, the tail was carried a bit high. You tend to see a high carried tail in Arabian races, but signs of not 100% willingness right there. So Khalid Al-Sharar needed to be at his very best to win this race, and he was.
But plenty to improve on as well. I think there's plenty of scope for improvement. The next thing we have to talk about, for me, is the trainers and owners, Tom. Because for me, it's very important here in Saudi to understand who the big players are, who the big fish are, who you should be supporting, and not only here at Taif, at King Khalid Racecourse, but also at Riyadh. When we get to Riyadh, we could see some big, different names getting involved. The first one I have to talk to you about, we've already mentioned it already, is King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons. Big famous colours. We've seen these all over the world, not just in Saudi Arabia. Surely they're big ones to follow when we get to racing here in Taif and in Riyadh.
Yeah, they've had 21 wins already in this Owners' Championship. If you're looking for colours, because, you know, over here the owners have a big bias about how many winners are going to win races. Over in the UK, you know, jockeys are attached to trainers rather than owners, but it's slightly different over here. King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons, white colours, green cap and red on the sleeves. You cannot miss them. Camilo Ospina is the #1 rider. They team up for plenty later on this card. I'm really looking forward to seeing, hopefully, a couple of winners.
Prince Sultan bin Mashal. Now, he goes in colours, I like to say, it's a John Magnet colours with a splash of white on the sleeve. Another trainer, another owner to follow. One of the horses we featured in our menu is actually going to run in those colours and should have a real chance.
Yeah, real dark blue silks, navy, almost black silks with a white little trim on the sleeves. You cannot miss the colours. Lovely colours to keep an eye on. And as we've already touched on, 7 wins so far for Prince Sultan. I'm sure they're just going to improve. We're going to get more and more winners. And there's, I think, 3 or 4 that represents Prince Sultan on this card today.
I think we also have to talk about the colours of Asadna.
Yes.
That really do feature strongly here. Who's the owner of those colours?
Sheikh Abdullah Al Malek Al Sabah is the man. He's also had 7 winners so far. Similar silks to King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons. Instead of the white with just green hat and red trim, you're looking for white body with green sleeves, green hat. The Asadna silks, George Bowie, Kevin Phillipart de Foy. If you like your UK racing, we see that plenty.
And we'll see plenty of those horses that haven't quite made it in the UK come to Saudi Arabia as well. So we'll see plenty of names that you know and love come running here in Saudi Arabia, even today.
Well, absolutely. And also, just to touch on those colours there, Sheikh Abdullah Al Malek Al Sabah's silks, we've already seen with one horse come across over to these shores, Juan de Montalban. Now, he hasn't run at this meeting so far, but he ran at Taif 2 weeks ago, ran very respectably. I'm very sure that he's going to be training plenty of ex-UK horses and winning lots of races over here, Callum.
And do you think that's quite a great way of getting about things as an owner, is a way to reinvest into your investment you put in? Because a lot of owners that run solely in Britain and Ireland will buy a horse as a yearling, sell it on as a horse in training, and that's the end of your investment. If you can continue to run that horse in different company, some horses prefer the warm weather. They are living, breathing animals. So some horses prefer the warm weather. Some horses prefer the level of racing here. It might not be to the same high standard that they're running in the UK. However, the early speed is key. And if you've got a horse that hits the lids early, you could really see them thrive in racing here out in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, you need to have horses that have the right assets, you know, early speed, horses that stay the trip nicely, horses that are able to run in these 0 to 75 handicaps will be ideal because, albeit they are generally overfilled, at the same time, if you have a classy 0 to 75 horse, a horse that's potentially better than that mark, you can win lots of races. It's good to see owners stick by their horses rather than shipping them off straight away. And it's nice to see that Sheikh Abdullah Al Malek Al Sabah's got plenty over here.
Fantastic, Tom. Not just owners. We're not going to just talk about owners. Trainers are just as important as well. I know we talked about Gaith Al Gaith earlier on. He was the title winner, 21-22, came 4th last year. Do you think he's going to be a threat here this season, Taif and Riyadh?
Yeah, I think more towards Riyadh. He's had a few runners at Taif, but he doesn't currently feature in the top 5 in the standings. He's got a few today. Make sure you look out for his runners. I think he had one in race 1, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
He's got a couple later on in the card as well. Last year he finished 4th in the Trainer Championship, as you've already said. The year before he won it, so he's definitely a name. Gaith Al Gaith to follow. If
you're keeping up to date with sort of the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia's social media channels, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, they're all there. Please do come and watch and follow along and enjoy the really professional, top quality coverage we are showing here from Saudi Arabia. We've got 32 cameras on show. We've got beautiful weather to show it in. But please follow those social channels, because you'll see James Jerkins, a real trainer I want to discuss, has really been a big hit here in Saudi Arabia. Plenty of content around him and his runners, and I'm sure he'll be a threat at Taif and at Riyadh.
Oh, absolutely. I think he said in that piece that's on Twitter right now that he has 56 horses in training. He's a former US trainer, won 846 races out in the US, including multiple graded stakes. He trained horses like FNX, Shaman Ghost, Artie Schiller, who's one of the leading sires now in the US. He's a trainer with a fantastic pedigree. He's already had a winner at Taif. We know he's going to have plenty more as well, but he's only going to get stronger and stronger going towards Riyadh.
He said brilliantly, he said, I've got horses who have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He has a 9-year-old on his yard. He said none of them have been over-raced. They all come here with the intention to win. He's not just here to take part, he's here to take over.
Well, that's the aim, isn't it? No one wants to just take part. People want to be the best, and that's what horse racing is all about. Competition, striving to be the best, winning races, and we're going to see plenty of that.
Seriously competitive action to look forward all through the card, and they're already in the pre-parade ring for our next here at Taif. This is a local bred race. Tom, talk to me a little bit about this and what makes race 3 so exciting.
Yeah, it's a local bred maiden over the 7 furlongs. It's an interesting contest because the majority of these haven't had too many starts. You know, the likes of Eighth Barat, who is represented by owner King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons, the leading owner right now, ridden by Camilo Ospina, has never run before. She's a daughter of Premium Tap. She breaks from stall 6. So she is a leading player, but we just don't know of her capabilities right now. If you're looking for the form horse, maybe Tarani Alays, number 10, had 2 starts, finished second last time at meeting 18. It could be an interesting runner from a middle gate, but we need luck at the start.
A little bit of housekeeping we have to do. Mustaqweya, number 14, will be ridden by Abdul Select Al Khadith. He's a jockey change there. That's Abdul Select Al Khadith, who will be riding Mustaqweya in our next here. That's horse number 14 on your race cards. As this is a maiden, it breaks from gate 14. Another one I want to mention is Adhari is a horse. It's number 15 on your race cards. It's an interesting thing there, owned by Prince Faisal, his only runner today.
Yeah, Prince Faisal bin Khalid, the red silks with white epaulets. Pat Cosgrave will be riding in those plenty in the upcoming months and weeks. This horse is breaking from number 15, Adhari. Never run before, but again, connections are key here. Prince Faisal bin Khalid has won the owner title every year since 2017, 2018. Just a very interesting runner in this race.
I think it's fascinating. We have to mention he is the Mishrif colours, the colours famous for Mishrif. And interesting, they don't start hard in Taif. That's one thing we do say. They're not going to be featuring big in the winners in Taif, but when we get to Riyadh, when we hit that winter season, I'd say when the jumps come, but there won't be any jumping, but when we hit that winter season, certainly one to follow. He's been the champion owner for so long here, it wouldn't be a surprise to see him banging in the winners yet again when we get to Riyadh. But one here at Taif, which should not be dismissed.
Yeah, of course. You should never dismiss all of these major owners. They have lots and lots of horses. They know how to win races, know how to target races, find the best event for their horse. And the likes of Adhari and Eighth Barrett, both first-time starters, shouldn't be overlooked. They're likely winners in this race.
Interesting feature was that horse we just mentioned, Adhari, which Berto Ramos, usually riding for Prince Faisal, not on board today. He is here. I've seen him running around here, doing a little stretches, his exercise.
The wig man.
The wig man, doing the wiggle. He won't be wiggling today because he's not on this horse. So what's the reason for that? Have you got any ideas why that riding choice has been made?
I don't, unfortunately. He has rides later on the card. I think he features in the next race. Yes, he rides number 3 in race 4. So no, I have no idea why he's not on this horse, but it's interesting, isn't it?
I think that's an interesting moment there, because that could be a point of selection, because you wonder, is there a specific reason they've gone with a different jockey today? Is this a jockey more suited to the horse? So hopefully, maybe, we'll see a little bit of a better performance from that runner, Ad here, who's making his debut today.
Yeah, potentially. You know, we don't know how these horses work. Maybe Wigberto Ramos has never sat on him before and the work rider is taking them out today. If you know a horse, that's a huge benefit. So maybe that's the angle, but we just don't know.
No horses in this field with more than 2 runs. Quite interesting. Very little form to go on. What are you going to be looking at as an analyst when they're in the parade ring? What will be a good point for you and what will be a massive negative for you?
I want to see a nice, calm horse, a big, scopy type. You know, one who I would say shows early speed, but we just don't know. One who, when the jockey gets on board, has that little bit of buzz and hype and ready to go. You know, not too laid back, but at the same time, not too buzzed up. It's tricky because as an analyst, these are not the races I live for, I have to say, because there's not much form to go on, and what there isn't strong, aside from Tarani Alays, the number 10.
In Vision, you've got the 3 Musketeers here. These are our 3 outriders, probably more famous than you and I here at Taif, Tom. These guys are big, big names. They've got large social media profiles. They've got really great personalities. Hopefully, we'll get a word with them at some point during this Taif season, because they've got plenty of good stories. And they're all riding ex-racehorses, which I think is fantastic, giving these ex-racehorses another opportunity, another career, a second career once their racing days are over.
Yeah, exactly. We saw a fantastic feature on the Jcsa Twitter page with Shamila talking to one of the outriders. And if you've missed that, make sure you go check it out right now, because it's fantastic and enlightening.
Gareth is going to give us all the information on who the runners and riders here in this race 3 at Taif.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, it's a locally bred maiden horse race. Number 1 is Rayat Al Seed, who's partnered by A. Al Shra. Number 2 is Falkri under Louis Morales. Number 3, A. Saka, the mount of Ali Mutahib, with number 4, Nufat, the mount of Mohammed Al Yami. Horse number 5 is Midrock, ridden by Eddie Castro. Number 6 is Taif Barat, the mount of Camilo Ospina. Number 7 is Ain Alaez, partnered by Abdulaziz Al Yesh, with number 8 Mo Aila, the mount of Fahid Al Faradi. Number 9 is Oqt Al Hussein. Tariq Al Mansour takes the ride. Horse number 10 is Tarani Alaez with Abdullah Alofi on board. Number 11 is Gala Jawad under Yusuf Al Hussein with number 12 Rida Al Bari, Mohammed Al Daham. 13 is Malaya, ridden by Rakan Al Abaid with number 14 Mustaqia, partnered by Al Ababi. Number 15 is Adari, Turki Alofi taking the ride. 16 is Taj Al Anaya, Abdullah Al Ferouz. 17 is Fatah Al Harak, the mount of Jimmy Carrion. And 18 Garam Al Ward, the mount of Abdulaziz Al Musa. It's a full field of 18 for our third race, runners and riders in the paddock.
Shamila is in the parade ring, and I think she's with a jockey of note.
I am in the parade ring ahead of race number 3, and I'm going to speak to Camilo Ospina. Camilo, I know that this is the filly's first time out, but you said you sat on her in the morning and you're really impressed.
Yeah, this is a nice filly. Yeah, she was working very good in the morning. We'll see if this is the maiden race. There are some horses new, and we'll see. Inshallah, he will run good. Yeah.
Do you have any special tactics for her since it's her first time out?
No, you know, the 2 years old always you have to grow good, very good, and put in good position, and then we'll see.
And also in race number 6, you ride a really good horse. Do you think, what are your chances for today?
Yeah, inshallah, I hope some horses good. They have some chance. We'll see. Inshallah, maybe 2-3 winners. Or we try to do the best job. Inshallah.
Thanks very much, Camilo.
Thank you to you.
King Abdullah bin Alaziz and Sons certainly knows how to saddle some winners, and we were just discussing there off camera that this horse, number 6 Ace Barat, which Ospina rides, will be a sure thing to run a good race. I think they've had a couple of horses that have bolted up on debut, and if Ospina says it's been working well at home, we've been working on the track here, we've seen track work, I think you'd have a massive chance.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've talked a lot about the horse, a filly who's not run before. We've talked a lot about the owners who are just dominating right now. But let's talk about Camilo Ospina for a little bit. He's currently 16 wins in the title. That's its second, just one behind Adel Al Faradi. He's an 8-time champion jockey in Saudi Arabia. His latest success was back in 2017-2018 when he lifted the title. And he's Colombian. You know, there aren't too many tracks that we all know from Colombia. Moving to the likes of Saudi Arabia gives someone like Camilo Ospina plenty of opportunities to win plenty of prize money and races as well.
Lining up with fantastic connections will also help him do just that. Runners in the parade ring, beautiful silks on show. Couple that I'd like to mention here is Ace Barrett, this debutant that we've already talked about, making debut. Premium Tap, do you know anything about the sire?
I don't know much about Premium Tap. There are plenty of sires featured today that, you know, used to either race in the UK or race in the US that we know a lot about. This race, because they're local bred horses, obviously local bred stallions, and we don't know too much about any of them. But later on, we can touch on plenty, you know, the likes of War Command, Footsteps in the Sand, Lope de Vega, but we'll get to that.
Absolutely. But the other thing we have to mention when we talk about local bred, there's actually going to be a yearling sale here coming up in November, which I think is fascinating. Just shows the strengths and depths of Saudi racing. A lot of these Middle Eastern countries are racing but not breeding. Saudi are breeding and racing, which I think we will see the fruits of that labour in plenty of years' time. This is a long-form exercise. This is something that's going to go on for years and years and years. And hopefully, when in time we see the fruits of that labour, we'll see these Saudi-bred horses running all over the world, not just here in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just another step, isn't it, for the longevity of racing in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabian racing is going to be one of the best in the world. You know, they're going to leapfrog or get very close to what you see currently at Dubai. I'm fully convinced that Saudi Arabian racing will be a mainstay on many TV channels in the future. And the fact
I am fully convinced that I've seen horses, that I backed horses that are slower than these children running through this little hoop section. I've followed horses that have certainly run slower than these guys. Plenty of families out on show today. There's so many great little seating areas that you can come and visit when you're here at Taif, and you can certainly bring the family along and make it a real day out, not just for the racing. There's plenty more going on. I'm sure there's an entertainment zone down there as well that should be up and running around Saturday.
Yeah, there's a gaming centre, there's PlayStations and Xboxes there. It's fantastic just to get the kids involved. The stands aren't packed today, but it's a Thursday. Tomorrow and Saturday, we're anticipating bigger crowds as the racing gets better. But yeah, the facilities here, for a track that's probably not well known outside of Saudi Arabia, is really good.
I think I just saw a few bottles of water getting carried around. I know, Tom, you're certainly on the bottle of water train yourself, making sure you stay hydrated. And let's just have a look at a couple of the runners who are of note today in our third race here at Taif. This is Tarin Al-Anid finishing second last time out. It's one of the real eye catchers for me, Tom. What about you?
Yeah, look where this horse comes from, Callum. I watched these inserts earlier today, just before we went on air. The majority of horses that we've featured in these VTs have been prominent to the pace, finished a bit one-paced, a bit leggy late on. This horse, Tarin Al-Anid, has come from out of the clouds. Even at this point in the VT, you would not think this horse finishes second. He gets up right on the line, has lots of stamina over this trip, and he has to be a major player, especially if they go hard in the early stages.
I can believe that. You could just see the jockey's had to weave out again, so he's lost momentum for a second time and still hit the line like a train just to get up for second. Really interesting performance from Tarin Al-Anid. Another horse I like to look at is Taj Al-Anir. This is Taj Al-Anir finishing third last time out. An interesting performance here. Tom, what do you make of this? Certainly not as eye-catching as the last horse.
No, not as eye-catching. It was just his second career start when he finished third. As you can see, we pick up the VT just close to the finish. He's shown some early speed in this race. They're a furlong out. He's hanging a little bit to his right and he's not running forward. He's quite a way behind the first two home in this race. You know, it's a solid enough effort for a second career start, but he's drawn out in gate 16. It's going to be interesting to see whether he can show that early speed and get across into a nice prominent position.
This race is over 1,400 metres, 7 furlongs. Gives you a little bit more time to assess, get into position compared to the 6 furlong contest we've seen earlier on. Would that give horses drawn wide another opportunity to get in without expending all that energy?
Well, absolutely, and there's also plenty of horses in here that we've already touched on that have never raced before, so some of them are going to be a bit green in the early stages, some aren't going to break on terms, so maybe a horse out wide like Taj Al-Anir can break well, can get across maybe 2 or 3 horsewhips off the rail, and that's a good enough position around Taif.
Talking about good enough positions, we are still really wide open to the elements, but it does not matter. Tom, it doesn't matter at all because the sun has come out here at Taif again and it is warm, splendid. Tom's not quite enjoying it as much as I am, but I'm really embracing these beautiful temperatures, getting darker by the minute and really enjoying what we've got to look forward to for the rest of the day, especially now the rain seems to have passed. Tom, how are you feeling?
Yeah, we're going good. You know, the sun isn't as blazing as yesterday, so I'm pretty calm. The racing's now started, so I'm in my element.
Who's your winner today? Who wins this third race?
I'll go with 8th Barra, the Camilo Ospina and the King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons connections. You know, first time
just
starter.
Coming into picture now.
Yeah, lovely looking horse, quite slender, but lovely looking. The ears are pricked, looks like the job. She knows her job. She breaks from an inside-ish gate in stall 6, so she will need a little bit of luck and hope there isn't scrimmaging early. Hopefully she breaks on terms as a first-time starter. But I loved what Ospina said about how he sat on her in the mornings and she had impressed. That's good enough for me.
Certainly a big, tall, leggy filly, but I wasn't put off by anything I saw there. And what's impressed me is even in all of these 2-year-old races, the horses seem very mature. They seem very much to know what they're doing. I've seen very few jig jogging, bucking, kicking, anything like that. I've seen plenty of very relaxed, well-maintained animals who look healthy and look ready to put their best foot forward, especially the debutants, including Ain Ali's, who is number 7 on your race cards, another horse making its first start today.
Yeah, a son of Dance with Ravens, another sire I've not really heard of, breaking just outside of 8th Barat, so we'll be interested to see if there's congestion in the middle of the pack. But again, first-time starter, we don't know too much about them. There's another one in stall 8 as well, Moela, so, you know, we'll see what happens.
We've got a group of horses that haven't run it.
Well, exactly, and this is the type of race that you should be watching at Taif because some of these horses could end up at Riyadh and perform in much higher grade.
Some of these horses could be absolute rockets indeed. I think colts and fillies mixing together, first term up, if you throw a filly in here first term up, that's certainly something to keep an eye on, something to watch, something to really just study. Even if this horse doesn't win, Brirat, even if that horse doesn't win today, she's certainly got a big bright future because they've thrown her in at the deep end. This isn't a local bred fillies maiden, this is a open maiden for local bred horses.
Yeah, exactly. The fillies get 2 kilograms, which equates to around 4.5 pounds if you're using the UK metrics. This race is over 7 furlongs for 2-year-olds. That's quite a far distance. You know, in the UK, we don't see that to the back end of the season.
Jcsa distance, isn't it?
Exactly. And this is early in the season for Saudi Arabia with Riyadh not even started yet. So, you know, maybe these horses are a mile and 2 in time, and they're just starting over 7. Maybe some of them are sprint horses and just trying the trip and, you know, see what happens, because early speed is king here. But we'll find out in due course. And this is a race where you want to be taking notes. Looking forward to the likes of Riyadh.
So keep your notepads open, keep your eyes open, watch horses from all different parts of the field here. Get involved today. Full field of 18 runners. I know Gareth will have an absolute nightmare with this, but I'm sure he will give it his absolute best, whether he's rocking in a corner at the moment as these horses go down to post. Lovely looking there. That's number 13, Malaya, another horse making debut today. This is a filly as well. Again, just fascinating to see these big strapping types that are definitely going to get further in time, but certainly ones to watch. I'm fascinated to see how these get on.
Yeah, plenty of these are filling the eye, aren't they? We've just got a field of 2-year-olds, none of whom are super exposed, but lots of these horses look very nice. They're represented by good connections, as we can see there. Mishrif's colours, the colours of Prince Faisal bin Khalid, bin Abdulaziz, on the 15 Adhari. Just kind of, you know, emphasises the point that some of these horses could be very good. People tend to look down on maidens, races that they're not as interested in, but I think this is one of the best races on the card.
If you want to find future winners, there's nowhere better to look than the maiden,
well, exactly.
Surely. I think Gareth explained it a little bit earlier on with our 7-runner Arabian race. The horses will all circle. They'll get into the circle, they'll walk around the circle, very organised, very controlled. Any tack adjustments, any issues, veterinary or tack adjustments, will be made by a horse walking into the middle of that circle. So if you see your horse walk into the middle, it's not necessarily a negative.
No, not at all. You know, it seems very policed over here, and there's a rhythm about how they go about their races. There's, as we've touched on earlier, very limited delays. Everything is sorted. Right now you can see a bit of work going on to a horse right in the middle of the circle right there. Can't see the number, unfortunately, but looks like Green Silks, maybe number 13 or number 14 in this field. But yeah, you know, this is how they go about the business in Saudi. It's a bit different, but I like it a lot.
I think it's very smooth. I think it runs smoothly. Now, remember, these are only running for 9,500 reals, so not a huge amount of money on offer. But again, this is just the beginning for a lot of these smart horses, and I'm really interested to see how these fillies get on, and I'll be fascinated to see them running for much bigger purses later on in their careers. But as they are circling down the start, and as the stalls are being drawn across, and we can see this beautiful shot from above, one of the many cameras we've got installed. This is actually a drone shot. We've not got someone stuck in a crane. This is an active drone shot, which is just fantastic. Will you see coverage as good as this anywhere else in the world? I highly doubt it. Racing is really taking a forward stride here in Saudi Arabia, and to take us for a forward stride throughout the race is Gareth Topham. 18 runners. How do you feel?
An hour ago, but we'll give it our best shot. And yeah, as you can see, those drone shots are absolutely superb, aren't they? And later on in the day, we'll probably have that drone go even higher, and you'll see the full length of that chute. The 7 furlong, the 1400-meter start here is in a little chute just prior to the entrance to the back straight. I was trying to sort of compare it when watching some of the racing earlier on in the season to a track that it could perhaps compare to over in the UK, and I thought Wolverhampton would probably be the sort of closest in terms of the actual shape, not the size necessarily, but the shape. And as I say, this 7 furlong start and also the mile start, they're in this particular chute, so they have a little bit further to go than in our earlier races. So the third on the card, 1400 meters, that's 7 furlongs and 19,000 Saudi reals in win and place prize money, 9.5 of that going to the winner. And very shortly, the runners will start to head behind the stalls. Nufat there in the red and blue colours in shot. Horse number 4, they were colours which were successful here at one of the meetings last week. And Okt Al-Hussein also heading in as well, the mount of Tariq Al-Mansour. So the loading up process underway. This is number 7, Ayn Ali's heading in. The mount of Abdulaziz Al-Yesh, and this one is on debut today. Obviously, as the lads were telling us a few moments ago, this is an open maiden, a race for colts and fillies, and it's possibly got a bit of a deeper look to it than some of the other races that we'll see here today, and likely that the race is going to throw up a fair few winners. Rida Al Bari is about to take up position in stall 12. Plenty of others still out of line. Moaila is out of line as well, the black there with the yellow disc. That one will be taking up position in stall 8. That's another newcomer, this horse here, Moaila, the pink saddle cloth. 13, that's Malaya, predominantly green silks, bit of yellow checks on the one of the sleeves, not the sleeve that's closest to us, but you'll see there the far side for Rakan Al Ubaid's figure. You'll see the yellow checks. And Sonic the Hedgehog. I didn't expect to see Sonic in attendance here this afternoon. Now, we've just got one of them that's run off down the track. I think it's Midrock, who's gone and dumped Eddie Castro. So we could be in for a little bit of a delay whilst they catch at Midrock. And I think the good news is that in the direction that Midrock was going, he's only got a furlong to get down the track before he hits a dead end. So he won't be able to go too far. This is obviously quite a rare instance, but it can happen. These are pretty inexperienced horses. They're young horses. They're only babies. They're 2 years old. And Midrock, you can see they're one of the outriders heading down the track to try and catch Midrock. So that one's participation would, I would say, be in a slightly precarious state. We shall see. Falkry is heading in now into stall number 2. Adari about to head in, and likewise 8th Barat. Again, this one in colours which were successful here last week for certain. Camilo Ospina taking the ride. Just a little kick from behind there with 8th Barat, but heading forward into the stalls. So we are hearing that Midrock is going to be withdrawn here, so no Midrock in this field. The horse has got loose in the preliminaries and will not take part. So we are now down to a 17 runner field. This is Fatah Al Harak about to head in, predominantly yellow silks. It's pretty much all yellow, isn't it? And even got a yellow set of bandages on his back legs and number cloth to match as well. So Fatah Al Harak, due to head into stall 17, will be on the outside here. Along with Garam Al Ward. I think will be the last to head in as well, Fatah Al Harak. So last one heading in as we see them from bird's eye view. A reminder here, number 5, Midrock, has been withdrawn. And that leaves us with 17 runners who are now in line, in position, and ready to go by the looks of things. Starter is on the rostrum. And the flags are raised. This is the 3rd race, and they're off and running. Rather missing the break was 8th Barat, and that one towards the back end of the field. And Gala Jawad was also very slow. Looks a little bit awkward in the early stages as well. That one also already tailed off. Through the first few strides, Oakdal Hassan is one of the first to show, with over towards the inside. Falkry showing good speed as well as they hurtle towards the bend, and they're being followed through by Moaila, who's made up a fair bit of ground, is not too far off the leaders now. And then out a bit wider is Malaya, and then catching up after a slow beginning is 8th Barat, has gone up into around about 5th position as they're now on the home turn. They're being followed by Garam Al Ward, who's wider out on the track, with through along the inside Rida Al Bari. The others headed off by Adhari and Rayat Al Seed as they make the journey back towards home. And with the advantage, it is Falkry over towards the inside, bringing them back towards the straight at around about 53 kilometers an hour. Second position on the outside is Moaila, and then deeper out on the track is Malaya. Also looking to get involved late is Taj Al Anaya in the yellow coloured jacket. Makes it a wave of 4, who have now moved a couple of lengths ahead of the switching 8th Barat, who's trying to come with a run down the wide outside. In the yellow noseband, it's Malaya who strikes the front narrowly, but battling back is Taj Al Anaya over towards the inside. These two hooking up in a good battle towards the line. They're clearing away from 8th Barat back in 3rd. Nip and tuck these two as they head for the finish. Malaya down the stand side, Taj Al Anaya the far side. Taj Al Anaya just doing enough from Malaya in 2nd. 8th Barat, I think, held the 3rd, and running on Rida Al Bari over towards that one's inside. Another good finish here at Taif today, and it is Taj Al Anaya who comes home ahead in the hands of Abdullah Al Fayrouz. And really did have a terrific battle there throughout the final 200 metres with Malaya. And again, no quarter was given. Both horses, both riders giving their all, and they came steadily clear of 8th Barrett. We'll look back at 8th Barrett's run as well with the lads in a few moments' time, because she possibly didn't have the greatest of trips after blowing the start somewhat. So we're hearing that it was a quarter of a length, again, the distance between the first and the second. The winner, horse number 16, Taj Alanea, prevailing narrowly from in second place at Malaya, and once again the first two drawing a little way ahead of 8th Barrett, who's run well in the circumstances, back in third. The result of race 3, 16, 13 and 6.
And there you see Taj Alanea making it third time lucky, winning for the first time on his third start. Really a good performance there, where he out-battled Malaya, who is making her debut. She ran a really nice race as well, but I think the story is all about the unlucky horse in the race. Athabari is just unfortunate, isn't it?
Yeah, 8th Barrett was just in behind traffic on the bend. Camilo Ospina was looking for a gap, and there was just nothing up the inside. Had to take a pull on 8th Barrett, then go 6 wide to get a clear passage. She finished third. You know, she might have won with a clear run, but it just wasn't to be today.
Plugs on late, but she also missed a kick as well. So she missed the kick, didn't have the easiest passageway, was hustled up to get into position, and then found herself just shuffled around a bit, couldn't get that golden highway on the inside that Camila wanted. But at the end of the day, we cannot take anything away from Taj Alanea, who probably used his experience to out-battle Malaya in the final strides to win there, in a bit of a humdinger of a finish.
Yeah, great finish again. Just outstayed the first time out filly Malaya, who ran a very respectable race in second. Taj Alanea, we featured in a VT beforehand when he finished third last time out. It was a creditable effort. He looked a little bit one pace in that race, but he did show early speed. Showed early speed today and out-battled the inexperienced rival.
You can see Abdullah Al-Farouz in the saddle there. I think he's still catching his breath, because he really earned his riding fee in that finish. Hopefully we get a smile from Abdullah soon, and he can enjoy having another victory. Just a cheeky grin, hands on hips. He knows he's good. He knows he's ridden a good winner there. He's earned his riding fee today. Really thrilling finish. I think there's plenty of stories from that race. Firstly, we talked about Midrik, the horse number 5 in your race card, who got loose beforehand, ended up in the middle of the complex in the infield of the race course. A little bit difficult to get that horse back, and there were a few really poor breaks and some horses really outclassed in this maiden race. But I think at towards the front, we might have seen some future winners.
Yeah, I think the first 3 home, maybe even if you're looking further back in the field, Adhari, who we touched on previously, he finished 6th in this race. Maybe he's one to take out of it as well. But as you said, lots of high drama. Eddie Castro was unfortunately ditched on the turf by Midrak, who was withdrawn. The 17 also got rid of Johnny Carrion as well. So, you know, there was a lot of drama early in this race. But let's focus on the winner and the first couple home that we need to look forward to in the future, the likes of 8th Barrett, the likes of Adhari, and obviously Taj Alanea, who now gets to run against winners rather than maidens.
And what do you make of Taj Alanea? Is this a horse that would be a threat when coming against winners, or do you think could be a little bit out of his depth and manage to use his experience and running against less experienced rivals to his advantage today? Could struggle maybe in open company?
It's a tricky one to assess, because obviously most of these horses haven't run before. You can see there his tail seems...
His tail seems very short. I don't know if it's been cropped or whatnot, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this race develops, how the form works out in the future. We don't know who the form bearer is in this race, aside from Taj Al-Anaya, who ended up winning. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. But if I'm taking one horse, it's 8th Barrett.
Well, let's see what Shamila's got to say after that fantastic third race.
Mohammed Al Khalifi is the winning trainer of race number 3. That was so impressive, only for his 3rd time out.
Thank you very much. He's a good horse. Last time he finished 3rd, and he have a lot to do, inshallah, in the future.
Will you keep him at this distance, or will you step him up to a mile? What's the plan?
Maybe the plan, inshallah, we will go with him step by step, because he's a baby. He's still young, he's still green. And yeah, we will go with him step by step.
Did you give Abdullah Al-Faraiz, the jockey, did you give him any instructions before the race?
Yeah, maybe just be careful from this horse and this horse. But Abdullah, actually, he ride him when he finished 3rd, and he know the horse.
And he's doing really well this season as well.
Yeah, especially with us, yeah.
Do you have any other horses today or the rest of the weekend that you think are going to do well?
I have one filly in the 7th race. I hope she do good, inshallah.
Well, I hope you have a winner as well. Congratulations again.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I just want to say that trainer possesses the whitest smile I have ever seen on a racecourse. I am jealous of that smile.
Me too.
What a grin. Oh, fantastic there. Wonderful, wonderful to see. And I think you're right there. He is a baby. He may have some improvement left in him. I think he'll be a real baptism of fire when he finds himself running against these experienced winners next time out. But he's certainly got some improvement to go. And as the trainer mentioned, Abdullah's ridden him before, and they keep the partnership intact. They work with that inexperienced horse, and they get the reward today. And I wonder who he was worried about. I reckon it was 8th Barrett. I reckon he was really concerned about what 8th Barrett was going to do. I reckon it was the talking horse of the race, and they were a little bit concerned, but they never had to worry because 8th Barrett broke slowly, and they got the good run, and they got a lovely position and used the experience to win in the end. And you can just see here, breaking away. Tom, take it away. It's carnage.
Watch horse number 7 and 16 out wide. The eventual winner, Taj Al-Anaya, actually breaks to his left. The horse 17's out the back. There's a bit of drama out on the outside as well from horse 18. It's all over the place early on. We've seen an unseated horse as well. Now the horses are trying to find their positions. Taj Al-Anaya is just off the speed. Lots of forward-going types up the inside. 8th Barrett actually ends up in the best position of all, 3 back on the rail. But unfortunately, Camila Ospina can't find a run in about a furlong's time from now.
I think she's used so much energy to get back into that position, though, because Camilla, when he settles, they're absolutely swinging. And it looks like she's the horse to be in that lovely position. But as they start swinging in for home, probably with about 4 furlongs left to go, you suddenly go, hang on a minute, they're not travelling as well as you want them to be travelling.
Yeah, this is the key point of the race. Half of the field out the back, you know they're not going to contest right now. Camila Ospina is riding 8th Barrett with the green cap and the white silks back in around 4th, but the horse suddenly comes back on the bridle. However, as the camera changes, Camilo's just stuck for room there up the inside. You can see the complete momentum loser. Now he's got to get the horse going again, and that takes a lot, especially with local bred horses, not horses that possess massive turn of foot. And by this point, she's now 3 lengths down on the eventual winner.
Let's talk about the horse that stopped Athrabat's passageway. That was Falcree, actually, number 2 in the field. Morales on board. Good old veteran move there, just pinning yourself to the rail. You're not going to come up me. You're not going to come up my inside any chance today. So just a little bit of good racecraft there that forced the well-fancied runner out wide.
Yeah, front runner Falcree showed good early speed, having her second career start. Lou Morales wasn't giving up the inside to anyone. She eventually finished 5th, ran very well, but she did stop the likely winner, which was 8th Barrett.
I quite liked the horse that finished in 4th, who seemed to just kind of plug on quite nicely. Got the rub of the green where they all spread out wide down the straight and got a nice passage all the way through, but stuck on quite nicely into 4th place. So as you could just see, a really good finish between Taj Al-Anaya, the second horse, Mayala, and it's just fascinating race to see. And I think plenty of winners, as we've mentioned before, coming out of that. Tom, take a deep breath. And we go again to race number 4. Are you ready? Because I don't feel like I am.
No, I'm very ready. I'm very ready. I'm looking forward to all these races. I'm glad we're now a little bit way through the card. We've seen some future winners. We've seen some horses that have obviously won today and could go on to much higher things in the future. My favourite horse is coming up in a couple of races' time. I'm really looking forward to getting stuck into race 5. But we've got race 4 first, and we shouldn't overlook that.
Absolutely, and just a little bit of housekeeping from the previous race. The time was 1:35 on the note. So again, we're not looking at real pace today. The track record is certainly a lot quicker than that. However, nothing to take away from the performances of the horses. As we just see behind us, they're harrowing the course. Tom, talk to me about this.
Yeah, they're harrowing the course. You can see I think you can see it in the images.
See behind us, yeah.
There's lots of horse sprints on the track right now. They're just smoothing out the surface, making sure it's not deeper in certain areas. This will obviously help with times going forward. You expect races to be a little bit quicker. As you touched on there, 1:35 was the time for race 3. The track record is 1:23.6, so we're talking a big difference there. It's riding quite slow out there, but pace is holding up. Let's see what happens in the upcoming races.
And we said earlier, we weren't convinced that the ground on the inside was going to be that deep and that slow. I actually thought they were going to be quite quick, but turns out we were incorrect there, and they've just not gone at that speed early on. And maybe that's why we've not seen so much argy-bargy on the inside rail, and the horses who have broken inside have actually had a quite nice passage round, which would suggest horses drawn low would have a chance today, which would put all of those in number order. So Zofia, Ballet, Imperial Show, Uwaja, all these horses in our next race would probably have a chance being drawn low.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we have just seen a winner jump from out wide. We should say that in Taj Al Anaya, but the inside's definitely not a disadvantage. We thought it might be a real bad place to be, but it's just not proved to be that so far. Maybe, I mean, we've only got a small sample, 3 races. Maybe it is, and we've just seen the best horses up the inside, but you know, we need a bit of a bigger sample when we go through the whole card and come into tomorrow's rating. When you're tuning in on YouTube and watching us live for Friday, we'll have a greater idea about how the track is riding all across the track from the inside to the outside.
And remember, you can tune in to watch us live on Friday and Saturday, and then we'll be back all to do it again. Myself and Tom back here to do a Thursday, Friday and Saturday next week. So that's going to be really exciting. And hopefully the quality just continues to improve as the weeks go on, and Tom continues to get through this hot weather, because I'm concerned about it. I am concerned the sweat is just dripping away. But we're going to keep on plugging away, because we've got the next race to look forward to. This is the maiden non-winners, 4- and 5-year-olds. So an older horse maiden. Tom, you've already admitted these are tough when you're looking at US racing. These are tough affairs to get your head around.
Yeah, when I studied US racing for stateside back in the UK, these are my least favourite races to find the winners, because they're older horses, they're pretty unreliable in some of these races. It's hard to prove what horse is going to be on a going day. The plus for this race today is that we have some ex-Brits in here. We've got lots of British form coming across, tackling the local runners. There's lots of angles we could take. There's a horse in here called Cresta de Vega, number 13, who I really like. First time up in Saudi Arabia, used to race over in the UK. We'll get to him in due course.
Certainly a couple of these other runners who have got plenty of runs under their belt, but it's a real extreme of horses. You've got horses who are older, who are just recent Saudi transfers. You've also got horses who have got a lot more experience. A horse like War of Courage, who has 22 runs without a win. You'd be hard-pressed to find a selection for that. You'd be hoping that there'd be a big turnaround in form there.
Yeah, I mean, Louis Morales takes the ride, so that's the plus when it comes to the 6 War of Courage. But when you've got a 0 for 22 maiden, it's really hard to have any kind of confidence that they're going to suddenly break the duck today. You know, there are more likely winners in this race, the likes of Life's a Beach, Cresta de Vega, Sandura, Monet Albari, who we've got a VT for. I'm looking forward to this. You know, Wigberto Ramos rides a horse as well. Imperial Show, the 3. The Wigman is on board. We haven't seen him so far today. We're about to see him now.
Absolutely, and Gareth can take us through the entire field and show us what we've got to look forward to in race 4.
Cheers, guys. Our 4th race on the card, not too far away. A field of 16 this time. Number 1 is Zofia, ridden by M. Al-Shamari. Number 2 is Balear, the mount of Camilo Ospina. Number 3, Imperial Show, with Wigberto Ramos in the saddle. Number 4 is URJ, partnered by Adel Alfa Raidi, with number 5, Yossa Dek, Abdulaziz Al-Yesh on board. Horse number 6 is War of Courage, to be partnered by Louis Morales. Scratch number 7, Nadfa San, is a non-runner. And number 8 on the card is Dire Alabad, the mount of T. Altimyat, with number 9, Life's a Beach, Mohammed Al-Yami on board. Over the page to horse at number 10, Sandura, this one partnered by Abdulaziz Al Musa. 11, Ibn Rashash and O Al-Humidiani, with number 12, Al-Raqi, Abdullah Alofi on board. 13 is Cresta de Vega, the mount of Es Al Odib, with number 14, Tothma, Rayan Al Tosh on board. 15 is Monat Al Bari, the mount of Naif Al Nazi, with 16, Curlin's Jewel, Eddie Castro, and 17 is Lozea, the mount of Alex Marino. So a reminder that number 7 is the non-runner. That leaves us with 16 for our 4th race of the day.
Yes, and we see the Three Musketeers again leading the runners into the parade ring from the pre-parade for this older horse maiden contest. When we talk about a horse like Cresta de Vega, how much time do you think he'll take to settle in to running in Saudi Arabia?
That's a very interesting question. When I look at UK to US, I give one run. I always say one run to acclimatise, completely different climate. You know, you're going from tepid and rainy weather in the UK to a lot of heat, different kind of conditions, different kind of track, different kind of racing. So these horses do need acclimatising. However, this is a maiden. We've got to put this into context. These horses haven't won. The locals have had plenty of chances on the whole, and you've got a couple of ex-Brits in here that are facing now weaker opposition than they have been in the past, and they may not need that first run to actually get acclimatised.
Well, Naif Al-Anazi is a jockey we really want to follow, and he is in the parade ring with our very own paddock reporter.
Well, it's been a while since I've spoken to Naif Al-Anazi, and I miss him too much, so I've got him here in the parade ring. And you ride horse number 15, Monat Al-Abri. You know this horse really well.
Good afternoon, Shemela. Yes, I ride this filly too much before. But I think today she have a chance for win. But I think, you know, this 3 weeks she racing and not stop. Maybe today I hope so, inshallah, coming more better about this race.
Do you think she will like the step up back in trip, back to 1,400?
I think so. I think she's more better coming because before last season she coming second with me, 1 mile and 1,400. I think inshallah she coming more better today.
And do you have any more chances today? Any more horses that you're looking forward to riding?
I hope so, but inshallah I have tomorrow and after tomorrow some good horses.
Good luck.
Thank you, Shemela.
Well, there is a man with a little bit of confidence. I see the well-trimmed beard. I see the glint in his eye. I think that's a man who's ridden a few winners around Taif and Riyadh. A bit of a big name here in the Saudi racing scene.
Yeah, he finished 4th last year in the Jockey Championship, as we've already touched on. 15 winners so far. This meet, he's doing exceptionally well. I'm sure he's going to rack up a fair few winners in due course. Maybe not this race, though, Callum.
Yeah, rides Monat Al-Bari today, 12 runs, no wins. But the horse we see in vision right now is number 9, Life's a Beach, a horse we really like.
Yeah, ex-Richard Hannon over in the UK. Had 4 starts over on these shores. Finished 3rd last time out, meeting 19, so a few weeks back. We ran a very respectable race. I can't write off Life's a Beach. Definitely one of the leading contenders, a son of footsteps in the sand.
Number 10 is Sandura, a horse that has had 6 runs and no wins as with all of these. But this is by War Command, quite an interesting pedigree.
Yeah, Sandura not run so far this year, so it's going to be an interesting learning curve. Had 6 starts in her career. She's a 5-year-old. I don't know, hard to have confidence behind her.
First time up, a little bit of a concern. Not so much of a concern for Ibn Rashash, who has had 3 runs this season, still without a win, but 6 runs in its career as well. So certainly will be race fit. In behind that is number 12, Al-Raki, 17 runs and 2 runs this year.
Yeah, Abdullah Al-Afi, one of the leading riders, takes the mount on Al-Raki. 17 starts, 0 wins. Again, hard to have confidence when there are much better horses in here. The likes of Cresta de Vega, number 13.
Further down the field, a horse we haven't talked about is Tosme, number 14, a little bit unexposed compared to these runners. Was 5th last time out in his last run and only run this season, so certainly wouldn't be concerned regarding race fitness. I'm a big fan of Tosme, although he's breaking from stall 14. However, it's not going to put me off completely.
No, and she's owned by King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Son, so we know this horse definitely has a chance. Tosme, you can't write her off.
Jockeys coming in the parade ring now. Very interested to see how these guys get on. And I think, as you've seen from these early races, these are very professional riders. They all know what they're doing. There certainly isn't any racing that you think, oh, this isn't very high quality. These guys could do it all over the world. And some of them are. We have an apprentice rider that's actually going out to France to ride in a big apprentice race there.
Yeah, exactly. And Eddie Castro's over here as well for riding Curling's Jewel, the daughter of Curling. Let's get to some inserts then, because we've got a couple in here, including for Life's a Beach, one of the ex-Brits. Used to be trained by Richard Hannon, now back on these shores, and was last seen finishing 3rd over on these shores, as you can see there, against the inside rail.
Finished behind Araki on this occasion, who came 2nd. Good form line into this race, I think, strong.
Yeah, Al-Raki definitely improved from the previous effort when he finished 11th. This time he finished well down the middle of the track. Life's a Beach just hanging a little bit there out to the right. Jockey had to switch hands with the whip. Unfortunately wasn't picking up late in the day. On this evidence, it's hard to see Life's a Beach beating Al-Raki.
There's another horse I really like to look at, which is Monat Albari. We got a video for him as well, and this is a horse that would run quite a nice race to finish 4th in a rather competitive contest. Again, all of these races, there's such big fields. There's so much shuffling and buffling going on before. If you manage to get out of trouble and run a good race, you've certainly got a chance.
Yeah, exactly. 4th in such a massive field. It was a full field this day. Showed early speed, just a little bit one-paced in the closing stages, as we can see here. Not making any inroads on the 2 protagonists in the event. But again, this is reasonable form for a horse that's 0 for 12. You can't completely write her off.
And that's the key thing you've got to look at, is where you see 0 for 12, you think, oh, must be hard to win with. But they've been running with credit in really tough races. We've mentioned it before. There's only 2 race courses here. So each of the races you find yourself in, they're going to be tough. You're going to often bump into 1 or 2. So hopefully Monat Albari will give this very confident jockey a winner here early on in the card.
We've already had 1 VT winner, so why not a second?
Exactly. The form guys in the office are doing a great job. So hopefully they can carry on their good form and get another winner in our next race here. For me, I've got to admit, I am really drawn towards Tosmir. I think the connections are very strong. I think they'll be fuming about the result of the last race. And they'll come into this with renewed vigoration, a chance to go one better today. I think Unexposed has had a run already this season. That could have been a warm-up for this. Certainly will not be lacking race fitness. But I'd like to see Life's the Beach run a good race as well. I think it's good to see the British form horses coming over and making their presence known.
Yeah, I think Life's a Beach definitely going to be there or thereabouts. You can never write off a King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons runner, so Tothmir, I completely see it. I'll focus on the 2 ex-Brits away from Life's a Beach. Imperial Show, drawn in stall 3, only had 1 start over on these shores, ridden by Wigberto Ramos, owned by Prince Sultan bin Mishal bin Abdulaziz. This owner should not be underestimated, currently 2nd in the title race. Dark blue silks with white markings on the sleeves. And the other horse, as I've already mentioned a couple of times, Cresta de Vega. That would be my play in here. 4-year-old gelding, never run on these shores, former Brit with Wraith Beckett, a son of Lope de Vega, one of my favourite sires. I like him from stall 13. Blue silks, green sleeves, you can't miss him.
Talk about favourite sires. Let's not talk about Curlin's Jewel. For a Curlin, big fan of that horse. One of the first horses to get me into racing from across the Atlantic. I remember when he came over and won the Dubai World Cup. One of the really fascinating moments for me is see this great big American powerhouse powering away in the Middle East. It was fantastic to watch. So I love seeing his progeny make their way. And he's taken a while to get going as a stallion, but now he really seems to have hit the ground and is hitting the right pace. And the breeders are beginning to work out what's best for him. And I think that's crucial when you have these stallions that come with such high potential. It doesn't necessarily translate into wins straight away. You've got to find the right match, and that takes time. And if you've got patience as a breeder, you will be rewarded.
Yeah, Curlin's progeny are extremely highly sought after, especially in the US. They go for huge sums. This horse hasn't yet developed into what the pedigree suggests, you know, by Curlin out of a horse called Purple Cat. Had 6 starts over here, but it's just rated 50. Hasn't run for a long time, not at all this year. So Eddie Castro's going to have to be at his brilliant best from the outside gate. But when can you ever write off Eddie Castro? Over 2,500 winners.
Exactly. When can you write off Eddie Castro? But again, we just get this fantastic view. We just see a horse coming into the middle here. Again, not a major concern. That's number 5, your Sadek, who is not a major concern, just attack adjustment. I want to make that very clear. It's just only a minor adjustment, and that's nothing to be too concerned about. Getting a girth redone. Number 3 coming across your picture there. That's Imperial Show. That's one of your selections, Tom. Really interesting choice there, but I don't think they need to hear any more from us. I think they need to hear more from the man upstairs. Who is Gareth Topham? How are you doing, Gareth? Take us through this one.
Yeah, cheers, guys. Runners then at the post for already our 4th race of the day. And yeah, we'll have a further look at 1 or 2 of these here. There's Lozir in the green and white colours just going through shot. And this one, who's one of the lesser exposed runners in the field. I think it's fair to say there's some with quite a bit more experience than 1 or 2 of their rivals here. There's number 10, that's Sandura, just going through shot, and the 15 horse Monat Albari with those red bandages over the legs will make Monat Albari nice and easy to pick out in the race. very shortly the loading up process will be getting underway. We're around about 3 minutes or so from the scheduled off time. And one thing, certainly with the being punctual here in Taif, it seems to be a bit of a priority. The races tend to very much be on the clock, and I think other certain jurisdictions could probably take a leaf out of Taif's book here in Saudi Arabia's book. They're very, very good at getting races off to time. Even when we had that incident in the previous race, we weren't too far behind the clock. There's number 1, Zafir, heading through shot, and following that one around down at the start is Sandura. As horse number 8, Dire Abalad, is about to head forward. And here we go now. The loading up process is underway. Dire Abalad heading forward into stall 8. We're back to that race card number, means stalls number for this up-and-coming race. A maiden race, of course, for the colts and the fillies. And 4-year-olds and upwards here, the age group, as they continue to head behind. There in shot again is Lozea. Alexis Mourinho taking the ride on this one. Alexis, who has been in good form this Saudi season so far, even though it's still fairly much in its infancy. And we've got one jockey that's just off. That's Rayan Al Torsh. He's due to get the leg back up onto the filly Tothma. Maybe they're just trying to load up Tothma without the rider at the moment. That's, again, certainly something that's allowed to be done over here in Saudi Arabia. And I think it's a good thing we've brought it in places like the UK in recent years, and it certainly helps horses which might not otherwise participate actually go into the stalls and take their chance. So runners are heading in, and next to go forward will be Zafir, who's right along the inside here in stall 1. As Tom was telling us earlier on, stall 1, although you've got the inside advantage, it's not always the best place to be, because obviously everybody wants to be there, so the track can become a little deeper, a little more churned up, and a little slower, therefore. Uaj heads in, and we're not too far away from a start. This is Cresta de Vega about to head in, an Imperial Show as well, in those rather posh black silks worn by Wigberto Ramos, one of the international riders here, heading in to stall 3. We are nearly set to go for this 4th race. 1,400 metres the journey ahead of the field, so the same as in our previous race. Oh, just rearing up there was URJ in stall 4. But they are lined up. I can't see Tothma in the stalls. They're off and racing. I think Tothma's been withdrawn, and on exiting the stalls, Lozea loses the rider. So Lozea has lost the rider at the start. Alexis Mourinho has been dumped, and through the early stages, one of the first ones to show is War of Courage in the pink and blue jacket. Imperial Show is prominent as well. Zafir down along the inside. Balea not too far off the pace either, with working out deeper on the track Monat Al-Bari, and wider still Curlin's Jewel from a wide draw. They're being chased towards the turn, the light green sleeves of Cresta de Vega, and back in behind those is Al Raki, and in behind Al Raki goes URJ without deeper Ibn Rashash. A little break off those to Yosodek, who is right at the back end of the field, as it is Imperial Show in the hands of Wigberto Ramos, bringing them left-handed back towards the straight at nearly 57 kilometers an hour. On the premises is War of Courage towards the outer. They are 2 lengths ahead of Cresta de Vega, who's over towards the inside, of Life's a Beach, who now starts to pick up but is being strongly driven. Up towards the outside is Monat Al-Bari in the black cap, but this leader goes well. Imperial Show has found a real gear change there at the top of the lane and sprints away as they make the journey on towards the final couple of 100 metres, and it is Imperial Show now 5 or 6 lengths clear over War of Courage, making no further impact. Life's a Beach towards that one's outside, and deeper still to Monat Al-Bari, but it's a one-horse race in the closing stages. Imperial Show can afford to be eased down close to the line, wins it well. Second place, that will go the way of War of Courage. We'll leave it to the judge for third, but that was a one-horse race from a long way out, and it was horse number 3, Imperial Show, under Wigberto Ramos, who has run out a clear-cut winner. And it looked as if, to the 300-metre mark, it might be fairly competitive, but then all of a sudden, Imperial Show quickened away from the field, and as I say, is won by a wide margin. We'll get the places and the distances through to you in just a few moments' time, but the winner, number 3, Imperial Show, and has won by quite a quite a margin there. We're hearing that the distance between first and second, 5.5 lengths. War of Courage hanging on to second place and was all out to do so from Monat Al-Bari, who had to race a little wide turning in, but just about got the nose down, only just got the nose down there for third place. Bit of a blanket for the places. But no doubt about the winner, and the full result coming through for our fourth race. The winner, number 3 Imperial Show, beating 6 at War of Courage and 15 Monat Al-Bari. 3, 6, 15 in race 4.
Now, there's a song in the UK which goes, Tom, my money don't jiggle, jiggle, it flows. I like the way you wiggle, wiggle. Now I'm going to change the words there. I'm going to go, my money don't jiggle, jiggle, it flows. I like the way Roberto wiggle, wiggle, because the wig man has done it again. Really impressive, and a hugely impressive win for Imperial Show, who put the race to bed in a matter of strides.
Yeah, lovely looking horse. We saw him just in the footage before as they were going into the stalls. He really filled my eye. I actually pointed out, and you said Imperial Show, they're one of Tom's selections. He's the best looking horse in the race. Look at him gleaming right there. Showed early speed, second start in Saudi, 8th last time out, big improvement today, got to the front, raced over by the bend.
It hits exactly what you say, where you say they come over to a different country, give them one run. He was given one run, and today he absolutely bolted up, and we will see this horse running in bigger and better races in the future. Imperial Show, a real name to watch in the future.
Yeah, I think he's the most impressive horse that we've seen so far today. Obviously, plenty of people will want to take out 8th Barrett in the last race when she was very unlucky. But Imperial Show not only showed early speed, not only did he show an ability to quicken off the bend on this deep dirt track, but also he showed he's way above this level. If he finds himself in handicap company, he'll probably be winning. If he finds himself running in opens, I definitely wouldn't be playing against him willy-nilly.
I wouldn't be surprised to see him start in handicaps and dominate there and then move into open company. They won't want to rush him too much, but he's certainly shown enough. Ex-Alice Haynes horse in the shape of War of Courage finished second, but could not lay a glove on the leader. There's the wiggle. I like the way you wiggle, wiggle away, wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Superb performance there from one of our premier jockeys here in Saudi Arabia. He's been here for a long time. He's part of the fabric of this wonderful racing jurisdiction, and hopefully we'll see plenty more wiggles in the future.
Yeah, that's 15 wins so far this season for Wigberto Ramos. As I say, 25 years in Saudi Arabia. He knows what it's like over here. Former Panamanian rider, won the Saudi Cup back in 2022 on Emblem Road. This is a veteran jockey who is still at the top of his game. He's currently third in the Jockey Championships, but he's only 2 behind the current leader, Adel Al-Faradi.
Al-Anazi, one of the other big-name jockeys here, finished third on Monat Al-Bari, had to come very wide and late. That horse will win a race at some point, won't it? It's going to be one of those cliff horses for me. I'll follow him over a mountain, I think, because he just looks like he's got a win in him somewhere. Just might be a step too slow to feature in anything but maiden so far.
Yeah, she doesn't have the early speed that some other horses have, and also she hasn't been blessed by the draw. You know, she was breaking from 15 today, and from 15 you need everything to go right, and it just didn't for Monat Al-Bari.
Shamila is in the winner's enclosure with Winning Connection. Shamila, impressive from the winner.
Our dancing man, Wigberto Ramos, is back in the winner's enclosure for the first time this weekend. First ride, first winner.
Yes, that's right. But about this horse, I have a lot of faith because I'm the one the training in the morning, and I know the first time when he runs, this is the second time. he was a little bit nervous. I got position inside, he missed the break, so that's it. After that race, he improved a lot. I know that he will be very tough to beat today.
And today was only his second time out. He didn't seem green at all. He seemed relaxed, calm, and very professional.
He's American horse breeding. Like in the morning, he acting like an old horse. He do everything right. He's not afraid about anything.
And what is the trainer hoping to do with him in the future?
Well, I need to talk to him. Give a little time. I think he will be good in the different track like Riyadh. The track of Riyadh is more fast. I think he will set it good for him.
Thank you very much, Wigberto.
Okay, thanks.
Wigberto Ramos showing just what experience he has. He's ridden the horse in the mornings. I reckon he's one of the plum rides. He gets up early in the mornings to get on board. They ride out so early here, 2, 3 in the morning. They're doing track work just to take advantage of the cooler temperatures. Wigberto has probably been having a spin on these and has been waiting to get Imperial Show back into a competitive race, and he's absolutely flat out destroyed them there, Tom.
Yeah, as I say, it was game over before the bend. This horse really quickened up and left all of his rivals floundering. I think he's a really nice type, and you know, he's not the first horse that we've seen win against the rail today. Maybe that actually is the place to be.
I think you're absolutely right in that regard, but also the size of him. He's a real eye catcher, something we'll certainly see going forward. I'd just like to talk about, as they come away from here, just watch the way Wigberto sticks to the rail. He doesn't drift off it at all. We saw in our previous races, horses just drift one wide, maybe 2 wide, but he stuck to his guns that I'm sticking to the rail. I'm going to use the rail to my advantage. I'll have my stick in my right hand, use it a few times behind the saddle, and he's actually going further and further clear.
Yeah, and the time of the race was reasonable as well, 1:32.02. Now, obviously, with the track record being 1:23, you think, oh, that's slow. But in the last race, they also ran over 7 furlongs, and it was 1:35 flat, so it was almost 3 seconds quicker. It's a good time. Obviously, it was a better race. It wasn't a maiden, but at the same time, you know, this horse is impressive, and going forward is certainly one to keep on side.
They're all running on the same ground, Tom. At the end of the day, no matter what the state of the race is, they're running on the same surface, and he's done that hard-held. Really impressive. Wigberto Ramos in the saddle. Hopefully he can continue his good run of form. We've talked about these colours earlier on today, and certainly a horse to look forward to. The one horse we have to mention is
Lozia was unseated right at the start. Alexis Moreno. The horse is absolutely fine. We saw him cross the line, and you know, he was full of running.
We saw him cross the line bridleless. We have to mention that. So the rider did not stand a chance because the bridle came off with the jockey. So hopefully, better luck next time for Moreno in the saddle there.
Yeah, exactly, on Lozia. You know, she's only lightly raced. She's only a 1-start 5-year-old. So next time, maybe better luck. But that's 2 horses we've seen unseat their riders so far. Hopefully less dramatics coming up in the next race, which is the feature.
Yes, a race we're very much looking forward to, Tom. But before we get to discuss that, I really wish we could just talk about... Oh, here we go. We've got more horses being picked up. The outriders have done their job, and they've absolutely had to do a whole lap of the circuit and brought in number 17 with some sort of head collar on board now, because the the bridle isn't working properly at all. But they have been caught, and those work riders really showing why they are the best at what they do. And here's a full replay of the race, and we can just see from the inside draws is where you want to be, and that's exactly what Wigberto does. I'm going to hit the lids and get to that rail.
Yeah, so we've just seen that Alexis Moreno be unseated right out wide on the track. Horse number 17's loose, and the jockey was attended to. I think he's okay, but we will wait a report on that. Actually, what's interesting, I just watched from the start, because from our position, we can't necessarily see the start. It's behind the giant board. Imperial Show pecked at the start. You know, you can excuse horses for not running their race when that happens. They lose ground, they aren't able to get into their early position. But that wasn't the case for Imperial Show. He overcame such a terrible start, pecking in his first stride, meaning that Wigberto Ramos couldn't ask him to instantly get into gear. He still found the inside rail, still managed to show that early speed, and stuck out the trip very well.
Can we just also talk about the Cliff horse? It's going to be my favourite horse of all time. Montaz Albari has no excuses because it's right up there with the pace early on and just lost a bit tap for toe. They just loses a few positions on course at the 400 pole, and then you're flat to the boards, and that's when he stays on well. Same for Life's a Beach, who's just lugging just like he did on the last start. You're just not too confident that he'd really got that go forward attitude that you want to see that the winner Imperial Show did show.
Yeah, he seems to put the cue in the rack for snooker and pool players. He seems to not want to know in the final furlong. He's not the most reliable when under pressure. He has natural early speed, but you can kind of see why Richard Hannon sold him on. He's now 0 for 12 in his career, and maybe not a horse that I want to take going forward. One other we should quickly mention is Cresta de Vega. Yes. He showed some early speed, looked like he was getting into a position around in the bend, but then just flattened out late on. Maybe it is the case of first time up in Saudi. Put a line through that and we'll see much better performance next time.
Next time out, I think you're absolutely right. Well, we're just going to see the horse next time out. We're just going to have a look at the start again. It's going to be a slow motion shot. Just look out wide, 17. You're just going to see this horse absolutely fluff the start. Bounces out, has a look, bogs down. But again, that's the serious peck, you see. The jockey doesn't stand a chance. It almost like she unseated in two separate verses there. She bogged at the start and then dipped down again, and that's when Moreno had no chance.
Yeah, Alexis had literally no chance whatsoever. The horse pecked and then re-pecked, pecked really badly, nose touched the floor, and when that happens, the jockey just goes over the top, you know.
But the positive thing is the horse is okay. We saw the horse cantering around. We saw the work riders doing their bit, the outriders, sorry, doing their bit, and that's the most important thing, that everyone was okay and the horse was fine, and that's the main thing. The bridle did come off, but that's nothing to be concerned about. The horse was caught, doing a second lap, ears pricked, enjoying things. However, a little bit more quality action I want to discuss is Goodwood. Happened a couple of weeks, well, last week now, wasn't it? Geez, time has flown by. I was there, had a fantastic few days at the Goodwood Festival. A really lovely meeting. If you can get a chance to go out there, go and visit. It's a beautiful part of the world, a beautiful day's racing. The horse I want to talk about is Paddington. He's Aidan O'Brien's mile supremo, but he could do many more things beyond a mile.
Yeah, he's a horse who's just danced every dance this year. I know he's ran 5 races in about 45 days. It's incredible. Aidan O'Brien, everyone knows him worldwide. He's had global success from America to Ireland to the Middle East and Dubai.
He'll be coming to Riyadh for the carnivals. He'll certainly be here when we get racing and the serious stuff at Riyadh for sure. Don't be surprised to see him have a few runners.
Oh, absolutely. And when he has runners, you have to pay note, because Aidan O'Brien, the master of Ballydoyle is what they say. He knows the time of day and his horses are top quality. Paddington right now, probably #1 in his string, aside from maybe City of Troy. But that's a debate for another day. Paddington is the horse everyone in the UK right now is raving about.
City of Troy may be the exciting flash in the pan young 2-year-old that we're all excited to see in the future, but however, Paddington is the iron horse, the real tough. 5 runs in 45 days, like you said. He didn't blink. He ran in the Sussex Stakes on really soft, wet, heavy ground. It didn't matter. He powered through. He was taken on by Frankie Dettori on his final rodeo, we have to say, his final tour around. He'll hopefully be coming to visit Saudi Arabia. We can only hope to his final tour. We'll see a little bit of Frankie in Saudi. But Frankie took him on with his spiral, batted in spiral out the way. Factor de Cheval, a 40-1 outsider trained in France, laid down the final challenge, and Paddington said, no, 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 I'm going to sweep away from you as well, and won impressively. I can't wait to see where they go next. But we were talking to the owners, and they said the Arc de Triomphe, over 1.5 miles in the mud in France, is a real baptism of fire for a horse that we've never seen go over that trip.
Yeah, I'm dubious about that, I have to say. I don't think the Arc's the best place for him. Look, when you've got such a good 3-year-old, sometimes you have to look to these big races, and you know, you should never fire too high. But I think Aidan O'Brien knows that with a horse like Paddington, you've got to go for the limit, because he could be the next star. The Arc is a completely different test. I think he has to prove plenty to win that race. I think he's going to go off a short price favourite if he does end up running in the Arc, and I wouldn't be confident he's going to win.
And when he goes into the Arc, if he goes to the Arc, he'd have to take on Hookham and Westover, who finished first and second in a ding-dong battle in the King George at Ascot only a week before that Goodwood race. So you already see the form lines lining up, and they're old, chiseled warriors, real good horses, and I'm fascinated to see how they get on. If he was to come up against those with that speed and that precocity, if he's then to take on the really big, powerful 1.5 mile fix types that you're going to come up against in an Arc, would that be too much too soon?
Yeah, I think so. I know plenty won't, and plenty will think that Paddington is the next super horse that we're seeing globally. But I'm not fully convinced. He's got a high head carriage. He's proven on all types of ground, but I don't think he necessarily wants it too deep or too quick. He's a very good horse, and you can't write him off in any race, but I think the Arc may be a step too fast at this early in his career. Next year, if he's still firing on all cylinders and he's still in training...
If he's still in training, absolutely.
Then he would be a player, but, whether they keep him in training seems to be a huge question right now.
Would you keep him in training? Would you send him off to stud, or would you say, let's go again?
Well, it's interesting. Obviously, they've retired Little Big Bear very recently. They have this brilliant transition between racing their horses and then moving them to Coolmore Stud and then breeding from them. I think they'll retire him. I would like to keep him in training because I'm a lover of horse racing and I want to see the best horses run. But regarding Paddington, I think they'll probably retire him at the end of the year.
We talk about keeping horses in training. It's an interesting move with regards to Godolphin and Coolmore, with Hurricane Lane actually being purchased by Coolmore and standing as a jump stallion. He's a prime example of a horse that won at 3 with a St. Ledger winner, Grand Prix de Paris winner, really exciting racehorse, but never really got on as an older horse, had some injury issues, had some problems. He's a very big animal. And I think jumps mares and jumps breeders are very excited to see what he can do as a jump sire, now standing at Coolmore. That is the end of what I would call quite a cold war between stallions, between Godolphin and Coolmore, and the fact that they're all going to now be joining forces and actually working with each other rather than against, I think is only positive for horse racing as a whole.
Well, absolutely. Godolphin have been buying some horses, some 2-year-olds or some yearlings by Coolmore sires and vice versa. We've seen a couple of Dubawis run for Ballydoyle. The breeding industry is very interesting. There's been lots of power controls over the last few years, but it seems to be levelling out now. Regarding Hurricane Lane, though, there have been a few Godolphin horses like Adayard this year who haven't necessarily trained on from their 2- or 3-year-old campaigns. So, you know, it's interesting to see what they do as sires. But right now, it's just a learning curve. We'll wait.
Well, we hope to see Paddington maybe next year. Wonder where he goes this time. Another horse we have to mention from Goodwood was Tom Marquand's superb ride aboard Tashcan in the Goodwood Cup. Fantastic ride from the front, taking advantage of every step of the way and winning really impressively.
Yeah, Quickthorn.
Quickthorn, not Tashcan. Yeah. I've got Tashcan in my head. Why have I got Tashcan thinking about Tashcan?
Wonderful horse, Tashcan. Wonderful horse. But Quickthorn, yeah, stole it from the front. We've already seen today a few races stolen from the front. But, you know, Goodwood's a completely different kettle of fish to Taif in terms of how they run. Generally, at Goodwood, you wouldn't see horses go 25 lengths clear and hold on. But riders like Tom Marquand, who have that extra bit of intuition, that knowledge of how to ride a horse, when to kick for home, the sectionals, how fast you should go in the early stages. He just has that bonus, that benefit, and he proved that at Goodwood, that he can just go from the front, doesn't need to see another horse in the race, and just win very easily.
I think you're absolutely right in regard to sectionals, and we've got that here at Saudi Arabia, which is fantastic. And Gareth will take us through the runners and riders for our next.
Yeah, this is our 5th race on the card, and we've got a sizable field this time. The one horse here is Mot Fayel, the mount of Tariq Al Mansour. We've got number 3, which is Guillavant. Number 2 is a non-runner. We'll touch on that one in a second. Bizstar doesn't go, but 3 does. That's Guillavant, the mount of Fawaz Wanas. Number 4, Commissioner Way. Eddie Castro takes the ride. Number 5 is Ali Hawaii, the mount of Yasser Al-Bakawi. 6 is Minwa, a very familiar name. Pat Cosgrave will be on board, his first ride of the afternoon. Number 7 is I Am Magic, Louis Morales taking the ride. 8 is Juan Seguin under Adel Al-Faraidi, with 9, Rajil Mohammed Al-Yami. Over the page, horse number 10 is Ryan's Party with Naif Al-Anazi in the saddle. 11, Aguaplano, Alexis Marino on board. Number 12, Nordic Lights, Sultan Al-Mimani will be on board with number 13, Nashea, the mount of Amin Badroun. 14, General Lee, M. Saeed taking the ride. Number 15, Malar, to be ridden by Azil El-Zahani. 16 is Assad, ridden by Ayad Al-Tarisi. 17 is Corcovado, the mount of S. Al-Ajmi. Number 18 is Manhattanville, to be partnered by Abdul Ella Al-Hussein. And given that the 2-horse Bizstar is an on-runner, one of the reserves comes in. That's number 19, the horse called Hearty, and will be ridden by Camillo Ospina. So they go without at number 2. The 19-horse steps in, and we'll be ready to race in just a few minutes' time for our 5th contest of the day.
Runners coming into the parade ring from the pre-parade. The outriders would have led them in, and they have been hard worked, having had to catch a horse in our last race. And I think it's quite interesting, the reserve that gets in goes for Khalid Abdullah, and he has a cracking chance here to really make up back form, because they've struggled recently. They've had the maiden, which has been a little bit disappointing, and they've then had a horse that's then run, not even been able to start. They've withdrawn at the start, so now they've got a runner coming in reserve. Could this be an unlikely hero here? And I think Shamila is in the parade ring with Pat Cosgrave. Shamila, what does Pat have to say about this?
I have indeed acquired Pat Cosgrave, who rides horse number 6, Minwa. This is your first ride of the day. You haven't ridden him in a race yet, but have you ridden him at home?
No, I've been watching a lot of work. It's been working really well. Trip looks good. Seems to be in good form. Keeps bumping into a couple of nice fillies, but hopefully it's the right race, and hopefully we get a winner on the board.
I was going to say that she's due a winner, but you're also due a winner, aren't you?
Well, look, I've only had 6 rides since I got here, so I haven't been overly busy, but they've all been running well, and nothing to beat that I should have won on so far yet. But look, hopefully today will be the first.
And how many horses do you usually ride out per morning?
Usually 6. Yeah, I've started some nice coals since I got here, and some young babies. So hopefully 1 or 2 are coming out in the next few weeks, and they seem quite nice and going well around the track, and so hopefully we start getting a few winners on the board.
Is that 2 a.m. alarm getting any easier?
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's the language I'm struggling to learn, but I'm working on it.
You'll be fluent before you know it.
Hopefully.
Well, best of luck, Pat. Hopefully we speak to you some more this weekend.
Thank you.
Pat Cosgrave with some irons in the fire, hopefully moving forward. I'm excited to find out those colts that he's riding, but I'm also excited about Minwa here, who has to have a good chance.
Yeah, she's rated 94. She's the second highest rated horse on this whole card. Joint second with another horse in this race called I Am Magic, breaking from stall 7. Minwa's had 8 runs on these shores in Saudi Arabia, won 3 times. Last time out finished second at meeting 20. Good piece of form that we'll see in due course via a VT. Previously was trained by both Doug Watson and Marco Botti, so has had plenty of history, was 0 for 7 for Marco Botti, but she has a lot of speed, and Pat Cosgrave is probably my idea of the best rider here right now.
I also think Pat had a bit of a twinkle in his eye there. I think this will be one that he'd be disappointed if he gets beaten on. Mention here, this is our feature race today. A lot of people were thinking that the 9th race, our finale, would be our feature. No, this is worth 47,000 Real. This is our feature contest. It's a fascinating race. Remember, horses that have won 1 to 3 races, so that's an interesting dynamic to this race, and there's plenty of horses who have won the 3 that just leads and qualified in here.
Yeah, exactly. The likes of number 5, Ali Hawaii's won 3 times from 47 starts. Minwa's won 3 times from 8 starts. I Am Magic 3 from 14. So they've got lots of winning experience, but you've also got a couple in here that have only won twice in their career. So, you know, there's a mixture of success, but at the same time, I love this race, Callum, because there's lots of ex-Brits, a couple of ex-Irish horses. We can go through them one by one in due course, but there's a lot of horses in here that people will recognise if you're watching this from the UK that maybe you've seen as being sold to different connections and you weren't anticipating seeing them again. Well, here we are. Right now you get to see all these horses running against each other at Taif.
We've got to talk about this horses in training sale, which is the real business end of this contest. But let's look at Minwa here, who's right on the inside bend with the noseband on.
Yeah, she showed speed early on, as you can see. She was up the inside. This winner has bolted up. She bumped into a real good horse this day. She still holds on to second. At this point, it might look like she's about to be swallowed up. She ran respectably. She just doesn't have the gears that this eventual winner, the 9, possesses. And, you know, if that horse wasn't in the field, she would have won this race pretty cozily. So you have to keep her as one of your leading selections in this race.
I think you'll be hoping that she doesn't bump into anything today that was quite at that level last time out. Another horse we have to look at is I Am Magic, who was seen finishing 3rd in this VT that we've got. And I was quite taken by this performance. She's one of our menu horses.
Yeah, exactly. I Am Magic here just hits the front in the noseband. Plugs on a bit at the 1 pace, doesn't change leads, which I think is a slight concern. But Louis Morales takes the ride today. He's only a 4-year-old, had 14 starts over in Saudi Arabia for 3 wins. Finished 3rd this day. His previous run in Saudi, he won, and he was formerly trained by Michael O'Callaghan over in Ireland. 1 for 6 for O'Callaghan, and finished 3rd in the Group 3 Killer Vullen Stakes in October 2021. He's got really good back form, I Am Magic, and he will be my selection in this race.
Group 3 black type form here at Taif only on the Thursday. This is exciting, I'm telling you. This is a fascinating race, and I really think I might follow you to war here, but I'm going for a little bit of a different selection. I do like Pat Cosgrave's mount. I think if you're absolutely right, when you take that absolute monster that you bumped into last time, I think you've got a massive chance here. So I would be going for Pat Cosgrave to get his first winner aboard Minwa. I think she's a 4-year-old filly with plenty of room to improve, and I do think if she comes to the level that she showed last time, she'll be very hard to beat here.
Yeah, she's a major player. I've got a star next to her name as a major player. There are a couple of others I just briefly want to touch on. Number 3, G used to race on UK shores, so had 8 starts over here, is a daughter of Acclaim. You've got number 10, Ryan's Party, a son of Memas, who we all know was a fantastic 2-year-old. Aguaplano, number 11, only recently has moved from Marco Botti over in the UK to Saudi Arabia, a son of Outstrip. 2 runs for 2 wins over on these shores at the moment. And number 12, Nordic Lights, another ex-UK, a progeny of Intello, a brilliant French-trained runner. And one other for you, General Lee, formerly owned by Fitchery Hay in the brilliant pink and green silks. Now over here, 2 wins for this son of Lope de Vega. Number 14, another that must have a major chance.
Fascinating runner, number 3. I was at the National Stud when Acclaim was there doing his business there as a stallion early on. Wanted from his first crop, which is fascinating. They didn't quite go as well as we'd all hoped, but the second crop got better, and they seem to have got better with time. I'd be really interested to see if stays this 7th furlong, because the claims are fast.
Yes.
They hit the ground hard, they hit the lids, and they stop very quickly. So I'll be fascinated to see how G1 gets on over this, what I would slightly call an extended trip to what I'd expect to see her running over.
Yeah, G1's rated 82. So if you're taking ratings as legit and official over here, then G1 has £12 basically to find with the likes of Minwat and Iron Magic. Maybe this is a tough ask, but it's just great to see these ex-Brits over here and contesting against the local horses and keeping their careers alive.
Hearty, Carlos Ospina in the saddle, King Abdul bin Al-Aziz, the owner, you just see him in picture. Now, one of the reserves to sneak in. Would it be without a chance here with 2 wins from 12 starts and a lovely looking animal, a grey, but got that more dirt baled to it than some of these European horses will have.
Yeah, you certainly won't miss this filly, will you? Number 19, breaking from the wide gate. Interesting to see a Camilo Ospina ridden runner coming in as a reserve. That's a last-minute addition where you think, oh, now suddenly you've got to give this horse a chance. Rated 83, won 2 starts from 12. You know, Hearty has claims, and you can never write off horses for these connections, but I think there are stronger imported horses in this field.
We're going to keep talking about these connections. They're not going to have a winner today. We're going to look really silly at the end of it. But I think you're absolutely right. You cannot miss her. She's an absolute beast. You can just see her walking between the 2 stalls there right now. She really does fill the eye, is an eye catcher. But again, maybe she's got a little bit to find against some of these imported horses who will be improving with each start.
Yeah, and there's one other imported horse as well that I haven't touched on, which is number 18, Manhattanville. I believe he used to be trained by Ed Dunlop over in the UK. He's a son of Tamayuz, had 6 starts over here and has run pretty well, but hasn't been seen since meeting 2 when he finished 13th. Maybe something went amiss that day, and now they're coming off the layoff. You know, Manhattanville has something to prove from the outside gate.
A little bit of housekeeping as well. Aguaplano was meant to be the amount of Alexis Morales. We saw him take a fall early. Alexis Moreno, took a fall in our last race. Interesting to see he's not riding today.
Is he not?
Whether he rides again in the future cards, the future races today, will be interesting to see. But he's not riding in this next one. We're not sure who's come through yet, who's going to be in the saddle, but hopefully he'll run a good enough race and he'll run a good enough race for the new jockey, whoever's got a chance to ride in that day.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, jockey changes are always a bit interesting because, you know, we don't know if Alexis Moreno's been the regular rider for Aquapano in the mornings and therefore whether he knows the horse, much like with Berto Ramos in the previous race. And if that is the case and now he cannot take the mount, it's got to be considered a negative. But it depends who's come in for the change. We don't know right now. It's been a bit of a late addition. But yeah, it's a slight question mark now about Aquaplano, isn't it?
It certainly is, and I'm just looking through the field at some of the less exposed horses. Juan Seguin jumps out to me, 4 runs, 2 wins. Hasn't run well in his first start this season. I'd be a little bit concerned about that, but again, unexposed and knows how to get the head in front.
Yeah, coming off the long layoff, and it's only rated 68, so has a lot to prove, but the rider, Adel Al-Faradi, the guy that I've already mentioned already, top of the Jockey Championship, won the title 5 times in the last 6 years, 17 wins so far this year. Can't write off Juan Seguin.
Knows his way around here blindfolded, I say. Another person who knows his way around here blindfolded will be our voice in the sky. Gareth, you've been doing such a great job so far. Bring us on the next race. It's another big field.
It certainly is, guys, yes, and big field and bigger prize money this time as well. As you were saying, it's our feature race of the day with 47,000 Saudi Reals on offer in win and place prize money, 23,500 of those going to the winner. An interesting race, a competitive race, as you say, plenty of ex-British names that a few of our British listeners, viewers will be familiar with. Manhattanville, for me, certainly falls into that category. I remember seeing him at Thirsk, I think it was, this time last year. And he'll be coming out of stall 18. A reminder as well here that the two-horse Biz Star is a non-runner. That means that reserve 19 Hearty gets a run. And there is the grey Hearty just going through shot. Camilo Ospina taking the ride. Yeah, we wish Alexis Marino well following that tumble in the earlier race. Just a reminder that Aguaplano has been subject to a jockey alteration. We're not too sure who is now up on Aguaplano's back, but Alexis Marino has been stood down for the remainder of the day. Ryan's Party in the black and white jacket there just going through shot, and Rajil as well, the man of Mohammed Al Yami. And this one has just had the 6 starts to date. There's varying degrees of experience among these runners as well. I mean, you look at Ali Hawaii. This horse has had a total of 47 runs, and then you look at Aguaplano, just the 2 runs over here at Taif, and there's a few others that fall into a sort of lesser experience category as well. Malar is having his first run over here at Taif, as the field are about to head behind for what is our 5th and feature race of the card. Now, once again, 1,400 metres is the journey ahead of the field, and they are circling. Abdullah Alofi, we're finding out, is the mount that the rider now for Aguaplano. So Abdullah Alofi picks up a spare ride here on Aguaplano. So we wish them well. Obviously, it'll be very hard luck, won't it, indeed, for Alexis Marino if Aguaplano goes and wins. But that is the game, isn't it? It can be tough at times. Ali Hawaii there in shot as we see a few of the others head in. Juan Seguin about to slot forward under Adel Al-Faredi, who we were hearing a few moments ago Tom has got plenty of time for. Next to head into the stalls will be Nordic Lights, Sultan Al-Mimoni. Fairly quiet day for this rider today, but on board this one, slotting in. And we're down to the final few, with Malar heading into 15, Motfail in the pink jacket heading over to the inside stall there. And next door to that one will be Giavont, who is named after a mountain in Poland. There's a bit of useless information for the afternoon. Next forward will be Aguaplano, that green coloured jacket with the red epaulets. Giavont still hasn't yet gone in. Ryan's Party about to. Not too many more out of line. And as I say, it's a slightly more valuable prize this time around. The halfway mark for the day. It's our feature race. Final couple head in, Minoir under Pat Cosgrave, one of the last in. So best of luck here. Our 5th race at Taif. We are just about set to go. They stand, and out they come, off and racing. And breaking out well, Hearty over towards the inside is one of the first ones to show up. Also, Ali Hawaii is racing prominently, and Pat Cosgrave has Minoir spot the white jacket, blue cap, also well to the fore. Not too far off the pace either is Commissioner Way, that one over towards the inside from much wider out on the track. And looking to cross over, Assad is racing out deep with Corcovado, who's in the red coloured jacket. And I Am Magic, who's in black, is also racing fairly close to the pace now. Back in behind these front runners is Aguaplano as they now leave the far straight behind them. Nashea is running next. That one is in advance of Manhattanville. And then over towards the inside, a fading Commissioner Way. That one sliding back. Motfail with plenty to do. But on the sharp end, Minoir now being ridden along, and towards the outside, Assad has come there travelling strongly here to take over, with close up in third I Am Magic. And then endeavouring to get on terms with them up into 4th position Corcovado. Next in running Aguaplano as they race into the home straight with, from here, around about 300 metres of their journey remaining. And it is I Am Magic who now strikes the front. I Am Magic goes on. Finishing off well is down the outside Guillemont from a very long way back, also in black colours, but surely the bird has flown here. It is I Am Magic by the best part of 3 to 4 lengths, a slightly diminishing advantage racing close to the finish, but the job is done. I Am Magic is the winner. Guillemont just tying up a little bit in the closing stages, was challenged over to the inside by Aguaplano. They will share a photograph for 2nd and 3rd. So it's a win for I Am Magic. I think that was the one that Tom put up a few minutes ago. Well done, Tom. And I Am Magic it is, who comes home, all in all, I'd say a pretty comfortable winner. It was tight in the end for 2nd place between the 11-horse Aguaplano, who rallied over to the inside of Guillemont, who came with a fairly threatening-looking run, I thought, at one point, but that run just petering out a little in the final 50 yards. Neither made any impact whatsoever on the winner, and it is I Am Magic home ahead. We'll see them once again crossing the line shortly. I can confirm that Aguaplano did get up to finish in 2nd, and Guillemont was back in 3rd. And the winner home by a distance of 3 lengths. Does it comfortably. Horse number 7, I Am Magic, in the hands of Louis Morales. Was on the bob, wasn't it, for 2nd place. Number 11 just getting that Aguaplano ahead of 3 Guillemont back in 3rd. The result then of our 5th and feature race, 7-11-3.
A cool 23,000 Real going to Prince Sultan bin Mashal, the owner of I Am Magic, who's absolutely bolted up here, not giving connections a moment's doubt. Came wide, probably about 4 or 5 wide coming into that final turn, and absolutely poured it on in the final stages, winning impressively, Tom.
Yeah, I was happy to see that, I have to say, Callum. We'd drawn a blank in the first 4 races, but yeah, we got a winner on the board. It's what you like to see. Louis Morales in the perfect position. I loved how he was just stalking 2 leaders around in the bend. This horse had great Irish form. He's a lovely looking type, and I'm sure that he's going to go on to bigger and better things. We put him up in our menu at the start of the show as one of the best horses to look out for today, and he's just proved us right by winning today in race 5.
Don't tell us we don't give you winners. That's all I'm going to say. Don't tell us we don't give you winners. We put it up in the menu, and the horse duly obliges. Nice run in 2nd from Aguaplano. Stuck it out well with Guillemont, named after the mountain. Unfortunately, unable to climb the mountain today. Hit a bit of a wall, as we expected being an acclaim, and couldn't quite keep up that relentless pace set early. But a really impressive performance there. I'm taken aback by how good the winner was.
Yeah, I think this horse is pretty good. Obviously, this is the best race today, but it was for horses who'd won between 1 and 3 races. This is now his 4th win. He'll be finding himself in opens and cup races in the future, I'm sure. He's got the back form to be as good as any other horse at Taif so far. Interesting, the first 5 home are all ex-Brits. You had I Am Magic winning, Aguaplano 2nd, back in 3rd was Guillemont, Nordic Lights was 4th, and Minois was 5th. So it's a real good race for ex-British trained horses. it's a race that I think the form's going to stack up really strongly going forward as well.
Don't forget Ryan's party was also 6 doing
Really?
it for the Brits as well. So it
Wow.
just keeps coming and coming and coming. The ex-British and Irish runners coming to Taif and doing the business. But we can see here just how far wide he's come. We've spoken about positions on the track, and it's kind of been quite evenly split now, I think. Although a lot of horses have been doing well up the rail, this runner here comes a little bit wider and does the business from about 4 or 5 wide. But Shamila's in the parade ring, in the winner's enclosure, I should say, and with Wiz winning Connections.
Louis Morales finally on the board with a winner in race 5. Previously trained by Michael O'Callaghan, I Am Magic does it again.
Oh yeah. Thanks, guys. You know, he's performing very well all the races. Because the first time in Taif, he finished 3rd. Then he won. He come back 10 days later or 12 days later, and he finished a good 3rd. And today he just come back and win. So 2 wins and 2 thirds. It's very good.
And we have our English studio open now, and Tom Collins said that this horse was going to win. So we could see that he was very strong from the start. And would you think he is a horse to look out for in Riyadh?
Well, we expect from him a lot more. But honestly, today he wasn't sharp like the other races. So I decided to keep it a little bit in the beginning, from 800 start to coming, and he responds very well. So I think he'll be all right in Riyadh.
And how do you think the track is riding today? What are the conditions like?
Well, it's normal. It's not fast, but it's not even heavy. I think it's normal for everyone.
Brilliant. Thank you, Louis.
You're welcome.
Louis Morales giving a really nice interview there, discussing how he kept a lid on the horse early on because he didn't feel as sharp as he did in previous starts. And you can see it here. He's not rushing up to get that lead.
No, he just sits in behind the speed. He took a little bit of a bump out the gates, nothing too dramatic, but he was able, as you can see here, right in the middle with the white noseband, the darkish silks with the white trim. He manages just to sit in around 4th or 5th in the early stages. That's kind of where you want to be, I think, unless you're on the lead and you get an easy time of things. But Harty definitely didn't. Yeah, definitely didn't get an easy time of things. Broke from stall 2, not 19. That's my bad pre-race. Obviously filled the position of the non-runner in the stall's bid star. But Harty was done at this point.
Yeah, Harty jumped out really strongly. I think Carlos Speeder was a little bit excited, and then nothing.
Yeah.
Found absolutely nothing and quickly drifted off the speed. But as you can just see, the real key players are yet to play the hand here. You can just see our winner sitting in that pocket, easing along. And I was a little bit concerned about the horse that hit the front at this stage. I thought, oh, hang on a minute, we could see a horse running away here.
Yeah, same. But at this point, I was getting confident because this horse has plenty of back form that over this distance and further. We know he's going to stay, albeit he does hang a little bit to his right in the straight. He was drifting in and out. Maybe he wasn't, as Louis Morales said, as sharp as they'd have liked him today. Maybe he'll come on a plenty in the future. But look, there were 3 horses in contention round in the bend. One of them's gone completely out the back of the shot. G1 eventually finishes a very tired 3rd. But I Am Magic cruises to the line, 3 lengths ahead of anything else, and the quickest time so far in 3 races over 7 furlongs today.
A really interesting point there on the times compared to we saw a very impressive winner previously. However, I just think when we had the head-on shot, you could just see him drifting away there. So clearly this horse has a lot more to do and a lot more form to come by, and I think there's plenty more in the tank.
Oh, absolutely. I'll probably be with him next time as well. I think this horse is one of the best in Taif right now. 3,000 horses here. I reckon he's in the top 10. Of course, we haven't seen them all. There might be a couple underlying superstars, but I Am Magic is the horse that I'm looking forward to for the rest of the season.
Now, those in the gallery, if we could please clip that up there, what Tom said. 3,000 horses here in Taif, and I Am Magic is in the top 10. Now, when I Am Magic gets pumped next time out, I want that played out on repeat over and over again. I think it's good. I think we've got a few more horses hidden away who are yet to come out and play the hand and could be very dangerous. Remember, we're only just at the beginning here of the season in Taif. Remember, we're live on YouTube. We're on Instagram. We're on Facebook. We're on Twitter. Please get in touch with us live on YouTube. Get in the comments if you've got any questions for Tom or myself. Anything can range. Tom's got plenty of topics he wants to go over, plenty of things he wants to discuss, but we're happy to take on any questions you've got. If you want questions regarding relationship advice, we'll take those as well. No problem at all. We can do it all. But actually, Tom, in regards to things I want to talk about, US racing, it's one of your topics. It's something you're very keen on discussing. What is going on with US racing at the moment? It feels like there are no superstars on the dirt.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame at the moment because we're building up towards the Breeders' Cup. The Breeders' Cup's in late or mid-November, and we were hopeful that in the Whitney Stakes at Saratoga the other day, Cody's Wish, the Godolphin-owned runner who'd won 9 out of his last 10 starts, would be the next superstar over middle distances. He's got a fantastic story. If you don't know it, then Google Cody Dorman. There's a brilliant connection between a disabled young man and the horse Cody's Wish that you would just never see again from any other horse. So, you know, this horse has not only the class, but also the backstory to go with it. Unfortunately, he disappointed in the Whitney, and it looks like because of that, connections may drop him back to the dirt mile. Therefore, the Classic is going to be wide open, full of the 3-year-olds who we're not too sure are even that good, Callum.
Well, that's it. I think there's nothing wrong with winning a Breeders' Cup dirt mile twice in a row. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. But because the 3-year-old division seemed so weak, seemed so wide open, and it's not like there's lots of good horses running. It seems like no one really knows who the good horses are. And then we go into this race, we think Cody's Wish can take us and give this championship division something to look forward to. And then Cody's Wish flattens to deceive, and we're back to square one. And I think Forte, a horse that at one point was tipped to be a Triple Crown animal, now Forte's at the top of the market for a Breeders' Cup Classic, and no one's really convinced about him. It could be wide open.
Yeah, he was a champion 2-year-old last year. He's a horse that everyone was anticipating was going to be a Breeders' Cup Classic this season. It hasn't really gone to plan so far. He was forced to miss the Kentucky Derby due to a hoof injury. Then, because of the rules in the US, if you're out for a race by a vet's decision, you then cannot run for 14 days. Or cannot work, and you need to work to enter the Preakness. So he wasn't able to run in the Preakness, came to the Belmont, finished a good second, but not great. And then last time out, he was okay. It's difficult to say that Forte is a likely Breeders' Cup Classic winner because I'm not overly sold by him. But at the same time, he's the leading 3-year-old right now. So, you know, we're
he's
relying
a
on
likely
hopes.
Breeders' Cup winner.
Well, exactly. We have Arcangelo as well. Arcangelo shouldn't be overlooked for Jenna Antonucci. It would be another brilliant story if he was to win under Javier Castellano. But there's a lot of water to go under the bridge until then.
White Abario won that big race where the favourite Cody's Wish disappointed. Yeah. Does he have a chance?
Well, I put him down. I previewed the race, and I put him down as the biggest danger towards Cody's Wish, with an eye of thinking second, best possible finish second. Cody's Wish didn't perform. White Abario produced a career best display. You can't write him off. Richard Dutrow came back from a 10-year suspension, now trains him. This horse has produced a career best performance in the Whitney. Irad Ortiz took the mount. If Irad stays on, which I highly doubt he will, because he'll probably be on Forte, but if he does in the Classic, who knows? White Abario could be the story. Big white horse, he'll make the headlines for sure.
Absolutely. He's a stunning-looking animal. Big, strong, bright white animal. A really exciting horse. One thing that's also exciting is the floodlights have come on here at Taif. So we are Thursday night under the lights at Taif, and I am desperately looking forward to our final few races. We've got plenty more to look forward to here at King Khalid Racecourse. Really interested to see the runners in the parade ring for our next contest. It just keeps coming and coming. This one over 1,600 metres. We go a little bit further over the mile this time, so I'm interested to see how we get on.
Yeah, local bred fillies open, a very interesting race. Big field, as you've already touched on. A couple of horses in here that have really high ratings, the likes of Corba, who again we'll get to with a VT shortly from the last time out effort where she ran very respectably. She's rated 96, the highest rated horse on the card today. There's a Fasa as well, who we touched on in the menu, ridden by Camille Ospina for King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons. Another horse you've got to pay note to. So much like last race, this is a very interesting contest with lots of horses who you definitely shouldn't be writing off going forward. They could contest good fillies opens like this and even go a step above.
Well, while they're harrowing the track behind us again, we'll hand you over to Gareth to give us the runners and riders for our 6th race here at Taif.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, the girls in action this time for the locally bred fillies open races, our 6th of the day. Here are the details. Number 1 is Montakiba, the mount of Ayad Al-Tirisi. Number 2, Daddy Queen, Mohammed Aldaham on board. Number 3 is Force, ridden by Louis Morales, who looks for a double on the card. Number 4 is Al Saib, partnered by Tariq Al Mansour. Number 5 is Korba, Adel Al Faraidi on board with 6 Shahak, the mount of the double-seeking Mohammed Mohammed Al Shurimar. Number 7 is Nur Al Anea with Abdullah Al Fayrouz taking the ride. Abdullah also looks for a second winner here today. 8 is a Fusser with Camilo Ospina taking the ride, and then over the page to horse number 9, Zemarid, ridden by Rayon Al Torsh. Number 10 is Tatul Al Game. Ali Al Mutib takes the ride. 11 is As Saidi with Abdullah Al Ofi in the saddle. Number 12 is Kahalat Delman, Naif Al Anazi. 13, Shaira, Rakan Al Abaid. 14, Najmat Al Mahafil with Mo Al Ubail taking the ride. 15 is Barika Amal, the mount of Abdullah Al Kredis, with 16, Haruf, ridden by Fahed Al Faraidi. 17 is Segar, Pat Cosgrave on board. And 18, Ebrak. Will bring you news of this one's jockey as and when we get it. Alexis Marino due to take the ride, but has been stood down following a tumble earlier on in the day. So 18 runners, a full field for our 6th race, and runners are heading into the paddock.
Thank you, Gareth. As you can see, our 3 musketeers lead us into the paddock again. I can't wait to get to know these guys over the weekend. They seem like the coolest guys on track, leading the runners into the parade ring. Very exciting field, full field for this race for the girls. I'm excited. Are you?
Yeah, very excited. I think there are a lot of horses in here that can take a step up. Lots of leading trainers, lots of leading jockeys are on show, and owners as well. So we've kind of got it all in here. Difficult puzzle, but hopefully we can narrow it down in the next few minutes.
A little bit of jockey information as well. Eddie Castro, not a bad substitution. He jumps in for Alexis Moreno on the number 18, Barak, who will be now partnered by Eddie Castro. I think that's a very nice jockey switch, John.
Yeah, that's a lovely jockey change. Eddie Castro, very, very experienced in the saddle, ridden over 2,500 winners. This horse won last time out, and we have a VT for Ebrak as well.
Ebrak, and interestingly, is trained by an Argentinian. So I think that's a fascinating training story. Lucas Gator trains, made his name in Argentina, now can live to Saudi Arabia, just showing the pull that this racing nation has.
Yeah, exactly that. And he's actually got 2 runners in here. The other is number 17, Segar, who's ridden by Pat Cosgrave.
Perfect. And I think we've got him in the parade ring. So I think I'll go down to Shamila and see if we can grab a quick word.
I'm here with Lucas Gaitan, who has 2 runners in the race. One of them who has already won a few weeks ago, Ebrak. Just tell me about both of their chances and how they've been doing at home.
Well, Ebrak did very well in his last run. Unluckily, Alex fell down 2 races ago, so now we go with Eddie Castro. But after the race, all good with her. We will see if she gets to the mile, which is a bit of a question I have. And then we have Siga. Also, she won last season here in 2,000 meters. She's reappearing from last season. We will see how she does. I think she's a good filly, but also today, tough fillies, tough race. We have Curva, which is a cup winner. So we'll see.
And just to touch quickly on Alexis Marino, have you heard anything about him? I know he's been stood down for the rest of the day, but how is he?
I was working here, putting the saddle and this, but they told me he was still in the ambulance. So hopefully he's okay. And of course, after the race, I will try to contact him. Yeah.
And Eddie Castro isn't a bad replacement anyway. And what do you say to what instructions have you given to your jockeys before the race today?
Well, the top jockeys, they don't need too much instructions. They know what to do. I show him the race, so total freedom. He can decide whenever the gates open, whatever he wants.
Thanks very much, Lucas.
Thank you.
We send our best wishes to Alexis Moreno, who is still obviously in the ambulance. Good thing is he's in the ambulance. That's the main thing. He's in a place where the best place he can be. And the horse we see in front of it is a Fesa, number 8 in your race cards. 2 wins from 11 starts. Big dirt type. You can spot these ones from a mile off, Tom, can't you?
Yeah, she's by Premium Tap, who's had a few horses over in the US. Lovely looking horses. You can see there. Ears are pricked, noseband on. I like the look of her a lot.
Yeah, that's Zemari. That's number 9. Number 10 is Tatul Algam. It's number 10, an interesting runner as well. Not quite the eye catchers that we've seen from our last 2. It hasn't really caught the eye for me, and has 1 win from 15 starts. Didn't run particularly well on her first run back this season.
No, she finished 13th last time back in meeting 15. It's been a few meetings since then. She's coming off a minor layoff, but she'll have to improve.
Number 12, Calat Del Mon is an interesting runner, 2 wins. Interesting form last time out with a 6th place finish. It's got the big jockey on board as well, the man, the myth, the legend aboard. I'm fascinated by that beard. I need to know what he's doing in the shaving department, because that's a cracking beard.
Yeah, Nath Alanasi's always a good jockey booking and good value for his money in interviews as well. Fantastic sportsman and personality. Calat Del Mon needs to improve, finished 16th last time out, but a return to the form at the start of the season when she finished 2nd and back in meeting 1 would give her a chance in here.
The horse on the screen now, Jcsa, is an interesting runner. Got 3 wins, so she clearly got ability. She's got a head in front 3 times here in Saudi Arabia. Hasn't run this season. That's your only concern. First time up, we've not seen any first time up winners so far here at Taif today.
No, we haven't. It looks like previous experience is very worthwhile at this track. You need to get your fitness, because it's riding slow out there, as a couple of the jockeys have already said. It can be quite reliant on stamina, and if you're not 100% fit, you can pay for it in the closing stages.
Yeah, tough going, I think. We've seen a few of those horses be up with the pace early, with that early speed, and then fade out quite tamely, because it's just such a tough course to run on at the moment, as we've seen just with the times themselves. Again, just look at this gorgeous view of Taif. I am fascinated by this place. You see the floodlights coming down. There's a real atmosphere about really getting quite busy now. Plenty of people here enjoying an evening at the races now. And we're going to just get a little bit of form here. This is Corba winning last time.
Yeah, bursting through the gap, as you can see, up the inside. We haven't seen any horse do this today, close up the inside. So maybe if the track was riding the same on this day, obviously it's a Riyadh, so slightly different venue, then you can mark up the performance, because it's riding deeper, and the horse probably shouldn't be pulling back the number 4 and 9. However, this is a very good piece of form. Highest rated horse in the race, rated 96, and definitely shouldn't be overlooked.
This is Riyadh form as well, which is crucial to notice. That's form from Riyadh, which is certainly strong enough form to go to war with. Force is another one I'm an interesting fan of. That was 2nd here on this occasion. Came wide, wobbled a bit, but did its best work towards the end.
Yeah, it's forced the pace in the early stages, much like the name would suggest. Was hanging a bit to the right, which I'm a little bit concerned about. Jockey's got the whip in the right hand, which is trying to keep Force straight, but she's still lugging out. Slight concern for me. She's obviously got lots of ability. She represents leading connections. Gaith Al Gaith is the trainer, a guy we touched on earlier on. He finished 4th in the trainer championship last year. So Force is definitely a player from an inside stall.
It's not the only horse we've got form for. We've got lots of form for this race. Ibrak, another one who won on this occasion. Nice performance.
Yeah, and Eddie Castro takes them out today. Crucial jockey change. Not that Alexis Moreno wouldn't have done a good job, because he's equally good, but Eddie Castro is very experienced. Outside gate, we'll have to overcome that in the early stages. I really liked the performance here. Showed lots of early speed, was gutsy close home. You might be thinking at this point of the VT, maybe the grey horse, the number 9, is going to come and chin Ebrak, but it just didn't happen. Ebrak clung on and actually won a shade closely. The jockey eased up a few strides from the line.
Little cheeky punch of the air as well across the line, which you just love to see. The trainer,
much like me in the last race with Iron Magic.
A little punch of the air, Tom. That's very modest of you. You were on your feet. You were nearly over the barrier. You were that excited with your win last time. Hopefully you can have another today. Who is your selection going forward for this one?
Yeah, it's an interesting race. I'm not as bullish as I am about the last race, but I like Efasa in this contest. For King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons and Camille Ospino. Breaking from gate 8, you'll see the white silks with the red trim on the sleeves and the green cap. Had 2 wins from 11 starts. I think it's the leading player. Corba, obviously, huge contender, rated 96, 4-time winner, and can't be overlooked for the leading rider, Alad Al-Faradi. But I'll go for Efasa.
Corba, you've just got that slight concern, first time up this season.
Yeah, exactly.
It's almost as if you can kind of go, the form's all there, as we saw with the VT, plenty of talent under the bonnet there, but you've just got concerns. We need to see a run before we can really judge where she is going forward.
Well, 100%. You know, when a horse isn't fully fit, you just have that niggling doubt. So, for example, if we were to have a sprint between us two right now, I know you're quick. I know you're quicker. I know you're quicker. But you haven't gone for a sprint recently, so I might have a chance. You know.
You're absolutely right, Tom. I'm lacking race fitness. I would be in need of the run. Somebody not lacking any race fitness, primed and ready to rumble, is Gareth Topham. Over to you, Gareth.
I wouldn't be so sure, but yeah, the runners are at the post. We race over the mile this time, 1,600 metres, and yeah, 36,000 Saudi Real in win and place prize money, half of that on offer to the winner. And yeah, the runners just circling as they do here when they've arrived down at the start. So you'll see here they're right at the end of the chute. We get some great aerial shots over the field here, and they're basically doing the full length of the back straight that's available to them. They'll join the course proper after a couple of 100 meters, pretty much at the sort of 6 furlong start, the 1200 meter start. You'll see in the centre there Tatul Al Game. That one was just being attended to. A 1-times winner from 15 career outings, Ali Multib on board, but let's have a look at one or two of the others. A Fassa there in shot, the red cap. You'll see that these owners have got a few runners in this race. Shahak as well, the jockey sporting the green cap, first set of the silks, and Zema Reed as well with Rayan Al Tosh. He's going to be wearing the yellow cap. There's Monta Kiba in the red and black colours just going through shot. And number 2, Daddy Queen, who is without her rider at the moment. You'll see there that Tatul Game is still in the middle. Look at one or two of the others. Horse number 17, Segar. This one partnered by Pat Cosgrave. It was interesting, wasn't it, hearing earlier on when he was speaking to Shamila. He obviously hasn't been out here for all that long, and this will be just Pat's 8th Taif ride, this particular horse, Segar, in this up-and-coming contest. Kahalat Delman in shot there, the red cap, and horse number 7 is Nur Alanea and Abdullah Al-Fairuz, who looks for a double on the card. Also in a variation of black and yellow silks is Asadi, with Abdullah Alofi taking the ride, horse number 11. So post time for this race, local time is 6:45, around about 4:45 if you're watching from the UK, and the runners are circling, but the loading up process, given that we've got 18 of them, it won't be too much longer before they are loading the stalls for this up-and-coming contest. And again, varying degrees of experience among the runners. Most of them have had quite a few starts now. There's one or two sort of lesser exposed rivals, but look at these shots that we've got over Taif here from the drone, and you can just see there the whole length of the back straight they'll have ahead of them. And when they start to make that turn, they'll be making the journey on to their final 600 metres, so around about 3.5 furlongs from the winning line once they start to turn out of the back straight. And the sun's setting. The question I'll put to Tom and Callum following this race is how much cooler are they feeling from a couple of hours ago? Temperature sort of 36 degrees Celsius here in Taif today. The runners then are about to head behind the stalls. The loading up process underway for the Taif 6:45 race, and the first couple heading on in. Once again, the number of the stalls that they head into will be the same as the saddle cloth. So number 1, Monta Kiba, about to slot into the inside berth, partnered by Ayad Al Tarisi. There in shot is Korba, who we saw a few moments ago on one of the VTs and running a very good race as well across at Riyadh. I think a big run can be expected for that one this evening. Daddy Queen, Mohammed Aldaham, about to get the leg back up, and the loading up process continues. Daddy Queen, looks like Daddy Queen is going to be reunited with her jockey in the starting stalls. And so good that we're able to do that over here as well. It is allowed in various other jurisdictions. Into stall 18 will be Ebrak to the left of shot there. Eddie Castro has come in for a spare ride, replacing Alexis Marino, and still a few others out of line as well. Looks like Tatul Al Game is heading forward, and also into line will be Najmat Al Mahafil into stall 14, and also Asayeb, who's gone into stall 4. So there aren't too many more now for this latest race here at Taif. Not going to be too much longer before we're underway. The red cap going in there is a Faisar, and also heading on in is Shahak in that green cap. 3 runners in the same silks, but different caps among them to help distinguish. So here we go. We're just about set to go. Race 6 at Taif, lined up. Starter holding the field, and Here we go, they're off and racing. Korbar broke out well, along with Noor Alanea in the yellow-coloured jacket. They are a couple of the first ones to show, with Zemma Reed out a bit wider. Deeper still to Tool Al Game in a dark-coloured jacket. A little wider out then to Kalahat Delmon, and also pushing forward is Najmat Al Mahafil up towards the outside with Segar, and widest of all Ebrak. So settling themselves down, and with the advantage at what looks to be a pretty fast early pace to Tool Al Game over towards the inside of Segar. Pat Cosgrave has got Segar very handy there up around the outside, and then through along the inner is Afasar, who's not too far off the pace as they continue their progress over in the back straight. Just up in behind the leading few is Zemma Reed, and then beginning to improve is Najmat Al Mahafil up in between runners, without wider on the track Ebrak, and they're now coming a little way clear of the others, headed off by Noor Alanea, with Korbar now looking to catch up as well. Got a fairly good start that one, but was reined back a bit and is now on the move once more as they're galloping left-handed back towards the straight, and it is Afasa who shows in front by around about 2 lengths over Najmat Al Mahafil, who's now gone off in pursuit into second. Corfield continuing to finish well up towards the outside. Further back then to Zemma Reed, and then in behind those the weakening Segar. They're down the lane and with the advantage and clear as well. It is Afasar by the best part of 3 to 4 lengths. Still giving pursuit all the way to the line is Korbar down the outside, and Korbar is gaining fairly rapidly as well on Afasar as they go close home, and Afasar's pocket is picked near the line by Korbar, who gets up to win. Korbar beats Afasar into second, and the two of them were nicely clear of the third. We'll pick that up in a few moments for you, but it was another good finish between two horses down the home straight, and it was Korbar who's putting some fine late work. We saw in the VT earlier on from over in Riyadh that Korbar had some pretty serious form with regards to this race, strong credentials, and she has worn down Afasar in the final furlong of the journey, and the two of them were coming well clear of the third. We'll pick that up in a few moments for you, but it is Korbar who prevails. Adel Al-Faradi on board and beats Afasar into second position. We're just waiting for third place and the distances to be revealed on that sixth race here today. 1 length, the distance between first and second. You'll see them crossing the line. And from a long way back, Daddy Queen, horse number 2, has come through to grab the third spot. I'm sure the lads will have something to say about Daddy Queen's run in a few moments. Seemed to come from a fair way down the pack. The result then to our 6th race of the day here at Taif. It's a win for number 5, Korbar. 5-8-2, the order home.
كيف تغيرت معك الفرص او لسه ما تكون عليها من الاول؟
Adel Al-Faradi coming into a winning interview after guiding Korbar to success. under a very, very good set of commentary from Gareth, who spotted Korba before we did, because we were willing on Afasa to get home for our second menu winner of the day. But Korba creeping into the race and gets by and wins quite cosily first time up.
Yeah, we saw this filly in the VT beforehand from Riyadh show that stamina late on and burrow up the inside and managed to pick up a couple of front runners. And she's kind of done the same thing today. You know, she was miles off the pace. It looked like Afasa had the race won and completely sewn up turning in when Camille Ospina kicked for home. She ran very well, take nothing away from the second.
Yeah.
But Korba, the highest rated horse on the card, showed her in a VT, was fantastic today.
The card has just got better and better
Yeah.
as the race has gone on, and I think we've seen 3 very nice horses in a row here at Taif. And the one for me to take out of this is Afisa, because I think she ran a really mighty race, but you could just see her falling into a hole in the final straight, and you knew what your fate was if you were supporting her. But Daddy Queen, from the clouds to finish in third, away clear from the rest of her rivals, a long way back from the rest. She could win a nice race going forward.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the full race replay, because I was focusing on Afasa and Korba as they came into the home straight. I don't know where Daddy Queen came from. She must have been
I'll tell you
miles
what,
back.
a different parish.
Well, yeah. Her last 3 starts, she's been improving. She finished 5th, 3rd, 2nd. Today she was 3rd, but behind 2 very good horses. You've got to mark her up. She's a daughter of Sleeping Indian. When she steps up beyond a mile, she's got to be dangerous.
Put her in your notepads, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very simple thing. See a good horse, write it down, because you never know, she could win next time up. But what a performance there from our winner, who isn't even in shot yet, will come and break the heart of all the Afisa supporters as Korba storms by the highest rated filly on the card today. Does the business. Really, really impressive under our champion jockey.
Yeah, you can tell why Adel Alfaredi is the champ, because you just saw there how balanced he is in the saddle, how powerful he is. He managed to get this horse into a nice rhythm, move through just at the right time, just to clinch victory on the line ahead of Afasa, who's 2 lengths clear at this stage.
Just look at the closing down and you can just see, again, we have to stress these jockeys are incredibly professional, really talented riders, and he's shown all his moxie, all his judgment to judge that absolutely to the money. He'd come there with a wet sail and won slightly cosily.
Yeah, and one thing we haven't actually talked about today is the kickback. There isn't much. You know, these horses in behind, usually if the kickback is heavy, you can give that as an excuse why the horse might not have performed. But today, there isn't much kickback. You saw there in the overhead graphic, just a little bit of dirt kicking up, nothing major. Those in behind have no real excuses other than the track is pace bias.
And Korba came from behind. She came from off the pace. And we're about to see the full race, and we can keep an eye on Korba and Daddy Queen. They're the 2 to really watch in this, our race from Taif.
Yeah, Daddy Queen breaks from stall 2. Doesn't seem to be any kind of issue out of the stalls. There's no interference. She just decides to take back. Korba's in mid-division-ish. You can see her with the big white cap. White cap. It looks like a blue noseband, I believe, as well. The grey horse, just 4 off the rail, right there in the middle of shot. Afasa was ridden forward, but not overly forward in the early stages. Camille Ospina decides to make the move pre-bend to gather that inside rail. Right now it looks like he's in 3rd and he's about to be shut off, but he's aggressive up the inside and maintains that position.
Do you think that's where he may have lost the race? Because he's expended that energy to get to the rail. You completely understand why he's done it. You totally understand why he's made that move, because when the gap is there, if you don't take that gap, you're not a jockey. But he takes that gap, he uses that vital energy, and then he loses the race in the final stride because he's got nothing left.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision, isn't it? I think in that spur of the moment, it's a case of the gap is there, we're going to have to go, otherwise it could be drama. We've already seen Ospina earlier on in race 3 have a little bit of drama around that bend, no room, and it might have cost him the race there. So he was aggressive
Look at where the
this
winner
time.
is now. The winner is not even in the top 5.
Scything through, isn't she? Look at that. She found the gap and she's really powering into contention. Daddy Queen currently in about 8th in the white cap, in the blue silks, just in behind rivals who are going backwards, switching out wide now, and is about to move into 4th.
Catches that wet sail, and you can just see, if you ignore the first 2 who are finishing a mile clear and treat this race behind as its own separate race, she's actually won that race quite well, considering she broke well but settled in behind, sat behind rivals and finished very strongly as Korba sweeps through to take the win, to break your heart.
Yeah, it really broke my heart. She's an eye catcher in 3rd, Daddy Queen, but she's a little bit one-paced. I think these top 2 horses are very nice, and next time, if Afasa doesn't come up against Korba, she will definitely win.
Absolutely. A face the connections. Avoid Korba at all costs. You will not beat her if you come against her again. She's a very, very nice runner. Here as the sun sets at Taif, we're very excited. We've got the call to prayer going on as well. It's a beautiful sound too. And we've got plenty more to look forward to. Plenty more races to get our teeth stuck into.
Absolutely. We've got races 7, 8 and 9 still to come on this card. Really looking forward to getting stuck in. Maybe they aren't as quality as race 6 and 5 that we've just seen, but at the same time, you never know what kind of horse is going to turn up. So hopefully a couple more winners and at least some competitive racing.
We mentioned earlier that the stewards here are really professional. It's a really professional outlook. And Shamila actually caught up with some stewards earlier on today.
I'm here with one of our stewards, Muklid. Now, there are some new protocols in place. Just explain what's happening and what the new procedures are.
Yes, as you said, it is a new protocol, and this is behind the safety of the horses and the jockey. Usually, when we have any injured or bleeding horses in the race, we don't know what exactly happened. That's why we told all trainers and all the jockey, after unsaddling the horses, they bring it here in the ring, and the vet, they will come here, check every horse by horse to make sure that all the horses are safe and in a good performance.
That's a brilliant initiative. Why did you bring it in?
Because sometimes if there is any problem in the back, because all the horses, if they has a problem, it goes back. So we call the vet to check it. But now, once the whole, maybe one vet he check, but once it come here, all the vets it's here and they discuss about the case if they have the case.
And what about the sampling? Has anything changed with that?
The sampling, it doesn't occur here. The sampling, it goes to the labs. In the labs, they can take sample there. But this is, again, it gave the stewards a chance to choose if there is any needed to take and what you call it, and sample for the horses. Sometimes, yes, we decide to take any randomly horses. It is good to have it here because otherwise it will go direct to the stable. So once we have it here, we can decide to take whatever we want from the horses.
And today is the first day for that, and it will continue in Riyadh as well.
Yes, as you said, it is the first time to apply it, and I hope will continue on this Taif and Riyadh.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
There was Shamila discussing all the safety measures that are going in across racing in Saudi Arabia. And I think we talked about sampling and checking horses that bleed and making sure they're getting immediate answers to if there's anything that seems slightly amiss in an attempt to avoid bigger issues down the line.
Yeah, horse welfare is very important. You know, globally, there's different levels of welfare around the world right now, but the top level is what everyone's striving for, and it looks like we're going that way here.
And if you want to become a tier 1 racing nation that Saudi Arabia and a lot of other nations want to become, you have to take horse welfare seriously. You cannot avoid it. It's physically impossible to not discuss horse welfare. So I think, especially if we're racing on dirt racing is under the microscope a lot at the moment through issues in various different racing jurisdictions. I think Saudi Arabian authorities getting on top of this early and making sure there are plans and protocols in place before all of the international runners even come over can only be a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw a horrible situation at Saratoga a few weeks back with a horse called Maple Leaf Mel on the dirt. So yes, precautions are really needed. And it's just great to see because we love horse racing. We love trying to find the winner. We love studying the form and showing VTs and talking about how a race may pan out. But we love the horses. You know, horse racing is nothing without the horses. So we have to protect them and look after them.
I think you've hit the nail on the head there, Tom. Racing is nothing without its horses. They are our main athletes. They are our superstars. And we have to make sure they're in the best position and getting the best care possible so they can run their best to their best ability.
Well, exactly that. And, you know, when we're looking at all of these races, we're presuming they're going to run to their best. But with the protocols, with the stewarding and having a look at the horses pre-race, post-race, we know that they're fit and ready to go.
Talking of horses, I would like to look at the jump season in England in the winter, England and Ireland and some in Scotland as well, I think are really fascinating to look at a horse called Constitution Hill, who I think we were discussing this last night in one of our many chats about racing. And you said jump racing is all about one horse this season, and it's Constitution Hill.
Yep.
What does he do? He's already a champion hurdler.
I say stick to the champion hurdle. I don't know whether it's I don't know whether it's going to happen. It is the boring route. It's the boring route, but at the same time, he is dominant. When you have a horse that good, there's no point of exerting them to go into different races where they don't need to be. You know, Constitution Hill last year proved to be the horse that everyone is backing. He's the horse that everyone wants to follow. Everyone wants to side with him because he is the iron horse, if you want to use a quote used earlier. I think sending him over fences would be bullish and maybe foolish, but I know that you disagree.
No, I totally understand where you come from, and I do agree with certain points that you make. Yep. I would always say this: if you are listening to me, Nicky Henderson, if you're sitting watching this Saudi Arabian coverage from Taif, please sit down, get comfortable, and hear me out. You have an absolute unicorn. Do what unicorns do and destroy every record in front of you. Go and win yourself a Gold Cup. It's like Usain Bolt winning the 100 metres at the Olympics and then say, you know what, I'm going to win the 400 metres next year. And everyone will doubt him. Everyone will doubt him and say, oh, but you can't. You're already winning the 100 metres. You're already dominant. Stay dominant. But you're Usain Bolt. When you're that good, just take your chance. Have a go. Go and win. So, Nicky, if you're watching, have a go. Go chasing. Go and enjoy it and show us how good your horse is, because I think he's a superstar. I think he is an absolute rocket.
Yeah, he looks one of the best we've ever seen, I think, over jumps. So, yeah, we'll keep a close eye on what the plan is. I think there's a bit of disagreement between the owner and the trainer, or at least there was at the end of last jump season. They've had a whole summer to work out what they're going to do.
They wanted to go to Royal Ascot and run the 2 mile on the flat. That's how good they thought he was.
That would have been brave, very brave. It didn't happen. But yeah, the water's gone under the bridge and we're coming up towards the jump season now as winter approaches in the UK, so we'll see what happens.
A little bit more on jumps horses going towards the flat. Vauban, very impressive at Royal Ascot, very impressive in Ireland. Going to the Melbourne Cup now, the Australians are very excited to have a real top-class Irish jumps horse normally going over the flat and really hopefully giving the Australians something to worry about.
Yeah, we've seen Willie Mullins do this with a number of horses, including Max Dynamite in recent years. Vauban's different gear. He's a very good horse, and he was impressive the other day. We've been talking a lot about imported horses, UK horses coming to Saudi. We've got an Irish horse going to Australia, equally interesting. And I'm sure that race, the Melbourne Cup, is going to draw attention from all over the world.
Now, these horses aren't going over to Australia, but Gareth can take us through the runners and riders for our 7th race.
I think I'm with Tom on Constitution Hill, but anyway, we digress. Let's move on. This is a handicap event for the local bred horses, and we've got 18 runners here, so a full field. Number 1 is Yahya, the mount of Abdullah Al Fayrouz. Number 2 is La Toadel, Camilo Ospina takes the ride. Number 3 is Alpha Sem, ridden by Louis Morales. Number 4 is Ala Jabo, ridden by AS Al Odib. Number 5, Alahas, Abdullah Al Credis takes the ride. 6 is Milana, Jimmy Carrion on board with number 7, Hala, Fawas Wanos takes the ride. Number 8 is One Gate, ridden by Naifa Al Nazi. 9 is Modbek, the mount of Rakan Al Obeid, with number 10, Abo Shebar, Sultan Al Mimoni on board. 11, Hilal Najid with Abdulaziz Al Musa. Number 12 is Montahira with M. Saeed in the plate. 13, Sati Al Maidan with Adel Al Faraidi on board. 14, Meshael, Turki Alofi, the jockey. 15, Masrood, the mount of Mohammed Al Bubail, with 16, Meishakar Al Riyad, Selman Al Rashid on board. Over the page again to number 17, Leia Oyun Hassan. We'll get the jockey confirmed for this one shortly. It was due to be Alexi Marino, but obviously his stood down. And number 18, Badr Al Shamal, the mount of Rayan Al Torsh. So a full field of 18. We lose the reserves, and we'll be underway shortly for the 7th of the day here at Taif.
They're already in the parade ring here for our 7th at Taif, and this is a fascinating contest to do with handicapping. We talked about it earlier. There's only £3 between the entire field, and when we talked about the reserves that don't get in, talk about their ratings, Tom, because it's fascinating.
Yeah, so it's a 0 to 70 handicap. Horses rated between 0 and 70. However, in Taif, with the amount of horses and the limited amount of races of this nature, There are 18 horses in the field, all rated between 70 and 67. The 3 reserves, 2 of them are also rated 67. If this was in the UK, they'd be near top weights. There'd be numbers 1, 2, or 2 and 3. But over here, they can't get in. So, yeah, it's a tricky state of affairs for those connections who are desperate for a race. But at the same time, we have a super competitive field. And if the ratings are correct, only 3 lengths should separate all 18 runners. It won't happen that way, but that's what the ratings suggest.
And if 3 lengths do separate all 18 runners, the handicapper, give him the biggest round of applause.
It'll be the best race of the decade, Callum.
3 lengths between all 18. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it. But I think we are going to see a little bit of a difference between the runners here. The first one we're going to look at is number 1, Yahya. This is 1 win from 7 starts, but comes here top rated.
Yes, top rated, is owned by King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons, so we see those familiar white silks, but it's a second string on jockey bookings. However, is trained, interestingly, by one of the trainers to follow this year, Ahmed Mohamoud. He's the top of the trainer standings right now with 13 winners, so do not discount him, despite the fact Ospina's on number 2.
Little bit of housekeeping for you as well. Number 17 will be ridden by Serb Al Siniat. That's Serb Al Siniat replacing the injured jockey on number 17. 3 is Al Fasem. This is an interesting runner. It's a colt, another colt. Interesting, we're seeing a lot of these entire horses running. Still, they're not gelding many horses over here.
No, they're not. 6-year-old colt, you don't see that very often at all. He's had 60 starts, won 3 times. Last time out finished 12th, the time before finished 14th, so we'll need to improve.
As soon as we say that, we see it gelding. number 4, Ala Jabo, 12 runs, still a maiden. We'll find this tough, I think.
Interesting not running in a maiden race, you know, going for the handicap route with the rating of 70. Yeah, find it tough.
But has clearly shown enough promise in maidens to be able to feature in this field. So you can just see the strengths and depths of racing all the way through here at Taif. Is we're seeing horses that are yet to win a race that have got a good enough rating to feature in a 0.75.
Yeah, exactly. He finished 2nd last time out back in meeting 10. So, you know, that was a good enough effort. But I don't know. For a confidence standpoint, as if I'm giving a selection of who I think the most likely winner is, he would be quite far down my list.
Actually, one that does have a win under his name is Hal, which is horse number 7, who you can see in front of you now. This has 1 win from 7 starts, but has run plenty of times this season already. So hopefully we'll build on those previous runs.
Yeah, just ran a couple of weeks ago back in meeting 23, finished 13th that time. Previous to that, ran in meeting 20 and finished 15th. Down the field, both starts on his last 2 efforts. Probably needs to improve.
But due a good run. Due a good run. Connections will be hoping that they're going to get a much better performance today. Some of just those headliners we've got to look forward to. We do have some form for this race, and it comes in the form of La Toche Day, who is a very exciting horse. I'm really excited to see how this horse runs, because you pointed him out earlier, just because the owner's connections.
Yeah, the connections wide on the track here with the green silks, the green cap, as you can see. This horse ran a very nice race. It was a tougher event, I'd say, here, and it looks like he's done at the top of the straight. It looks like he's cried enough and he's not going to get anywhere close, but he continues to grind out and finish 4th. There's a quicker now up the inside in the yellow, as you can see. He's just going to run him out of the places, but La Toche Del ran very respectably. Camille Ospina has chosen this horse over Yahya, who represents the leading trainer. I think La Toche Del is the horse to beat from gate 16.
Are you saying Camilla Ospina is really the jockey choice that's turned you towards that horse rather than the previous form, or are you thinking of that form as well?
I think Ospina, the fact that he's on board La Toche Del is a huge plus. He would have the choice because he's the leading rider for King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz. If he wanted to ride Yahya, he could, and that horse is unexposed in top weight. Those 2 horses have to come into leading consideration. There is another one though, Callum. Number 10, Abu Shabay. 5-time winner, the joint highest most winning runner on the card today with a horse earlier on. You can't write him off, because when there's a horse like this that knows how to win a race against some horses who either haven't won before or have only won once, they've got that huge benefit.
One thing Abu Shabay is not is unexposed. 42 runs, 42 career runs, 5 career wins. That's not a concern for me. That doesn't put me off completely, because like you said, winning matters. And especially at this level, you want horses with a positive aptitude who are going out and trying to win and have winning experience. So I wouldn't be too concerned about the amount of runs he's had, and certainly has every chance. But again, another colt.
Yes, another colt, and there's another colt in here with more runs. Number 14.
Oh my goodness, I've seen it.
Meshayal breaks from the inside stall from gate 1, has had 84 starts as a 7-year-old, only won twice. tends to find it hard. Oh, look at this. The cameramen know.
They
know.
just know. They know. Look how confident, going down to post, no concerns whatsoever. Been there, done that a million times before. And I'm thinking start 85 will hopefully be win number 3.
It would be a real story if that was the case. This horse has obviously run plenty in his career. You know, he loves the game. Connections are persisting, but hard for maximum confidence.
The jockey aboard that horse actually rode a treble last week. So
yes.
we're getting some words through that he's in some sort of form. So hopefully, again, you know what, we're all going for 85 runs. Give me a third win. Give me that third career victory. I think he's got every chance.
Yeah, I need to step up. But it would be a great story. One of the best stories of the day, for sure.
I think you're absolutely right, John, when we look at those horses that are unexposed. Yahayi at the top of the weights, for me, it's only 7 runs. And suddenly, when you look down the field, we've got the form in front of us, you look down at it, you go exposed, 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 potentially unexposed, but again, the jockey change then suggests, does the jockey believe in that horse's chances? Does that then put us off?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, only had 7 starts, by far the fewest in the whole field, yet is top rated with a mark of 70. So this horse obviously has plenty of ability and the potential to improve and get much better than this level. The only thing that puts me off is the fact that Camille Ospina's not on. You know, otherwise, Yahaye would be one of the leading players. He still could be. You know, it doesn't mean... The fact that Ospina's chosen La Tojadel rather than Yahaye doesn't mean Yahaye cannot win. It's just a slight worry.
Just take a look at this shot. Isn't it just a beautiful place to come and do sport? The football ground is in the background there. There's a big game there last night. It was all very busy. We went out for a meal. We watched it on the big screen. We weren't. I'd like to remind everybody in the production team that we weren't given any tickets for the game. And I'm just wondering where that came in the agreement. I specifically put on my contract that I wanted to see Benzema, and I'm still waiting to see any football. So we do see the football ground in the background. But about Ospina, not had a winner today.
I know, he's had plenty of hard luck, I'd say. You know, in race 3, he should have won last time. In the last race on Efesa, he was just denied by Corba. It's coming. Maybe this race. I'm going to side with La Tojadel, so hopefully he wins this race. But if not, don't worry. It'll just be around the corner, Callum.
Someone else who isn't coming has already arrived is Gareth. He's doing the business so far today, and he's got another race to look forward to today. Another big field, Gareth. Take it away.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, the runners are at the post. Looks like number 3, Alpha Sem, just in the middle of the circle there. There were 1 or 2 others as well that are just being attended to. But yeah, there is Alpha Sem, black and white colours. Louis Morales back in the saddle now and looking for a double on the card. And this one has had plenty of starts. We're talking about those experienced runners. Well, Alpha Sem has got 60 previous runs under his belt. 3 wins. Can he make it a 4th tonight? There's number 16, Meisha Al Riyadh, briefly going through shot as we see just what a spectacular venue this is. I think even more so under the lights. And as you'll see once again, it's the 1,600-metre journey ahead of the field here, so a mile in front of them. They'll hook up with the course proper after racing around about 2 furlongs, I'd say, around about 400 metres, and they begin the turn with just around about 3.5 furlongs, about 700-odd metres of their journey remaining. So pretty much half of the race, just over half the race, I'd say, going down the back straight. There's Yahaye, who's actually stated as a grey, very dark shade of grey. 12 going through shot, that's Montahira. And the blue headgear there of Hilal Najid and Abdulaziz Al Musa, another who has got plenty of experience, 38 runs under his belt. So runners shortly will be heading behind. Post time for this race is just 2 minutes away, and it looks as if the loading up is now underway. So just a reminder that this is a 0 to 70 race, a handicap event, 0 to 70, and it's for 3-year-olds and older. But what it does mean, of course, is that with regards to the starting stalls, the race card number is irrelevant this time. So we look there over towards the inside stall, the blue and white jacket of Turkey Alofi, partnering horse number 14, Mesheal. So Mesheal, number 14, will be coming out of stall 1. It's all other races, apart from handicap races, where the saddlecloth number indicates the draw number. Horse number 12 is slotting in. That's Montahira going into stall 15. And with these being an experienced bunch, it's unlikely to take it too long to get them all in the stalls. Many cameras in and around the racecourse here tonight, and as you join us on YouTube for the English language coverage of the racing over in Saudi Arabia at Taif, we are treated to some absolutely spectacular shots, whether it's from ground level, from the sidecar, from above. And what a treat it is to have this 9-race card to enjoy here today, and of course back tomorrow, back Saturday also. We've got 3 more races to come this evening if you are just tuning in, and this is the biggest field remaining for the remainder of the night. We've got just the 6 in our next, and then I think it's 17 runners, I think, in our final race, slightly smaller than here, where we have a full field. Milana slots forward in the halved colours, Johnny Carry-On taking the ride, and also heading forward is Ala Jabo. Out of line as well is Hala into stall number 6 shortly, the 7-horse there, the orange saddlecloth. And there aren't too many more, just a couple of runners left out of line. So best of luck here with whoever you fancy on our 7th race of the day. 16,000 Saudi Riyals going to the winner here as Hala heads forward with the put on there for stalls entry and slots in nicely, and it looks as if Abu Shayba will be the last in under Sultan Al Mamuni. This is the second of Sultan's rides here today. We're ready to go. And they're off and racing. And one of the first to show is Hala, who broke out quite well, but now just settling back in behind runners. Al Fassam is showing bright early speed, with Yahya a little wider out in a green cap. And not too far off the pace either is Leoyun Hassan in the early stages, and from wider out, Latoadel is also pushing forward. They're being followed next in these early exchanges by Sati Al Maidan, who's currently a little isolated, running in 5th spot, without wider on the track in orange sleeves Modbeck. Then closer to the inside is Ala Haas, that one racing on ahead of Milana, and further down the pack then to the likes of Montahira and also Abu Shayba as they now begin the left-handed turn out of the back straight at 59 kilometers an hour. And in the black and white jacket, Alpha Sem showing narrowly ahead. Lato Hadel, though, is on the premises, is a close second. Leahun Yassan is back in 3rd. 4th position is Yahya, and then comes Sati Al Maidan, with back in behind those Alahas looking to close in. Then along the inside is Ala Jabo as they're making the turn back towards the entrance to the home straight. Masroud is also trying to put in some late work and is making a little bit of progress, and Modbeck towards the wide outside as well. So swinging on in, a few chances here. Al Fasim now challenged for the lead by Latohadel, and right down the outside Sati Al Maidan, and Sati Al Maidan now strikes the front with just over 200 meters left to travel. Sati Al Maidan from Latohadel in 2nd, and then out a bit wider and staying on is Alahas as they race now into the closing stages. And Alahas, one of the most experienced horses in the race, has come through in the closing stages. Milana late on the scene, but it's Alahas who wins. Milana is back in 2nd, and Sati Al Maidan just tied up a little in the closing stages, crossed the line in 3rd spot. So a race which changed a little bit there in the concluding stages, and it's a 5th career win for Alahas on what was his 57th career outing. Alahas it is who goes on to land the prize. Sati Al Maidan getting a little bit tired in the closing stages. Milana picked up well towards the outside to run on for a place, but as we can see here in the closing stages, Abdullah Al Credis strong in the run to the line there on Alahas, and he had a willing partner. Came out of stall 10, and Alahas, horse number 5, has prevailed, getting the better of Milana by a length in the end, with back in behind them Sati Al Maidan. The order then as we see them across the line in race 7, a win for number 5, 6 was 2nd, and 13 was 3rd.
very happy looking Abdullah Al-Kredis coming in after giving Al-Lahas a win on his 57th career start, 5th win of his career, and that was a tale of too much pace.
Yeah, exactly that. I think Camilo Ospina was adamant he wanted to get to the front on La Toja del. That forced other horses to go faster to try and keep their inside position. It led to a huge pace collapse in the closing stages, and all the top 4 finishes came from miles back, Callum.
We talk about huge pace collapse. When Sati Al-Madain took the lead, I thought he was taking the lead to win the race, fell into a hole, stopped incredibly quickly, went from 1st to 3rd in the space of 50 metres, a real pace collapse. Interestingly, we looked as well, there was no pace on the rail in that race.
No.
All the pace came from outside, and it was a real burn-up to get from the outside to get across to that rail. But they didn't really need to do so because there was no challenge from the inside. No one was trying to make it.
No, it was like the jockeys on the outside thought they had to go overly quick to get a race position when actually they didn't. That led to, as we've touched on, a huge pace collapse. Yahaye was done before the bend. Lights out there. La Toja del looked like he was travelling nicely going into the bend, but just paid for that early exertions as he was rounding for home. And then, Sati Al-Madain looked like he was coming to win the race and eventually only finishes 3rd under Adel Al-Faradi. So it's a weird race to study. The time wasn't overly quick at all, almost 2 seconds slower than race 6 today over this mile trip, 1:47.58. Reasonably slow, but that can be put down to the pace and the fact that it completely collapsed. I don't think this form is great going forward.
Although the time wasn't great and the form doesn't look great, it doesn't matter to winning Connections, who won 16,000 real in this contest. And you can see plenty of big pats going around and a great British racing cap on as well, which is great to see here in Taif as well.
Yeah, I heard plenty of cheers, so it must have been that man because he was just behind us. There was a big amount of cheers in that race, more than I've heard for any other contest today. So, very happy Connections.
Very happy Connections indeed. And it'll be interesting to have a look at this race again when we rerun the whole scene, just to see where those winning horses came from and where the pace collapse really occurred, because it didn't occur right at the top of the straight where you normally see these paces fall off. It occurred in the final 150 metres to go, and that was when the pace sort of fell off. So very interesting performance. Milana in 2nd, doesn't get much of a mention, stayed on quite nicely. I thought that was a very decent run, but again, Milana, that was his 15th career start, so you'd be hoping, her 15th career start, you'd be hoping that she can maybe step on a little bit better from that, considering that was only her 2nd run this season.
Yeah, 2nd run this year, further improvement likely, and she's never won a race. So, this is a case for why these trainers are going for handicaps rather than just maiden contests. The prize money is obviously greater in these kind of races rather than maidens, but if Connections drop Milana back into a maiden, she's surely sure to win one soon.
But if you drop back into a maiden, you may bump into something very smart. At least here, you're bumping into some fairly exposed runners.
Very true.
And it's quite difficult. I think that's why they're trying to avoid these maidens, because there's some very smart horses running in maidens at the moment here in Taif.
Yeah, we saw a couple good races early on.
Now, we're going to wait and see until we get this full review of the race, because I think that's a fascinating game. But you just see the end here. It's already crazy, because you just look at our horse that eventually finishes 3rd, that's leading proceedings here, is just going to stop. It's really interesting to look, watching it from our stand side view. You just saw the head go up, the tail go up, and it was just, nope, we're not going to win anymore. We're not going to push any more effort. And the winner just comes through here, weaving all over the place. Doesn't look like the easiest ride. You can see why it's had so few wins, but the experience tells, knows where the winning line is, and gets Connections a very, very positive winner. And like we said, we've not heard a cheer up go up like that all day, and we got our first big one of the meeting. Now, we look at the 4 races just coming up. We're going to get a great view of the stalls on the outside. I think when your viewers are watching this race, watch everyone drawn high from 11 up. They absolutely hit the list. Watch 11. This is Yahaye, the unexposed top-rated horse in the race. It is kicked in the belly and sent to the front. And you can see how quick they go, because they've got nothing left by the time they get to the bend, Tom.
Yeah, they're going over 62 kilometres an hour in this early part of the race. Very quick for the distance, over a mile. You need to conserve stamina. You can already see a big break there between the top 5 and the rest of the field. And those top 5 have just not finished their races.
You could park 3 tanks between the rail and the rest of the field. It's an unbelievable gap. They did not need to go that fast.
No, they didn't at all. And yeah, as we see, there's a huge gap between the mid pack and the leaders, and you don't normally get that in Saudi races because, much like US races, they're pace biased, pace helped. So from the start, they go as fast as they can for as long as they can and try to cling on. The fact there's a big gap just suggests they've gone way too hard.
And what's going to happen is all the horses in that second group that you could just see sweep up Yahayi now as Yahayi hits what we call the wall, starts drifting backwards. These other horses are beginning to get into it, and the one that's making that first move is Satel Al Maidan, who is coming there looking like cruising at this stage.
Yeah, exactly. He's absolutely tanking at this point, isn't he? It looks like he's the winner all over this race, but he just doesn't stay the mile trip. He's probably too close to the pace. And those who are scrubbing along miles out the back actually come through late on in the race and dominate.
Look at our eventual second, Milana. She's still just getting really rousted along. She doesn't look like she's any chance of getting second, but the pace will just fall apart. 3, 2, 1, now. He's got nothing left. As you've watched, lugging towards the rail straight away. Our winner is going to come through. Our second is going to follow the winner. And our third is hitting that proverbial wall.
Look at the horse in fourth as well, right on the outside in the lime green saddlecloth. That horse was near last in the early stages, Montehera. It's come from out of the clouds, just a huge performance. The thing is, though, when you're analysing races like this, what are the chances we're going to see a similar pace next time out? Slim. Yeah. So those horses that have contested the finish, they've definitely been flattered by the situation of this race and might not repeat that form next time.
We've been talking a lot about putting horses into your notebooks. I'm not looking at Montera and thinking that's what I need to back next time out. I'm thinking it just profited from circumstances that it might not get again next time.
Absolutely. In races like this, although your eye is drawn to the fast finisher, you should keep an eye on the horses that were up with the pace and have managed to continue their gallop. So La Tojadel in the red cap along the inside, yes, he was easily beaten at the line, but he was the horse who went out full beam at the start. So you can mark him up. He's gone far too hard and managed to actually finish pretty creditably in this field.
Now, for Tom's next topic, I think it's an ideal time to talk about sectionals. I think we've just discussed it here in this race, going too fast early. Isn't it great, firstly, that we get to see some sectionals here in Taif?
Yeah, absolutely. It's fantastic. It's the movement going into horse racing right now. Unfortunately, I can't see all the sectionals on the screen as we're watching right now, but, first day of the racing and all sorts. But usually you want to be seeing sectionals just to know how fast your leaders are going in a race, because instead of just getting to the finish line and seeing, oh, yeah, this horse won, great. What you can see as you go through the race, they've gone hard or they've gone slow. Therefore, the horses up front or the horses in behind have the advantage. Generally, in sprints, you want to be seeing slower than 22 seconds through the quarter, so after 2 furlongs, and we go from there. Over a mile, maybe 24 seconds. It's interesting. It's a new element that is going into worldwide horse racing right now, and it's definitely one of my favourite parts of the game.
And you mentioned that. I think it's fascinating to see. I spent some time in New Zealand and we watched a lot of Australian racing, and they race harder than anywhere else in the world because they go fast and they stay fast. Yep. And you see some of the sectionals there, you go, woof, they are running quick and they never ever stop, and they're running on rock hard ground, and that's the difference. They're doing it on turf, on rock hard ground. It's impossible to do that on the dirt.
Yeah, absolutely. Race efficiency is key, We talk about this over in the UK. If you're finishing your race slower than you start it, then it's an inefficient way of riding or running. You want to see a horse go relatively slow in the early stages, pick it up as they quicken, and then maybe slow off in the closing stages. But sectionals is fantastic and great for analysis.
Hitting the line hard, we often say, where they're coming at the line with a wet sail and they hit the line at the fastest point they're going. And I think that's crucial to kind of get the best out of your horse when you're running here at Taif or anywhere in the world. But we've got sectionals here, and hopefully they will use them to find more and more winners as the weeks goes on. One thing we are finding is plenty of bugs here. I think Tom swallowed a few flies in the last race. He's okay. We've checked on him. We've called first aid. They're okay. Tom, are you all right?
Yeah, almost lost my right eye, but we're all good, Callum. Don't worry about that.
Lost his right eye, but he keeps fighting on, and that's the key thing. We're under all the pressure here. It's not just sunning ourselves up in time. We're battling away all the way through. But fascinating insight just into sectionals themselves and how they can get you to select more and more winners as the weeks go on.
Yeah, exactly. We'll be delving more into the sectionals, I'm sure, over the next coming days and next week, and going into Riyadh as well, because it's a real key part of my analysis and yours as well, as we try to find out the winners and try to bring the best coverage to everyone watching.
My analysis, I just picked the one with the prettiest name. Oof. And we've got Shamila standing by, as I just got attacked by a bug that was bigger than my arm. That was one of the most terrifying moments of my life. But Shamila's standing behind the parade ring. Shamila, what do you have for us?
I am with winning trainer Lasad Marwan of the 7th race. Congratulations. Tell me about the race and about the horse.
Okay, thank you. It's a good race, and the horse is good horse. He's happy.
And you're very happy with the jockey.
Yeah, he's very, very happy jockey. He's very, very happy race. He's very, very happy horse.
Will you keep him 1 mile or increase distance?
No, increase distance. Yes.
Thank you very much, Marwan.
Thank you.
A lovely interview there, and you can see absolutely what we were thinking all along. Step him up in distance, because that horse is an absolute boat. It's going to stay all day of the week. Our next race features the Three Musketeers again, thank goodness. I was wondering where they got to. And this features only 6 runners, so we've got a bit of a smaller field, Tom. What do you make out of this maiden for Arab horses?
Yeah, the second Arabian horse maiden that we've seen on the card. As you've noticed throughout the races today, we've been going steadily up in trips. So this is, again, the 3rd race over a mile. We actually end with a much longer race over a mile too. But 3rd race over a mile, the time won't be overly quick. There's just 6 horses in here, but there are 2 very interesting ones. One is owned by the Al Khaladia stables.
Now, the man that's going to take us through this field is Gareth Topham. Only 6 for you, Gareth. Quite easy.
Oh, feet up on the table, Callum, ahead of a 6-runner race, and yeah, much smaller field than what we are used to here. This is an Arabian Horses maiden, then our penultimate race of the night, and number 1 is Taya Hassan, to be ridden by Mohammed Aldaham. 2 is Orja Al Khaladia with Turkey Alofi due to ride. Number 3, Easter du Soleil, Camilo Ospina on board. Number 4 is Dirjam Al Ansari, the mount of O Al Humidiani, with number 5, Mawazin, with Ayad Al Tirisi taking the ride. And finally, number 6, Zahi Al Jazra, the mount of Abdullah Al Credis, who looks for a double. 6 runners for race 8.
The 6 go to post here for race 8, and I think the one horse you want to talk about is number 2, Auja Al Khaladia. Already talked about the name earlier on in the card, but let's talk about this horse making its debut here today.
Yeah, first time up for Al Khaladia stables, who just dominate these kind of Arabian races. You know, they've got the white and black silks with the V, the big chevron in the middle. If you look through the owner standings right now, Al Khaladia stables currently sitting 4th with 7 wins. All of them have come in Arabian races. So even though this horse has never run before, Alja Al Khaladia, number 2, you have to have him as a leading player. He's also trained by Mutlaq bin Mishrif, who currently sits 2nd in the training standings with 12 wins. So there are lots of indicators as to why this number 2 should contest the finish.
And the Connections had 2 first-time up winners last time out. So last week they had 2 first-time up winners, which I think is interesting enough to say. This is the one we want to be behind.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, albeit we don't have the form, so we can't 100% say, yeah, this horse is the best. Actually, he's a very good looker on the screen right now. We can say that there are a lot of factors as to why Alja Al Khaladia is the horse to beat in here.
Not the biggest type. Not the biggest type you can see. Certainly plenty of room to grow, plenty of room to fill that frame. The Al Khaladia team are all here today as well, and that's impressive and that's important, because I think if they're here for a good one, they're going to turn up for a Thursday night at Taif and watch a good horse win, which will potentially see them going to Riyadh later on. I'm so excited about this race.
Yeah, the Arabian races over at Riyadh especially are worth a lot of money. So this is just a starting point for Alja Al Khaladia. Hopefully we see a good performance and an easy victory, but she's definitely a horse to keep an eye on going forward.
Esther du Soleil, another horse that has run 5 times without a win, but was 2nd last time out, has to have a chance if repeating that form again.
Yes, Camilo Ospina's on board. We're still waiting for that winner. Still waiting for that winner today. 0 for 5 so far in her career. She looked a little bit unwilling in the paddock. The head was up in the air. She was kind of throwing it about, thrashing around. That will be a negative for me, but we do see that quite often in Arabian races.
One that just came into shot was number 5, Mawazin, an interesting runner, one we've got some VT footage for as well, so we can have a look at that before they jump off. Interesting runner, again, we talked about not particularly willing to go and win that race.
No, exactly. Was very recalcitrant, I'll use it as the one.
Oh, stop it! What a word!
Hey, we got to race 8. We can now start bringing out the thesaurus.
I can't even say that.
Was a little bit unwilling in the closing stages. Finished 5th that day, but it's a GB bred. When do you see that for an Arabian Arabian maiden, especially over in Saudi?
So we'll take a look at that race actually for Mawazin right now, because I think it's really interesting to just to see these maidens and how willing they are to take charge.
Yeah, well, Mawazin is out in this blue silks, out in front, and you're thinking, God, this horse looks like it's going to win. Great British bred horse, and somehow finishes 3rd. It's 2 starts back. It looks like Mawazin is going to win. It really does. To be fair, I think I'm being a bit harsh on the fact that she was unwilling, this day. Last time out, this isn't the footage from last time, 2 starts back. Last time out, it was head up in the air situation. She finished 5th. She actually ran all the way to the line and just got beat by 2 faster finishers on this in this race. I think a repeat of that effort would put her right there. That is if Alja Al-Khalidiyya isn't as good as we suspect.
Well, wait a minute now, Tom. We do have one other debutant, which is Digram Al-Nazari, which is another interesting runner where we're looking at a horse that comes from not a particularly powerful Arabian stable, but is making its debut and can't be discounted because we have no idea what it's going to do on track.
Well, exactly. I really don't know too much about Digram Al-Nazari. I have to say, the 4 right in shot right now. Looks very calm and chilled in the paddock, which is a good sign. Aside from that, I can't give you any other information, unfortunately.
And here are our connections. Here we just had a shot of the team who are in charge of our debutant Ajwa Al-Khalidiyya. It'll be interesting to see how this horse gets on, because I'll be fascinated. If this horse bolts up, it could be one of those we were there moments where it then comes on to later on in this season and we're seeing this horse run in much better races against much more accomplished opposition.
Yeah, I think that's the dream. I think that's what we're hoping for here, because the horses that have run, they've run respectably. We've got a couple of horses who have finished 3rd. We've got Easter to Soleil, who finished 2nd last time out. Taif Hassan, the number 1, has been consistent in behind. But they're no world beaters. If there's a world beater in here, a horse that's actually going to go to the next level in Arabian horse races, it will be the 2, Alja Al-Khalidiyya. So that's what we're hoping happens.
Alja Al-Khalidiyya for you and for me. I'm not going to get you, Tom. I haven't done it all day, so why change now? I'm really excited to see this horse go. I'm excited for Connection to see if they've got a good one. How do you think they're going to ride this? Small field, the 1600 start. We thought it was interesting last time out. I don't think they'll go as hard again today.
No, so from the 1600 metre start, the 1 mile start, they come right out of the chute. So there's a long run before the bend. That allows a jockey, even if you miss the start, to get into a nice position. But only 6 horses. There's not going to be much scrimmaging, if any. You'd like, given the way this track runs, albeit it didn't in the last race, you'd like Alja Al-Khalidiyya to be near the pace. Arabian horses do not pick up. They don't have turn of foot. We've already touched on this. So
we saw it in our previous Arabian race as well.
Exactly, race 2. So as long as you're near the pace, you've got a good chance of winning. If Alja Al-Khalidiyya breaks really slowly, that will be a big worry. But there's a long run to the bend, lots of time to regroup and go again.
Here is our Al-Khalidiyya in shot, I think.
No, that's the 3. Easter
that's
de Soleil.
Easter de Soleil, sorry, in shot there. I'm just getting my colours confused there. It's the inverted one.
Very close, look at them.
Yeah, I could just see it. It's not the easiest thing to see, but yeah, I've got nothing against them in the paddock. I keep mentioning this, how calm these horses are. Even the debutants, those with less experience, those with less runs, have all done really, really well in the preliminaries. We've only had a few horses being withdrawn today, and we've had no real crazy issues, just one horse getting loose and giving the outriders something to do.
Yeah, they've been very well behaved in the prelims, especially. On the track, there's been a couple who have been a bit live, but they know their job. They're race horses. These are horses that know as soon as they get on the track, they're about to run their race to try to win and do as best as they can. So you can't really control a horse's behaviour throughout, but it's been fantastic how the majority of these have been really well behaved. All races have gone off on time, and yeah, it's been a nice, smooth show.
And we can also just discuss again the stable staff in the colours of the horses that they're running in is a beautiful touch. I think it just builds up the whole atmosphere of the race. It makes our jobs a lot easier as well, that you can see everything in order, and it makes us easy to pick out the horses. It gives our camera people a lot less issues to try and work out what's going on. It gives Shamila a great chance in the paddock to pick up connections, because we can easily see who they are, and I think it's a great touch from Saudi Racing, which will continue in Riyadh as well, which is great. It'll be interesting to see when we get to Saudi Cup night how the European runners and overseas runners, how that works with them carrying the silks as well, because Will they have them spare? How will that work? Will it be an order that they have to make? That's fascinating thought.
Yeah, it's really fascinating, especially if there's a Ballydoyle runner. Just seeing them in the Magnia suit would be great. Yeah, it's interesting. I need to find myself one of those shirts, I think.
I think absolutely. I think you and me both. I'm going to certainly look for the Al Khalidiyah shirt. I'm going to rep that team because I support winners and winners only. And this team know how to win as they make their way down to post. Again, not so much to worry about with runners field side this time for Gareth, so he can relax and enjoy this one. But fascinating from a tactical perspective, because if you're on one of these rivals, you're trying to take on this favourite, aren't you? You're trying to take on this unraced, really fancied horse. I think this is the race where you kind of just say, we've got to do everything we can to get this thing beaten rather than worrying about our own race.
Yeah, I'm sure they know how Arabian horse races work. They know that the Al Khalidiyah stables have a real firm grip on these kind of races, and they know the 2 is the horse to beat. Even if they haven't watched the horse work in the mornings, they'll just know by the connections. So it'll be interesting to see what they do. Camilo Ospina's right outside in gate 3. We think is the favourite. Al-Jet Al Khalidiyah is in gate 2. So Ospina will have his work cut out, and I'm sure he's got some tactics. Abdullah Al-Kradi is on the 6 as well. He's just won the last race, so he'll be on a high and ready to win again. So it'll be an interesting contest. I just want the 2 to win. I really have to say
you
that.
and me both. But Gareth, 6 runners, nice easy run for you. But before, a very big field in our last.
Yes, indeed, Callum. Yes, no great rest really, is there? But yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Obviously, we've got a 6-runner race here, and certainly from a commentating perspective, when we've had sort of 18 as the standard throughout the course of the day, someone who commentates over in the United Kingdom on a regular basis, we're not used to these sorts of field sizes. But obviously, I think we've got around about 60 tracks on the small island of Britain, and here we are in Saudi Arabia with just the 2 tracks in operation, and just the one at the moment with it being Taif. So yeah, full fields, plenty of runners, good to see, and a good challenge as well, particularly with these different silks, different names, different jockeys, all a little bit unfamiliar. Anyway, they are heading behind the stalls. It'll be a moment or 2 before they start loading, but indeed just the 6 of them here for this 1 mile contest. Maiden contest for the Arabian bred horses here, and there are all 4-year-olds in this race. We've got 3 fillies taking on 3 colts. Orjar Al Khalidiyah, Easter du Soleil and Mawazin are the 3 fillies. Taya Hassan, Diagam Al Ansari and Zahi Al Jazra are the 3 colts. And as the guys in the studio were alluding to a few moments ago, there's likely to be a fair bit of confidence behind Orjar Al Khalidiyah, the Khalidiyah outfit. Very powerful in this part of the world, and particularly in these sorts of races, their runners need to be massively respected. And Orjar Al Khalidiyah is one of 2 horses in this race having a first race course outing, with Diagam Al Ansari the other. All of the others have run before, with Taya Hassan has had 7 runs so far. Easter du Soleil has had 5 races. Mawazin is the most experienced member of the party, having had 8, and Zahi Al Jazra has had the 5 starts. But obviously none of them have won. This is a maiden, and for one of them tonight, that shortly will be about to change. So a couple of the runners just inside the circle. There's number 5, Mawazin, going through shot, looks very well, and is being tracked around by Easter du Soleil, and also by Diagam Al Ansari, who is one of the newcomers, as we were saying. And we're around about 2 minutes or so away from the scheduled off time for already what is the penultimate race on today's card at Taif. And the guys in the studio putting in a good shift today, that's for sure. I don't think they've left their seats in around about 4 hours, so kudos to them. And very shortly, the runners will be heading behind. Just got Orjar Al Khalidiyah there in the centre, just a few late tack adjustments. Turki Alofi about to get the leg back up, and indeed, all seems well with Orjar Al Khalidiyah. And obviously no betting in these parts of the world, but I think if there was to be, Orjar Al Khalidiyah would probably sort of rate as one of the favourites in this race there. The 2 horse going through shot looks really well, and The runners are about to head behind the stalls, with Taif Hassan about to head into stall 1. Mohammed Aldaham taking the ride on this 7 times race maiden. And there's number 3, Easter du Soleil, going round once again. Mawazine about to take up stall 5. And once again, they'll have the 1,600 metre distance ahead of them. Our final race is going to be in excess of a full circuit of the track here at Taif. They'll have 2,000 metres in front of them in our finale. So that's our longest race on the card, coming up in around about half an hour or so. Orja Al Khaladir heading forward now into stall 2 for the Al Khaladir stables. White with the black chevron, very, very famous silks in Saudi Arabia. And number 4, Adir Gamal Ansari, about to slot in as well. And I think that will leave just one other out of line. So Adir Gamal Ansari heads in, and this is Easter du Soleil, who will complete the lineup under Camilo Ospina, who indeed has so far drawn a blank on the day. Can he right that wrong here? Let's find out. They're in line, set to go, and they're off and racing. And in fairness, the worst start came from Orja Al Khaladir, is the early back marker, 1,600 metres ahead of them. It looks a very steady tempo on this head-on shot, and indeed they're just crawling along here at around about 54 kilometres an hour. That's about to increase a little bit perhaps. The lead held by Easter du Soleil over towards the inside of Mawazine in the light blue colours. Adir Gamal Ansari, and making up the ground as a result of this slow pace, Orja Al Khaladir, and doing it without much fuss as well. Taif Hassan is following along with Zahi Al Jazra, who already just looks a trifle outpaced and is going to perhaps just get a tickle with the stick there as they continue their progress going down the far side of the track and the left-handed turn on its way, with Easter du Soleil cutting out the work, more than a length in front of Adir Gamal Ansari towards the inside of Mawazine, and then up into 4th now. Taif Hassan has undertaken Orja Al Khaladir, who looks in a spot of bother at this stage, only has the struggling Zahi Al Jazra behind. They haven't gone very fast, and perhaps in a scenario such as this, being on the front end is very much where you want to be, and that's where Easter du Soleil is at the moment. Camilo Ospina bringing them back towards the home straight, and that wrong might well be righted, but there is still time for a pursuer to get on terms. The closest pursuer at the moment is Mawazine, who's around about 4 to 5 lengths away. Taif Hassan is back in 3rd, fully 8 or 9 lengths off the leader, who has less than 300 metres to last home. So it is Easter du Soleil, who's made all the running, is now under an all-out drive the far side. So too Mawazine in 2nd. The gap between them is still 4 lengths, with back in 3rd Taif Hassan, and racing into the concluding stage is less than 100 to go. It is Easter du Soleil. Camilo Ospina will ride the winner here. Easter du Soleil it is, breaking her duck at the 6th attempt, and makes all the running to do so. Mawazine is across the line in 2nd. Taif Hassan was 3rd, and they were clear of Zahi Al Jazra, who picked up 4th. So it's Easter du Soleil making every yard of the running. The guys in the studio were wondering when Camilo Ospina's win this evening at Taif would come. Well, here it is, and it's a pretty ready winner as well. She's made every single yard of the running, having set a slow pace, and ultimately they were unable to get anywhere near her in the end. 6th time lucky then for Easter du Soleil, horse number 3 on the card, and has won by 4.5 lengths from the pursuers as we see them across the line. Mawazine crossing the line in 2nd, and Taif Hassan back in 3rd. So the order home in what was our 8th and penultimate race on the card. It's all the odds this time, 3, 5 and 1.
where if first you don't succeed, try, 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 and try again. And I think that's the message we can say for Camilo Ospina and for Easter du Soleil, who got his first win after his 6th start, and Camilo Ospina, who's been quite unlucky today and finally gets his head in front.
Yeah, Ospina's been on the front end in numerous races. He's gone to the front. He knows that you should be on the lead because you've got the greatest chance of winning. He's been unfortunate in a few, especially the maiden race 3, but at the same time, he was overdue a winner. You know, this was a good ride on Easter du Soleil. She's had 5 starts before. She's run very consistently throughout her career, and she deserves this first win. Maybe it was because the likely horse to win this race at the start that we thought Alja Al Khaladea got interfered with at the break, and that forced her right to the back, and she had little chance from there.
Again, we talk about horses from the front here in Arabian races, and Easter du Soleil was pumped to the front early and never saw another rival. And even when Mohazine looked like she was about to lay down a challenge, it became very clear quickly that Easter du Soleil has got enough in the pocket to keep going and go away and win comfortably.
Yeah, Gareth said in his call that they didn't go very fast throughout the first 2 furlongs, which obviously helped Easter du Soleil as she was on the front end. When they don't go fast, if you've got that race positioning, if you're out in front, you've got length and distance between you and the other horses, then you're able to quicken and they can't make back that deficit. It was a good ride by Camilo Ospina on the front. It's hard to know what to make of the race because the horse we thought was going to win barely even finished. You know,
still running.
She was 2 furlongs behind as the horse crossed the line. So, yeah, it's good for connections and great that Camilo Ospina's got his win on the board. But I'm disappointed with Alja Al Khaladea, I have to say.
Plenty of connections in shot as well, though, which is great to see. Everyone getting in and involved with this horse, who I don't think they probably expected to win, but has duly bolted up. What's next for Alja Al Khaladea? What would you do next?
It's a tricky one.
Through that?
I think so. We'll see the full replay, and right at the start, at the break, she gets badly interfered with, and that pushed her to last. Maybe that's a good enough excuse for this race and why she underperformed. But at the same time, she had plenty of time to get back into the race. She actually found a nice position and was really lights out before the home bend. So it's hard to know what to make of it. If that's her true ability, then she won't be winning a race soon.
Absolutely. You can just see Camilo Ospina coming in to get weighed in. The Iceman cometh, I'm going to call him from now on, because he's got that stern look at his face. Nothing phases him. And he is going to talk to Shamila.
Finally, a winner for Camilo Ospina. We spoke to you at the beginning of the day and you were quite confident, and you've been so close in so many races, but finally you got your head in front.
Yes, you know, in the 3rd race, I rode one filly very good, but I have a little mistake and I lose the race. But thanks God, this filly, she is good filly, you know. I was riding the last 3 races and she finished 2nd, mile and a half. Today, mile is good distance for her, and thanks God she brought very good, and she went and brought in front. Nobody come with me, and thanks God she keep going until wire.
Yeah, as you said, she led from the front the whole way. You barely had to move your hands. What's next for her?
No, you know, the trainer, he told me, Camilo, that filly today is better than the last race. And thanks God, she went very, very comfortable in front. And when I asked him, she's coming a little bit, yeah.
What's the difference? What's the main difference between riding thoroughbreds and Arabians?
No, the thoroughbred is different horses, you know. It's more strong. They switch the sprinter different than the Arabic horses. The Arabic horses, they have one pace, you know. Sometimes the horse is giving a little bit more, but almost all horses Arabic is one pace. You have to push in and never catch these horses until wire, you know.
Well, brilliant. I hope you have a few more winners over the next few days, Camilo. Thanks very much.
No, yeah, thank you very much, you know. And I'm appreciated with my stable, the Prince Mita in Abdullah, Talal bin Sharain, and the old trainer giving support, you know. The trainer of the stable, the Bidin Al-Subai, Fawaz Al-Garaban, and many honors and trainers every day is giving support, you know. This is very important for me.
Thank you, Camilo.
Thank you to you.
The Iceman cometh, and he was an Iceman on this ride, jumped out easily and then just said, catch me if you can.
Yeah, Jcsa took a little step to the left out the gates, which probably, well, definitely hampered Orja Al-Khaladiya. As you can see, she's now at the back in the white with the black 3 from the left, trying to make inroads, but they've really crawled. In the previous race, they were going 62 kilometres an hour through this opening furlong. Here, they're going just 54, albeit this is Arabian horses compared to thoroughbreds, but that's still quite slow.
You can just see, taking their time to get across to the rail again, they could afford to do that because it was such a small field. But for me, we were always watching the horse that we thought was most likely to win, Orja Al-Khaladiya, and we just never thought she looked comfortable.
No, never comfortable. Even at this stage, you can just see her rider, Tuki Olofi, is kind of just niggling her along, hoping that she'll get up alongside Jcsa. As Camilo Ospina just said there, they have one pace. Horses do not close. Like, it's very difficult to make up ground. And right now, Orja Al-Khaladiya is waving the white flag and it's game over.
And they're not even going very quickly. They're going 50 kilometres an hour. They're literally going at a morning canter pace, really. And the jockey is just able to sit and sit and sit, drops it down even further. I mean, this is a real impressive professional ride. Because I think if you're a young jockey and you watch this and you suddenly find yourself in a position where the horse that you thought was really going to take you on is nowhere to be seen, it's very easy to panic and go, oh my gosh, I've got to go as far away as possible. I've got to win my race now. Camilo doesn't do that. Experienced, calm, collected, sits and says, I'm going to go away now. And if you can get to me, good luck. But he's already put 5 lengths between himself and the horse in second, and the gap never closes. Wins a nice 9,500 reals for connections as well.
Yeah, definitely. 6-time lucky for Jcsa. And, you know, she has that early speed. She was probably flattered by the way this race panned out, but at no point did she look like she was ever going to lose. Good ride by Camilo. It's about time he had a winner today, because as he touched on there, he rode a nice filly in race 3. A little bit of scrimmaging up the inside cost him the race, and I'm sure if he didn't have a winner, he wouldn't be able to sleep very well tonight, Callum.
Now, finally, we have a final Tom's topic. I want you to choose this, Tom, because I think there's so many things I could take us down to do with Saudi, but I want you to just hit me with something that's got under your bonnet. What has really got annoyed you, or be in Tom's bonnet? Tell me what has got on your mind.
Oh, what a question. You've thrown this to me without any prep whatsoever.
Absolutely. We like to keep it fresh here.
I don't know. I think there's been a lot going on that's pretty interesting right now in the UK and in the US. This is completely different to what I've been watching recently, and I like the way that this is run. One thing that annoys me at the moment is that the races aren't going off on time, especially in the UK. Happened in the US for years. Here, much better, smoother operation. You know, when you see a race and you're looking down to see what horses are running, you get the race time. Right now, for the last, 8:15 local time, 6:15 for UK. If this race was a UK race, we could be looking at 20 past and there wouldn't be an eyelid battered.
If it were the French race, we'd be looking at 1:45. So
well, exactly. It's great that races go off on time, because the gaps between races are often when people lose focus. People that don't like racing or never been to racing before and haven't experienced it, maybe in that time they think, oh, this is a bit, you know, it's dragging. Time is dragging right now. Go off on time. You know exactly what the schedule is. People can enjoy every race, do things in the middle like the gaming centre over here, or they can go to the pre-parade or the paddock and see the horses. So, you know, races going off time is very important. I understand why that's not the case in the US with, you know, the pools and whatnot. But over here, I like how it's working.
I think you've hit the nail on the head there. What fascinated me was how quickly horses were sort of withdrawn without any warning.
Yeah.
So you suddenly were going along and saying, okay, I remember one of the Abdulaziz runners today, I was going, okay, that comes in stall 15. Oh, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't at all. It's not going at all. And suddenly you're going, oh, it's not running. And that's because we're just not used to it.
Yeah.
Because with us, it gets withdrawn. There's a whole palaver about it getting withdrawn. There's lots of other things we need to worry about. And all of a sudden, we're 5 minutes late. Here, too many problems. Get out. No way. Don't worry about a rule 4. Straight away, jump off. And I think it's a really good way of running racing to ensure that, like you said, those that want to experience the other factors that the track has to offer, Taif specifically here, has lots and lots and lots to offer. Those people have a chance to experience all of that and then come back to a race that's going to go off on time, which I think is crucial.
Yeah, absolutely. People want to watch the races. That's why they're here. But at the same time, there is other, you know, areas of the track where people want to explore. And if races go off to a schedule, you know exactly when the race is, you know exactly where the horses are and what time they're going to go to the post, what time you should go to the paddock. And yeah, it's perfect.
I think I totally agree with you. And what could be perfect is if you, Tom, can pick a winner of our last and take us away and end us on a happy note. Do you have anything that's caught your eye in this final field, our 9th race of the day, for horses who are 4 or 5 years old?
Yeah, it's an interesting race. The horses are currently in the pre-parade, but we'll run through a couple right now before we see them in the paddock. Bugatti was a horse that Shamila actually mentioned right at the start of the show. She's north
keeping
from
her cards close to her chest there. You've not heard anything else about Bugatti since, but hopefully this runs a big race.
Yeah, she's obviously got high expectations for Bugatti. Finished third back on meeting 22nd, which was a couple of weeks ago. North from 15 in the career, so you know, plenty exposed enough, but it's drawn inside, which would definitely suit and could be an interesting runner. There are a couple of others that are also interesting, largely due to the sires. You know, number 6, Mathayel, is a daughter of Muhara, who was a brilliant sprinter. You've got Drawing Clocks, number 10, a son of Time Test, a fantastic horse, who I'm sure you're going to mention in a minute. Number 13, Endued, who's a son of Footsteps in the Sand. And there are plenty of others as well. Due Diligence, Practical Joke, they're all represented in here.
Plenty of horses to look forward to, but Gareth can take us through them one by one.
So we move on to the details for our final race of the night. It's a 2,000 metre long maiden contest. Number 1 is Al-Kaitab, partnered by Thurb Altimyat. Number 2, Nolan, ridden by Adel Al-Faradi. Number 3, Bugatti, Johnny Carrion. Number 4, Peak Perfect with Muhammad Al-Shamari. Number 5 is Fohaydan, Rahid Al-Feroz. Number 6 on the card is Mathayal, who will be ridden by Fawaz Wanas. Number 7 is Al-Mahabani, Wigberto Ramos looks for a double on the card, as does Camilo Ospina, who partners horse number 8, Dream Biz. Over the page, horse number 9 is Rajay Al-Rahman, partnered by E. Al-Shamari. Number 10, Drawing Clocks, A.S. Al-Odib taking the ride. 11 is Rapid Best, the mount of Azil Al-Zahani. 13, Endued, Turkey Alofi on board. 14 is Ghost in Most, Louis Morales. 15, Kerbash, Abdullah Al-Credis. Both of those two jockeys have ridden winners also here today. We're just awaiting the jockey confirmation for horse number 16, Moshir. It was due to be Alexis Marino, but he was stood down earlier on today. News to follow. And 17, Full Marks, Mohammed Al-Yami in the saddle. You'll notice there that number 12, Maker of Light, was missed out. That one is a non-runner. So 16 to contest our final race coming up in a few minutes.
Thank you, Gareth. That's right, 16 to contest our lucky last. Number 2 is Nolan, 13 runs, no wins, Tom. Hopefully to go one better today.
Yeah, last time out finished 6th in meeting 24 just over a week ago. Adel Al-Faradi's taken the ride, which is a positive, but again, 0 from 13 needs to improve.
Here is number 3, Bugatti, Shamila's selection. She's been keeping her cards close to her chest all day. Let's see this horse absolutely bolt up. Seems to be trending in the right direction.
Yeah, Shamila knows one when she sees one, so Bugatti cannot be written off. A very fast car, Bugatti, one of the horses fast.
I woke up in a new Bugatti. Great song as well. 4, Peak Perfect. 9 starts, 0 wins. A little bit less exposed than some of these we've seen early on in the card. We certainly have a chance. A little bit concerned about the 2 runs this season.
Yeah, 2 runs this year, finished 11th and 10th. Only rated 53, so needs to improve.
Foydan, who's just come through shot, that's number 5, 24 starts, no wins, will find this tough. Number 6, Mathayel, I think is an interesting runner with no wins yet, but also only 8 starts.
Yeah, daughter of Muhara, Mathayel, open to improvement, hasn't run yet this year, but with the benefit of experience, potentially could be useful in the future. Maybe this is just one step too far today.
7 is Al-Marbani, an interesting runner indeed. Still no win from 16 starts, but the thing that you have to say is has had a race already, and Wishberto Ramos on board looking for a double.
Yeah, Ramos is always a positive for the 7.
Another looking for a double is Ospina on Dream Biz, a horse that I know you like. Tom, we spoke about that earlier this morning. A jockey looking for a double and a jockey in fine form after winning our last race.
Yeah, we have a VT for that horse, so we'll get to that in due course. He's 0 from 17 so far, but you know, Ospina's just rode a winner. This horse finished 2nd last time. Dream Biz has to be there or thereabouts.
Regime Al-Haman is an interesting runner as well. Only run once this season, is yet to get his head in front, a colt as well, 4-year-old colt, but it doesn't matter because here's the winner. Drawing Clocks by the mighty Time Test. All said and done, it doesn't matter. This is the one that wins. I don't need to discuss the form because it's not worth talking about it. Only had 5 runs in Saudi Arabia, but I love the sire.
Yeah, you're a huge Time Test fan, if anyone doesn't know. You are literally just backing that horse blind. But yeah, you know, 5 runs, unexposed.
Yes, 11 rapid best, 9 runs, another one with a little less experience, has had some runs this season, 3 runs already this season, we know will be fit. 13, because we've got a non-runner in number 12, remember, and Dude, only 2 runs in the career so far in Saudi Arabia, both this season, hasn't shown much.
Yeah, son of footsteps in the sand should have stamina in the pedigree, which would help over this mile trip.
A little bit of catching up on things is number 16, who was meant to be ridden by our injured jockey and is now ridden by Abdullah Alofi. 16 will be ridden by Abdullah Alofi. That's Moshir in your race cards. Shamila is actually in the parade ring. Hopefully she'll give us a positive word on Bugatti.
Nothing on Bugatti, unfortunately, but I'm catching up with Fawaz Wanas, who rides horse number 6. You've ridden her a few times already, and you've ridden her in the mornings, but this is her first time out this season. What do you think?
I hope I win this race, but he's another horse is a good horse, and Bugatti is enhanced this race. I hope I win.
And tell me a bit more about this horse. What's she like? And
He wants clean face, you know, and he first time in Taif race, and he good work. He going, inshallah, good starting today. And I hope he wants a clean face and after 800, you know. And he wants me. I going 3 and 2, you know, and last 400 going step by step.
Well, best of luck, Fawaz. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
France, white gloves in France. The really nice white gloves on display there.
Very Gerard Mosse.
Very Gerard Mosse. That's what I was thinking. I was trying to think of who was the French rider that rides the famous white gloves. Very Gerard Mosse. Lovely interview there with Shamila. I think Shamila's still very keen on Bugatti. I think she thinks that's got a very good chance. I'm going to be on the Drawing Clock fan club. I don't need to look at the form because I've already seen who he's by, so that's done the done. Tom, have you got a winner for us to find?
Oh, it's a difficult race to end, Callum. There are 3 horses that interest me. One is Dream Biz, who we have the VT for, not from 17 so far. Camille Ospina obviously takes the mount. The other 2 that interest me are number 14, Ghost in Most. We also have a VT for that runner, so we'll come to that in due course. And number 16, Moshir.
Well, let's look at Dream Biz now. Let's have a look at Dream Biz now, who was finishing second on this occasion. Not a bad run.
No, a pretty good run in the red silks there. This winner led from the outset and was just dominant in the early stages. Dream Biz stayed on powerfully in the closing stages, 0 from 17, and this is the reason. Just very one pace, like an Arabian horse rather than thoroughbred, but is eroding that deficit, as you can see, close to home. Was level with the horse in third with the white cap turning in, and is drawing clear of that runner, just unfortunately not getting close enough to the eventual winner, the number 1.
But does nothing wrong there, just seems to lack a bit of pace.
Very consistent, solid option in the race. Beat the others by 6 lengths there.
The next horse we can look at is Moshir, that is finishing 4th, and Ghost in Most, who finished behind in 5th. It'll be a fascinating contest to see these 2 reopposing. Just to see them kind of step up from their form, because this was a bunch finish again.
Yeah, big field yet again, as we're touching on virtually every race. Moshir on the outside makes some inroads. Ghost in Most didn't have a very clean passage. If I was to take a pick out of this race, I would actually take Ghost in Most, despite the fact Moshir beats Ghost in Most by a considerable margin. If Ghost in Most can find an easier run through, and he should be able to from a wide gate in 14, he could actually be a player in here, just second time up. That was his debut, don't forget, Ghost in Most, and he looks a lovely type, as you can see in shot right now.
Yes, Ghost in Most certainly an eye catcher, certainly an eye filler, and actually it's great to see the horses are coming right down past us here because the 2,000-metre start happens right at the end of the home straight, Tom. It's a fascinating thing just to see how close spectators and fans can get to the horses as they head down to the start.
Yeah, it's great. In all the other races, the horses have gone down to post the other way around the track and, you know, haven't come right in front of the grandstand. This time they are coming right in front. We get a great look of all of them here. Ghost in Most is about to come past us, and yeah, it's just brilliant. It gives that connection between horses and the crowd. It makes it closer, you know. You get to see these horses right up close and personal.
Another positive thing is that the crowd can go all the way down to the start, which is fantastic. So they can see the horses literally leap out of the stalls. And if you just see the last row runners, 17 in a 16-runner contest, because you've got the non-runner, they're all heading down to the start. And you'll see some of the crowds turning and heading down there to get a closer look at them as well. Fantastic access here at Taif. One of the other factors I want to discuss is Nolan. because I personally believe out of all the horses that are pretty much exposed, Nolan for me is the one that seems to be getting his act together. Came very close second 3 starts ago, and now it came 6th last time out. The form isn't really there, but you know what these fields are like. If you're coming between the top 8 in these races, you're usually doing something right. So hopefully Nolan will run a decent enough race for Connections. It's going to come out of stall 2. That's a concern because they are going to really pin themselves over to the rail. This is a narrower section of track here at the home straight, just where the work track is run. So it'll be interesting to see how Nolan, whether they go positive or negative.
Yeah, and Ado Alfaraidi's got the ride, so he's a guy obviously leading the Jockeys Championship right now who you want to be on side, so he'll know what to do. The interesting part about this race is it's 2 turns. It's the only 2-turn race on the card so far. They go past the winning line, go round the long, sweeping first turn, down the back straight, and then round the final turn. So actually, the inside gate could be an advantage because you're not wasting so much ground.
If you can hold that ground and don't get bustled out of it by some early shuffling. You just see the grandstand here and the winners enclosure and parade ring. Huge expanse here. You can't get a process of how big it is when you're on the TV, but it really is a massive, massive enclosure and fantastic to see. Gareth, you've only got 1 more race to go. Congratulations for getting through it. You've been fantastic. We've loved every second of it. Take us home.
I'm not home yet, Callum. 1 leg in the car. We've got, 16 of them, haven't we, to focus on in this concluding contest of the day. But yeah, from those shots, you can just see how spectacular this venue is, and a really good race course, isn't it? Very fair, it seems. 2 long straights, nice sweeping turns. We're going to experience all those turns and straights in this race. They're going to be racing up the home straight twice at this time, as the guys were alluding to at the start to this race. There it is, right down at the entrance to the home run. 19,000 Saudi Real in win and place prize money, half of that on offer to the winner in this closing contest. Let's have a look at a few of these. Number 9, Raji Al Rahman, went through shot there and is followed around by Fohaydan, who is one of 2 horses in this race in those dark blue and light green silks. Same owner in this race, Meshal Mohsen Al-Mutairi. Fohaydan's rider will carry a green cap. Drawing Clock's the other one. The guys were talking about that a few moments ago, and the rider wearing the red cap. We'll get a look at those again in a bit more detail in a few moments, no doubt, as they continue to circle. Peak Perfect in a brown and white quartered jacket, being followed round. Several of them here will be heading into the starting stalls in the next few moments. We're around about 4 minutes away from post time. Post time is 8:15 local time over in Saudi for this closer. So, as I say, around about 4 minutes away. We get these fantastic drone shots and close-ups of the runners as well. There's Bugatti, who Shamila, we were hearing, was fairly keen on. And Bugatti, wonder how much horsepower this one will have at the end. Bay filly, 4 years old. 14 going through shot there. Good-looking horse, that. Ghost in most. I think the lads in the studio were quite taken with Ghost in most down in the paddock earlier on. And Louis Morales on board looking for his second winner here today. Next to, there's the red cap on the 10-horse Drawing Clocks that we were talking about a few moments ago. And they're going through shot is horse number 9, Raji Al Rahman, who we've seen. And there's number 5, Hohaydan, the other horse in the same ownership there. Spot the green cap, the light green sleeves. And there's the red cap again for Drawing Clocks. Pink colour jacket for Nolan, who Callum and Tom were talking about a few moments ago, as the loading up process about to begin for this final race. As I say, 16 of them, but it might take a little while. Again, varying degrees of experience among the runners. Al-Kaitab, for example, just the 2 runs so far over here in Saudi, working all the way up to the most experienced runner in the race, which is Kurbash, who's had 28 starts, still yet to taste a success, and probably faces a competitive enough field in order to try and gain that elusive first win this evening. There's 11, Rapid Best going through shot with Azel Al-Sahani on board. 14, there's the good-looking Ghost in most. He looks a real picture down at the start, doesn't he? And followed around by Fohaydan, and also Al-Mahabani with Wigberto Ramos on board, seeking a double on the card. Kurbash there, who we were talking about, white-faced runner, and Alcade Taib, who's up at the top here, and 58 kilos on his back, along with Nolan, as they are shortly going to be heading behind for this final race. So as they head on in, maiden contest, a race for horses that haven't yet won in their careers. And once again, the saddlecloth number indicates where they're going to be drawn as well, and they'll have in excess of a full circuit of the racecourse here at Taif ahead of them in this closing race. Our longest race of the day, 2,000 metres, so that's 1¼ miles, and the field, I would say, are around about halfway through loading, maybe even a little more than that, as we see several of the runners already in position and ready for a start. There's Endued under Turkey Alofi, will be coming out of stall number 13, and Ghost in Most in shot, due to head even wider here in 14. Of course, the lower drawn horse is closer to the inside running rails, and Ghost in Most will be one of the last to head forward to complete the lineup for this concluding contest. 4-year-olds, and we've got 4-year-olds and upwards. Full Mark's a 5-year-old down at the bottom of the race card, and it's going to be the aforementioned Full Marks who completes the set by heading into stall 17. So, final race of the night, and we're back here again tomorrow and Saturday. Same time, same place. We'll do it all over again. Hope you'll be able to join us. Pleasure having you along. And here we go. Our final race is underway. They're off and running. Alma Bahani was quite slow in getting going. Spot the red headgear is at the back end of the field early. It looks as if Rapid Best's rider Azil Al Zahani wants a view of the front and is going to achieve that, running towards the winning post in the first turn. Full Marks from a wide draw is up into second position, with Dream Biz not too far away, and nor is Peak Perfect as they now race left-handed around their opening corner. The leading fewer being followed by Bugatti, with out a bit wider the yellow sleeves of Endued, and then towards the inside the red cap of Drawing Clocks is a further 2 lengths ahead of Ghost in Most, and that one is just in advance of Mashir as they're about to enter the back straight. Nolan in a pink coloured jacket is well down the field as they move on past the 1200 metre, the 6 furlong marker. Well down the field is Alcade Taib in green and white colours, blue out wider Mathael, and then right towards the back end of the field is Fohaydan, and also Kerbash is well in arrears as well as they continue their journey going down the back. Very well strung out. Rapid Best looks to be getting racing with Full Marks a long way from home here, and as they head now towards the end of the back straight, maybe Full Marks just popping the head in front as they're now swinging left-handed. Full Marks moves on from Rapid Best, whose running looks done, I'd say. Off in pursuit of the new leader is Bugatti. That one now about to take second position, with Dream Biz a little wider out. So it is Full Marks as they make the journey back towards the entrance to the home straight. Full Marks has got 5 lengths on Bugatti, whose rider isn't panicking just yet. Up into third place is Drawing Clocks, and then to the outside Dream Biz. The others being headed off by Ghost in Most, and it's going to be a long last 300 metres here for Full Marks, because Bugatti is coming, and Bugatti comes through now to take over on entering the final 250 metres. Ghost in Most against the rails is finishing off well. Back in behind those is Drawing Clocks. This is far from over. Ghost in Most is going to have a late say here. Ghost in Most towards the inside of Bugatti. It's these two to the wire, and it's the good-looking Ghost in Most who gets on top close home. Ghost in Most wins the finale. Bugatti for second. Might well have been Moshir staying on from a fairway back to grab the third in a race which seemed to be fairly well run, particularly going down that back straight. The leaders got going a long way out, and it was set up for a closer. That closer was Ghost in Most, who in the hands of Luis Morales, he's recorded his second winner of the day. And he wears down at Bugatti in the closing stages. We'll confirm third shortly, but it is Ghost in Most who has come through to win for the first time in his career. Just a second racecourse outing. He's prevailed by a length in the end over the gallant Bugatti in second place. And back in third was indeed Moshir, who finished well from a little further back. There's the winner going past the post. Ghost in Most it is, winning our finale at Taif this evening. Second place at number 3, Bugatti, and home for third, number 16, Mushia. The closing result of the night, 14-3-16.
And the winner, Ghost in Most, enters the winner's enclosure, winning our lucky last under Luis Morales, giving him a double. And it was a little bit emotional at the stand over here with my two compatriots here. Tom was a Ghost in Most fan. Shamila had backed Bugatti. The two of them were fighting it out in the final fire-along, the final few hundred yards as well. And it was Ghost in Most that came out on top. Tom, that was impressive.
Yeah, really impressive. Just burrowed the furrow up the inside, which we haven't seen all that often. We've seen just one horse do that today so far. Luis Morales very strong in the saddle, as we've already seen in race 5 on I Am Magic. A great ride in a race where the field were fully strung out over this 1 mile 2 furlong distance.
Shamila, you couldn't have been disappointed with the run of Bugatti there, because at one point we were all cheering, thinking you'd given us a winner in the lucky last.
Well, you know, 200 metres out, there was no beating Bugatti, and then suddenly Luis Morales absolutely flew up the rail. So, no, can't be mad at anyone. That was brilliant.
Really good race to wrap up proceedings. Tom, what have you made of your time at Taif so far today?
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic. You know, we've seen some really good horses, especially in races 3, 4 and 5. They'd be the races I'll be taking forward. I Am Magic is definitely my idea of the best horse that we've seen today. Great ride by Luis Morales, used to be trained in Ireland by Michael O'Callaghan, and I think he's going to go on to really good things, especially going towards Riyadh later in the season.
Shamila, you've also had a fantastic day. You've been here longer than us guys, but tell us, what was your moment of the day?
You know, I have to say I love the Arabian. So my highlight of the day was race number 8, Esther de Sol. Brilliant. I mean, she's only 4 years old. Arabians tend to peak later on in their careers, so there's going to be loads more to come from her.
I thought it was fascinating. The poor run of the favourite could have taken the shine off that race, but actually it just gave it a whole different angle. And Esther de Soleil as well, just coming along, doing it from the front under a magical ride from Ospina. And hopefully, like you said, she can win some more as well. But Tom, there's only one way to wrap up the show today. I need a Tom's top moment. Take us away.
Well, we've already touched on it. I Am Magic is the top moment. That ride by Luis Morales, getting to the front around the bend, moving clear and winning by 3 lengths was fantastic. You know, I think this colt is the horse to follow going forward. There's also a fantastic horse in race 3, looking for the tracker. One horse that didn't win, Aether Bat. Camilo Ospina, extremely unlucky going around the home bend. finished third in the end, got beat by 2 horses by around 2 lengths. You know, they're the 2 I'm taking out today, Callum.
So 2 horses that Tom's taken out today. I've had a fantastic time. I think you guys have been brilliant and had a fantastic time. We've had some great support from everyone at SSC. Everybody at Taif has been superb. We've had a wonderful first day here. We're seeing I Am Magic come through to win. That was Tom's top moment. I am so excited to get through the rest of the week. Is anything to look forward to tomorrow and Saturday? Shamila, have you got anything on your mind? Have you seen anything that you're looking forward to seeing?
Honestly, we haven't had a winner from Naif El Anazi yet, and every race have been cheering for him. I mean, he's just so good.
Tom, you and I were talking about a Caravaggio horse that's going to run for Jimmy Jenkins. He goes on Saturday in a maiden, unraced, fascinating pedigree. You must be excited about that as well.
Yeah, I am. Anything James Jerkins sends out, I'll definitely be backing and supporting. You know, these are horses that not only are extremely well bred, but he's brought some over from the US. He's got some fantastic horses from Saudi. I'm looking forward to Mr. Jerkins having a great campaign. And, you know, I haven't looked at the card for tomorrow yet. We're about to have a look at the races after this show finishes. And, yeah, we'll get some winners, Callum. Don't worry about that.
So we've got a long, long night ahead of us looking at some form. Hope you've enjoyed watching us today. And we're also going to discuss just some of the other elements of today. The Arab racing, Shamila. I'm a little bit concerned that I'm going to get really, really into it. Because for me, it was something that I didn't think I would find that interesting. But in 2 small fields, I'm already thinking, hopefully we'll see some of these horses at Riyadh.
Honestly, people don't rate Arabian racing the amount that they should, but it's so competitive. And once you get into the breeding as well, I'll let you know on that. But yeah, they're so interesting, and like they could do like really badly all season and then throw up like a huge winner. So that's why I love them.
Is it right to just support the Al Khalidiyah stable, or is there other angles to look at, or are we just supporting one stable and just go hard on them?
I mean, Al Khalidiyah wins all the big races. You can't not look at them. I mean, even when they've come to the UAE, everyone is shaking in their boots.
Tom, well, I know I'm shaking in my boots because I'm going to take them on all the time. Will you be taking on the Al Khalidiyah stable going forward?
Oh, I don't know if I'm that brave, Callum. There was a horse earlier on away from Al Khalidiyah in race 2, the Arabian horse maiden, called Arsalan, who was right out the back of the pack and made good late inroads to finish 3rd. I think if you were to take one horse out of the Arabian races that wasn't a winner, Arsalan is the one.
I think Arsalan was in a different borough as they turned in for home and just kept making ground. If that's in a stronger race with a big field, I'd be really interested to see how he gets done. We have had a fantastic time here in Taif. We've been surrounded by some amazing people. We've been supported by an amazing team behind the camera, and we cannot wait to see you again tomorrow and Saturday, and for the rest of the racing here in Saudi Arabia.